meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. As usual, we will start with introductions, beginning back there.
Hi, Nan Peterson with the Planning Department.
Holly Kramer, Planning.
Catherine Mahoney, Planning.
Kathy Cornett, Planning.
Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director.
Kevin Peacock, City Council District 6.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Member.
Marjorie Molina, Vice Chair.
Allison, did you pause just then? Were you trying to remember what your job was? Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Deputy City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning Staff.
Jessica Bigelow, City Manager's Office.
Brent Cagle, Interim CEO, CATS.
Kimberly Owens, candidate for City Council.
All right, and who's online, please?
Good morning, Renee Johnson, committee member.
Good morning, Renee. That's it, right? Okay, we have two items today, a community area planning update, and we are trying to basically wrap up the process of reviewing the community area plans and schedule a council vote. And then we have a briefing that I will provide on the Metropolitan Transit Commission MOU related to the creation of an authority in conjunction with this new sales tax. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Holmes.
Good morning. Hope
Hi.
everybody has had a wonderful summer thus far. We are excited to be here today to talk about what we have been doing over the summer with the 2040 community area plans, give a little bit of a look into that and all the hard work that has been happening, and really get to the finish line. So this has been a 2.5-year process. Our staff, they'll talk through the phases, but we're currently in phase 5, where we have gotten over 1,000 comments on the different area plans. Staff has responded to every single comment. Those are all available online. They got published July 25th, so a couple weeks ago they all went up online. So we really, if people gave a comment and want to know what the outcome is, we ask that you go and check that out. We've been doing ongoing engagement throughout the summer. We've hosted a couple additional webinars. We push those out to thousands of residents, both through our city resources and through a number of news outlets. And we are looking forward to kind of showing you what some of those outcomes are and really wrapping a bow around this and getting to the finish line. So I'm going to turn it over to Kathy and Catherine to just walk through some of those things, get everybody back up to speed, a little refresher for those who might have taken a break for a little bit, and then also kind of how we move forward and where we are. Before I turn it over, I will say that we spent a good also amount of time in parallel to the webinars and the public push, working with some very specific communities on their issues and reaching a conclusion around those. And so Catherine will give a little bit more detail on that, but we're really proud of the work that we've done to compromise and get to a conclusion where we've been able to meet some of our residents' needs and some of their feedback and balance that with the growth that we know is coming. So excited to walk through this with you today, and turning it over to Kathy.
Thank you, Monica, and good morning. As you know, this is an information-only presentation, so really we're focusing on the engagement and the feedback over the past couple of months. And as Monica said, it's also a wrap-up before council action. So as you know, we've been to this committee and full council pretty much monthly since the beginning of the year, and this is our wrap-up presentation before council action. And you've seen this slide. This is our kind of level-setting slide we use each time, that the community area planning is essentially about creating complete communities. And what we mean by complete communities are places that integrate housing, job opportunities, and daily goods in an accessible manner in the environment in which you live, so you can live, work, and play all where you live. So as Monica mentioned, this has been a 2-year, we're going, well, if you count the phase we're in right now, it's getting to 2.5 years. But it's a 5-phase process of developing 14 community area plans over a 2-year period. So there were 5 individual phases. I won't walk through each of those today, but each of the phases had a deliverable at the end and focused on a certain component that all wrapped up together eventually became what today are the draft community area plans. And so in developing the plans, they used a systematic process, and what I mean by that is they were all developed the same way and have the same components and format, but they also contain unique content that reflects the individual character of each geography, and at the same time, they each contain common policy guidance. And the plans provide a common set of considerations for all decision makers to ensure that we're consistently evaluating options in line with the city's vision. And then over time, these considerations will help to ensure that growth is accommodated in a way that we have heard throughout all of these processes that is important to our community, that is respecting established neighborhoods, aligning growth with infrastructure capacity, and creating vibrant mixed-use centers for all. And so if you really look at kind of the 6 key nuggets of the plans, the first and very important is that 100% coverage, so ensuring that all parts of the community have the same level of guidance. And it's also foundational work, and we'll talk a little bit more about this as we move through the presentation, that brings the goals of the comprehensive plan down to the community level and kind of sets the stage for us to do future work as well. It provides clear criteria for change in neighborhoods. It provides clearer direction for rezonings that helps align decisions with our growth strategy. It memorializes the strategic investment area potential projects in the context of each of the geographies, and that's the only place that exists today. We've talked in other meetings about the needs assessment that is a component of each of the plans, and that helps identify needs in each geography for mobility, open space, and placemaking, and that helps to make decisions when prioritizing resources, evaluating development proposals, and also for neighborhoods to advocate what the greatest needs are in their community. And then finally, these plans contain emerging new guidance around environmental impacts, and one example is the heat impact data that we've included. So during July, we held 2 additional webinars at Council's request. And then in addition to that, we've also leveraged our other outreach channels, and that includes news outlets, newsletters, email, and social media. And then also during this phase and the phase in general, we've reached people on a personal level, and moreover, the past couple of months, we've really focused on this, answering specific questions, walking through concerns in neighborhood meetings and the office hours that we've continued to hold, and also in webinars. And I'd also like to emphasize that whenever community members have asked for more time or maybe on-site meetings in their neighborhoods, we've accommodated that as well. And we've also attended a number of town halls and other workshops. And then as far as our progress, as you know, Planning Committee unanimously referred both the plans and the revised policy map with the proposed changes for adoption on June 17th. We closed public comment on July 18th, and that allowed us to assemble all the comments, develop responses, and then have those posted by July 25th. And then meanwhile, while all of this has been going on the past couple of months, we've been focusing on working with our interdepartmental partners to define what the menu of specific plans will look like moving forward. At this point, I'll turn it over to Catherine, and she'll discuss both the comments and the revisions.
Good morning. So as Kathy mentioned, throughout June, we worked with city and county departments to identify the types or the menu of specific plans that will be needed moving forward. And as a reminder, specific plans are that fourth level of policy guidance that's needed as identified in our planning framework, which is illustrated there on the right. And the specific plans are really intended to focus on smaller geographies and targeted issues. So you can see the range of specific types, specific plans that have been identified there in the blue boxes, ranging from things like transit station area plans to environmental impact plans. And we continue to work with our partners to develop the prioritization criteria or those key drivers which will tell us when and where a specific plan is needed in the future. So as also mentioned, the Phase 5 comment period has resulted in over 1,000 comments submitted on the draft plans. This comment period began April 3rd and concluded on July 18th. And at this point in time, all 1,000+ comments are posted on the project website with a staff comment, and if applicable, action for change in the plans. In June, we talked a lot about the nature of these comments, kind of how they were, the levels or the types of comments as shown here, and then the themes that were showing up in those comments. So I won't go into that again in much detail today, but I'll just say since June, the new comments that we have received have been in line with the breakdown that we talked about in June, as well as the themes. So there continues to be a level of support for these draft plans. There's the majority of comments is some level of suggestion or question, which we consider collaborative in nature. And then there are some concerns which are really a reflection of competing interests and a continuum of the themes that we've heard since development of the comprehensive plan, the policy map, and now into the area plans. So I'm going to spend the majority of the time talking about the proposed changes. So of the 1,000 comments, 240 of them are resulting in a proposed change. Again, the types of change can be summarized into new content, clarity, quality, next steps, and then as Monica mentioned, we have some additional changes to the policy map based on our continued collaboration. The majority of the changes were reviewed by Planning Committee and endorsed by them in June. And then the complete list of all the changes is also on our project website. So very detailed, what's the exact language change, what page will it be on, what document is it in. And the majority of them really focus on improving the clarity and quality of the documents. So making map changes to increase legibility, adding index, glossary, that sort of thing, correcting Scrivener errors. In terms of the new content, there are some policies aimed at shaping development in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, some displacement policies and criteria, or changes to our amendment criteria. And then for the revised policy map, those slight changes, or few changes, reflect our coordination specifically with Cherry and Stillberry Acres. And then in terms of next steps, which I'll talk a little bit more later, these are the actions that we'll take after adoption to make sure the plans are consistently implemented amongst all decision makers and the community really understands how to use them to their advantage. So as we move forward, while the public comment period has been closed, we'd like to still offer, or we plan to still host our office hours, which are available 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and accept neighborhood meeting requests upon, as needed in an effort to continue to share information and answer questions. And then, as said several times, all the comments are on the project website with staff responses, as well as all the proposed changes. We're going to make sure to include that list of proposed changes in your council packets this Friday, so you can take a very close look at those. And then we're asking for council action in September. Following adoption, staff will begin immediately moving into implementation. So we will launch the implementation roadshow, which we've talked about over the last few months. This is the concept where staff visits neighborhood meetings, maybe 2 to 3 meetings every month for the foreseeable future, to help as many people understand what this plan is, what's in it, and how they can use it to their advantage. We will update the rezoning staff analysis to reflect the new considerations with the area plans. And these changes are really expected to help improve the clarity and the predictability in our decision-making. And then we'll begin pre-planning for those specific plans that I talked about, the level 4 guidance. And in 2026, we'll kick off the 5-year assessment of our comprehensive plan, which is called for within the adopted document. So with that, I'll turn it over to Monica, who's going to talk about some upcoming initiatives.
Sure. So before we dive into any questions, I wanted to be able to just go ahead and give you a preview of what's to come in September from the planning team. So when we come back to committee in September, and you will see some of these potentially happening on the ground before September, which is why I'm giving you a heads up today, is we are doing some rezoning tune-up process improvements, and that will include QR codes on the rezoning signs. That will include some notification improvements about people who live there and property owners within our notification distance, and then some updating and clear guidance on the staff analysis, which is just as Catherine mentioned. So September preview here, September will be a deep dive into all things rezoning process enhancement related. And then also a heads up is that our transit-oriented communities federal grant, that team will be out in future Silver Line transit station areas tomorrow night and National Night Out, just with some launch information and getting that grant off the ground and up and running. So if you're out tomorrow night at National Night Out, you'll see that team out and about. And so we wanted to make sure you were aware of that. And that will be coming forward to y'all in the coming months with potentially some recommendations that'll be completed next summer. But just getting started, but if you see them, they'll be out and about tomorrow night. So with that, let's deep dive back into area plans. If you have questions, comments, thoughts on that, and we're happy to take them.
So Mayor Pro Tem, welcome, and Councilmember Watlington, welcome.
Thank
Any
you.
comments or questions?
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow.
I guess I'll start.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for all of the work that you did over the summer, Allison and your team. So thank you all, and I appreciate the additional outreach that was important to us when we extended the vote. I also want to thank you, I think it was Allison that just mentioned the QR codes on the rezoning signs. I know I've been asking for that for a long time, so I sincerely appreciate it. I would just ask that on those QR code and on the language from the QR code, if it can be plain language. And that's one of the challenges we have with the outreach in the city and the communication. Just make it say there is a rezoning, this area is changing, or some type of plain language so that individuals understand what's going to be happening. Thank you for the continued work. I look forward to seeing the community feedback and how we're moving forward with the next steps. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I have a couple of comments and a question. When were the first drafts circulated of the community area plans? When was the first time we actually saw a document?
April 3rd is when they were
April.
released.
Okay, so that was 4 months ago?
Yes.
And are we going to see a markup taking into account the changes that you've described to us so we get a feel for how it evolved?
We have historically documented the proposed changes in a table form to eliminate any kind of confusion about first or second draft. And so that's what we'll do. We have that list on the website, and we'll include it in your packets this Friday.
So that would be our reference if we want to see how the thing progressed,
Yeah,
right?
and it includes
Okay.
page numbers and things like that, so you can cross it.
The process enhancements process that you described, I still think a key issue for us is we have to get to a place where our rezoning approvals align more consistently with the plan. because when you have a recently adopted plan and then you're approving things that aren't consistent. And I think part of that has to do with what you said about the staff. So, the staff needs to be thoughtful about taking a given petition and putting it into the context of our policy and aligning their recommendations. And that, in general, is a comment that I've made to the staff, which is, I don't know how everybody else feels, I find the total of the 2040 plan, the area plans, the UDO, and the policy map a little bit overwhelming. And I'm concerned that people who want to develop or submit petitions could be dealing with the same thing. So our challenge going forward, and this is for us on council and for the staff, is to kind of make sure that this is user-friendly. We don't want to make ourselves a place that is known for being difficult. And of course, there will always be people that sort of complain it took too long or it was too complicated. But somehow we have to get to a place where there's a kind of intuitive sense that we can see there. Because if you read one of those area plans from start to finish, there's a lot in there. And I do appreciate the quality of the work. I've said it over and over again. It is very thoughtful, and your skill in this area is a big asset for us. So no question about that. I'm just cautioning that we're now going to have to get down to the user experience, and we'll start to see that in zoning meetings. And I think we'll probably also find out more about what the public thinks, because I've said before, I don't think the public, many members of the public are not paying that much attention, and they will wake up when it happens near them, and then we'll get a feeling for what they really think. And we don't want to be in a position where they say, why the heck did you do that? And we went through a little bit of this with the infill and having to kind of study that further. And there will be situations where we had a well-intentioned requirement that in a certain context is hard to apply. So, I guess then my last comment is you suggested September for the vote. I don't see, why can't we do it sooner? We're done, aren't we? So could we do it in August?
We can do it in August if that is what we think is appropriate. We can.
Committee, does anybody have an objection to going ahead? Because the point is, if we get that vote done, then we can sort of start on all of the things that need to happen subsequent to the vote. And it's not apparent to me that waiting a month longer improves the situation. And Ms. Johnson, you've been pretty insistent in terms of the outreach and the other things, but do you think we should be able to vote now in August? Because nothing is going to happen between August and September, right?
Well, I was going to say, you said how overwhelming all of this information can be. And one of the suggestions from some of the council members were to vote kind of in a staggered approach. And looking at taking deeper dives on different community area plans and not approving all 14 at the same time. And we've talked about that, and I wanted to ask Allison, is that a consideration?
I'm going to pass it over to Monica Holmes.
Actually, can I talk about that for a minute? Ms. Johnson, the difficulty with that is you then have a patchwork of applicability of these plans in different places. So if you are going to do that, you should probably go through them prior to the adoption of any of the plans, but the effectiveness of the plans should be consistent. Otherwise, you'll have a situation possibly where one rule applies in one place and the old rule applies in the other place, and it would just be very messy. So if you think
I understand that concern. That's a great point, but let's be realistic. Do you know anything about District 4 community area plans?
I looked at all the plans, but as I said before, when you look at them, it's overwhelming. It's not like you can commit them to memory or describe in detail. But I don't think I'm going to be any better prepared by virtue of stretching this out for, I'm not sure how long you have in mind. I don't think that members of council are going to get to the point where they have intimate familiarity with all of the area plans. I think the district person should study the plans that apply in their district more carefully. And I don't know whether more time or spreading them out, because if we do that, then the last of the plans wouldn't become effective for, I don't know what you have in mind, 6 months or something. And it is just legally and procedurally, it's very messy to try and do that.
Well, and we can discuss it as a full council, I guess, but 4 months is not a long time. And when you talk about council being intimately aware, I think it's okay that we focus on different areas of the city as a council, so that we're all familiar what the changes are going to be. I mean, so that's just my opinion on that. But I also did have one more question for the staff. There were statistics that referenced environmental justice issues in each area. And I want to know, do we have a plan, a citywide plan on how we're going to address the brownfields and hazardous waste side? So, because I think that was good information. Now we know how many acres in our district do have those challenges. Is there a plan to fix that or to resolve that?
So when we talk about the specific plans menu, one of the specific plans that we are looking at is environmental impact action plan, some sort of process such as that, which would be targeted on a specific issue and focused on implementation, would be a much shorter time frame. But that is one option in that menu that we've talked about. And in order for that type of work, the specific plan work to move forward, we would need to have the area plans adopted, because that's the foundation for further work.
Thank you.
So, yes.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Just really quickly, so although I understand, I think I'm just responding directly to you to say that I think we should just keep with the regular schedule for the purpose of talking to our colleagues, making sure that they understand what we understand here in committee. That way, once it does go to a vote, we have a better scope of what the full council is and what the sentiment of the full council is. So although having been a part of this committee, we're, in the conversations, we're more adept at it, but, bearing in mind that our colleagues aren't, because they aren't in these meetings, I think the current schedule that you have, in my opinion, is the better one to move forward. It gives us an opportunity to have those additional conversations with them and make sure that, that they're at some level of comfort in order for us to move forward.
All right. So can we recommend from committee, and Ms. Johnson, I've noted your comments, but I would like to know.
Wallington has a question.
Oh, yes, Ms. Wallington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, comment a little bit on this idea, and I agree with Vice Chair that, and with Councilmember Johnson, that we should probably keep to the schedule. And forgive me, I'm trying to get my video on, but it doesn't seem to be working. I'm wondering if we think about not the timeline so much as the quality. What you said struck me in the sense that you don't necessarily feel like council will be any more familiar with the plans, and certainly having looked at them, I agree with you that no one has committed them to memory, perhaps maybe the district reps, but I'm wondering if it would be possible to improve the quality of our understanding, not of the details of each plan, but what the community's trend feedback was and what has been changed in the plan, so that we can get a sense of what are the outstanding concerns by community. That's what would be most valuable to me, not so much like the every jot and tittle of the plan, but if we can get an updated sense of these were the key themes by district, and these were the hot points. These are how we address the issues, and these are the ones that are outstanding. That would be sufficient for me to know whether or not I'm willing to support as is.
So I'm trying to just envision how that works. You mean individual council members engage about, or that we have sessions about the plans with the committee? In practice, how does that work?
I was just thinking in terms of a document for review. We could, I'm open to, if you wanted to make it interactive with council members, I was thinking that it would be more of a consolidated report but I would defer to staff for how it's best to present that information, given that they've got it.
There's a lot of consultation going on among staff. So,
We were planning to distribute the recommended changes this Friday, so we'll make sure that there's a memo attached that it's not hard to pull it out by themes. We have it organized by plan already, and so anyways, we'll work on a way to make sure that that information is clear as to what there's 240 recommended changes, which if adopted, you would adopt those recommended changes with it, and we can make sure that it's clear like what those themes are and by what district. So that's not a tall order.
so you would have a type of commentary by district?
Yeah, yes, I need to think through exactly how it would work, but we already have it broken up by themes. So it's like mobility themed, topical, I guess I should say. And we can figure out how we splice that by district.
So when do you
Thank
think
you.
you would be able to have that kind of information available for us?
I mean, I think we could,
Probably push for Friday.
yeah, we'll work on it we were going to distribute this Friday anyway, so we'll work, I think we can get it by this Friday, just a one-pager for each one. And then you'll obviously have the changes, which is the spreadsheet that shows all of them.
So, Ms. Watlington, basically, we'll be working on that. If we're now aiming at a September date, that gives us 6 weeks. Does the committee think that that September date is a reasonable target for a council vote? And can we make that recommendation to the full council?
With the assumption that the information will get, and thank you for that, Monica and team, with the assumption that we will see not only the recommended changes, but the items that are outstanding. Because what I intend to do with that information is then to engage constituents to understand where they are in regards to the items that are not being recommended for change. So as long as that we have that information time enough to have a community conversation and make any last adjustments or tweaks, then I'm fine with that.
Okay. Mr. Peacock, did you have something?
I'm not a committee member, but I came with an interest today in specifically wanting to talk with you all as colleagues. I'm glad to see that we've got 3 others online as well, too, because since June 23rd, I've had multiple people email me about the community area plans. They're surprised that we haven't adopted. I'm also surprised that after 2.5 years of work, I just wanted to hear from my colleagues what particular concerns are missing and what needs to be addressed. The other specific recommendation that I had was, I feel like we're ready to go and we should be able to adopt this by August 18th at our zoning meeting. I felt like coming back from a month away, having the council feedback that we received in mid-July from the virtual online activity that they had done, I wanted to propose an earlier date as opposed to 6 weeks out. I was feeling the sentiment that you were, Ed, coming in. So that was what I wanted to do. I just wanted to hear what particular concerns from the committee's level are board members feeling like are missing. I mean, that's where I've just been really impressed with the depth in which the staff has gone to take as much time as possible.
So I put that out there because I thought that, but I think we heard the answer to the question, which is more opportunity for engagement among us, and then a little bit of give and take with the staff on the messaging or the interpretation. So my feeling is if there is a mix of opinion about this and the staff put the September date out there, then that ought to be something on which we can agree. That was my feeling. I don't really want to do this on a split vote and have people unhappy about it.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So in alignment with what he's saying, I get your point. I just, like I said, what I feel, and especially now that we're all in election season, one of the resounding themes is what people consider to be transparency, right? And when we make a decision, and we're adept, and there are humans that are actually going along with us in these processes, and a lot of those are the people who are giving us feedback. But I think there are varying levels of degree of engagement, right? There are the people who are proximate to us, who understand what we've been talking about, they're giving direct feedback, they have some level of involvement, but then there's varying degrees of engagement in what that is, right? And so the human that hears about, community area plans, but they're not at maybe that first degree of engagement, then they're hearing it at a different level, they're understanding it from a different place, and the information that's available to them is not always immediate. And for them, it feels like, and this is just a visual assumption, right? But in my opinion, what I'm starting to see and what I've seen in my experience is that for those human beings, they feel like we're not being transparent and engaging, right? And so I'm not saying that we drag this along, and, I am in alignment with the chairman. I think you all are fantastic as far as your acumen to do this work. But then we have to take that, be a mediation of some sort, where we synthesize that information and then we deliver it to the voters, right, and to the community members so that they have some idea of what changes we've made. So I think the transparency lies in you've collected the information, you're going to synthesize that, we'll have some time to then disseminate it to the community, and then I think at that next meeting, which I'm hoping will be enough to allow all of our colleagues to do that in their respective areas of emphasis, then I think as a body, it would be my opinion, Mr. Chairman, that we could come together and then talk about, whether the council's ready to vote or not. That's my input.
So I think the staff would love to get this done in August, and I think they were showing some sensitivity to council by proposing the September date, and we should appreciate that. I do also, though, however, want to get on with it, right? I mean, it's been a long time. We've had the essence of this since April, and the changes do not require a whole it's not a rewrite, right? You just have to go through some edits. So again, I would like for us as a committee to recommend to the full council the September date for council action. If it looks like we're not ready yet, we're not bound by that, but it would be great to just establish a goal in terms of when the council action will occur, take the steps that were discussed in the meantime in terms of some further explanation or interaction, talk to our community, and, if anybody feels that there's something important left to be done at that point, then we'll do it. But I would like to just, since we have spent a huge amount of time and a tremendous amount of work has been done by the staff to try and get the community on board and to lay it out for us, I would just appreciate it without objection if this committee could recommend to the full council that we go with the September date.
I can second that.
Yes. Okay.
Mr.
Good. Mayor
Chairman.
Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, sir. I just have a point of clarification to the conversation that we're having. All of these area plans have a one-page summary that, sort of encapsulates the high points of each plan. And to Ms. Holmes's point, if staff is going to release, over the next couple of days, they do that by area plan and not by district, so that there can be alignment with the
Yes.
information,
That would
because
be
the
the
information is
intention.
by.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to
Absolutely.
make sure
Yeah.
that we're not creating more confusion by doing
Yeah.
a district roll-up. Okay, great, thank you.
No, the
Yeah, just-
districts the districts have different plans that apply, like 2 or 3 or whatever.
Yes.
So I think the district rep would look at whichever plans are in their district, and that the comments would be organized according to the area.
Yeah, we'll basically do it by plan, but we
Yes.
can just,
Yeah.
and also just to clarify, the recommended changes is a link on the website already. We're just going to distribute it in your packets with a cover sheet that provides a summary of it. And so,
Okay.
and it speaks to some of the comments that we've heard today. But yeah, we'll keep it by area plan, so it is organized. And the proposed changes are by area plan. They're actually in a table, which is pretty visually easy to read because it just has all the area. You can see which changes are in which area plan, basically, from the top
Right.
line.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
All right, then. So actually, I'll call it a motion. You seconded it. So committee, can we go to council tonight with the recommendation that the adoption is targeted for September 22nd?
Yes.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you.
I'm
Thanks, we'll do
opposed.
that. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to speak. or that you
No.
had a
I
chance to
was just
speak?
saying that I'm a nay.
Okay, good.
I'm a
So-
no on that. Okay. Thank
Yeah, I thought so. I was hoping or surprised, but that's fine. You're fine. And you're welcome to make your case to the full group tonight, and I will state my position, and we'll see where the majority is, okay? That's the way it works. Good. Then we're done with that. Staff, thank you, as always. Amazing work, and it's exciting. The second item on our agenda is the Metropolitan Transit Commission MOU, and I would like the two people who came after the introductions were done to identify themselves.
Larry Shaheen with the Charlotte Alliance Foundation.
All right, welcome.
We just had Mayfield join.
What's that?
Councilmember Mayfield just joined.
Miss Mayfield, are you with us too?
I have been on the phone. I had a little trouble on WebEx, so I've been on, but I finally was able to get in, so now I'm watching live.
Well, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, we have a quorum. We can take all kinds of action. No, okay. So I'm going to talk about an event in particular related to the bill that we all know about related to sales tax. And I think you're aware that on July 1st, House Bill 948 became effective, Session Law 2025. And this is the law that allows us to conduct a referendum for a 1-cent sales tax. And it includes provisions in there, as I think you're aware, related to, for example, the allocation of the proceeds of the tax on a 40-20-40 basis. And in particular, it calls for the establishment of an authority and for the transfer of the assets of CATS to the authority, and basically for us to migrate from our current structure with CATS to a new arrangement where there is authority that runs the public transportation system, buses, trains, and so on. And in the law, it provides that the authority will have a board of 27 members, and that 12 of them will be appointed by Charlotte, 3 by the business community, 6 will be appointed by the county, 1 by each of the towns, and 1 each by the House, the Senate, and the governor in Raleigh. So what has happened in the meantime is that the members of the MTC have worked to establish a timeline in alignment with which they will all go about appointing their members to the authority. So we're getting down to the next level of detail, excuse me, about how this works in practice. And I want to take this opportunity to specifically acknowledge Mr. Shaheen, who works for the McIntosh Law Firm and is here in his capacity of his serving his client, and who has been instrumental in our engagement with the General Assembly in order to advance this sales tax proposal. And I think you know, it's been a bumpy ride. The members of the MTC had to reach agreement, and then we had to contend with various reservations that members of the General Assembly had. And Larry, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for helping us to connect and to achieve the outcome we did, which in the end was extraordinary. So it should be emphasized the General Assembly approved this bill in both chambers by very large majorities. I think there were a total among the 170 members of about 10, I believe, dissenting votes. It's bipartisan, which we should emphasize, so that this does not have any sort of political overtones. But that being said, what I want to share with you right now is simply that on July 30th, the MTC had a special meeting, and it was to talk about the document that you have in front of you concerning the timeline. And if you look at the document, it's got some recitals at the beginning, and then it incorporates verbatim language from the law itself as it relates to the creation of the authority. So it basically reiterates what the requirements are from the law for the authority, and then at the end, it has a timeline. And that shows how exactly those requirements are going to be implemented. So if you open to the last page, the second to last page of the document, you'll see on July 30th, there was a special meeting of the MTC to talk about this and understand that this memorandum of understanding is not an engagement of the MTC itself, but an understanding among its members about how they're going to go about what the schedule will be for the steps that are needed in order to appoint the authority board. You'll see that on the 6th, which is day after tomorrow, the Mecklenburg County Commission will have a public hearing and vote on the ballot referendum. Now, that's an important event because that's the last milestone in terms of the referendum. When this county commission votes, the last requirement for putting this on the ballot will have been met, and we can be certain at that point that it will be on the ballot, assuming they approve it. On the 7th, the municipalities, from the 7th of August to the 16th of September, municipalities review and vote on the MOU for approval. So individually, the various members of the MTC will consider this document, including us, and will vote to approve it, to approve basically the schedule that appears here. On the September 3rd, 2025 is my birthday. September 3rd, 2025, the Mecklenburg County Commission votes to notice a public hearing and place the public hearing on the calendar for September 16th to hear public comments, to vote and establish the MPTA, which is the authority. On the 16th, the public hearing will take place, and the trustee application process will be voted on, and Mecklenburg County will be the final voting entity granting approval of the MOU of this document. The application period for trustee appointments to the MPTA begins on the 17th. So this is important to note. On the 17th, people can apply to be our appointees and everybody else's appointees to this governing board, and understand that as we transition to this new arrangement, the influence that City Council has over transportation and mobility is going to be via our appointment authority. So we will not have CATS presentations. We will not do a lot of what we've been doing the same way we've been doing it. Principally, what we're going to do is choose the people that we want to have on that board and rely on them to act in our interest when it comes to the actions of that board and of the new authority. So the application period begins on the 17th. It extends to November 7th, and then on the 8th, in the period from the 8th to the 12th, the trustee appointments will be made to the authority by local government appointing authorities from the approved list made by the attorneys and clerks. So we will have a time period of just about a month, a little over a month, to take the applications that have been vetted and as a council to consider the ones that we want. I believe the mayor has 3 appointments. Mr. Shaheen, is that right? It doesn't appear in the law, I don't believe. But
No, sir. So the structure of the city's appointments.
push the button. Push the button.
The structure of the city's appointments are that there are 12. Of those 12, 3 will come directly from the business community, 2 will come from the Business Alliance, 1 will come from the Charlotte Executive Leadership Council out of the Foundation for the Carolinas. The remaining 9 are at council's discretion. The only caveat on that is that in this MOU, if it is agreed to by your council, there would be an additional requirement of 1 member of your 9 who would otherwise be qualified that would need to be a transit rider. So that's
right.
Yeah.
Mr. Graham.
Say that again.
Okay. So let's back up. It'll actually be
I'm reading
easier.
the legislation, and the legislation doesn't say
The way the legislation is written is that it was written statewide, so that we couldn't, because it had to be a statewide bill on that, as you know, Senator, former Senator. So the way that the legislation reads is that In the section of the appointments, it calls out each municipal appointments.
Okay.
If you then turn to section, I believe in the language of the MOU, there's a section 6.9, I believe, Mr. Peacock, I believe, if you'll look down.
Of course, I have it memorized.
Of course, yes. But there's a section inside the memorandum, if you'll look to page 2. In page 2, you're going to see that there is, an additional section, 6.8, thank you, section 6.8, that deals with the 3 appointments that would be with the business community.
Okay.
So that way is that, if you just look at the section 4, that deals with the authority appointments. So like, say, for example, if you were to just deal with the section that's the authority appointments in the bill is 168-905. If you just read that, you would not see the business appointments because those come in a later section of the bill, specifically section 6.8.
So the MOU document does not have section 6.8.
No, it does. Yes, sir. If you look at section.
Yes, I'm just saying, we need to know, the point is that the requirement about the rider is something that the MTC has added to, which it's allowed to do, the requirements of the state law. So you will not see that in the legislation, you will see it in the MOU as agreed by the members.
That is correct, sir. It was reviewed by the MTC last week, and if agreed to by the city, county, and all of the appointing authorities, who are the other municipalities, if they all agree to that, then it would be a binding requirement that the city and the county would each need to appoint one additional,
Each of
one
them and
transfer rider.
nobody else, right?
Nobody else,
So,
just the city and the county.
right, so that's in the MOU, not in the legislation. Okay, that's fine. But
10 times.
maybe I could have made that clearer myself, but, so that's where we are, okay? Just so you know, you've got now a time period for the submission of applications, you have a time period for the review of the applications. All of this is in the context of other requirements of the law related to the creation of the authority and the installation of the board. So we are taking these steps in order to be on time when it comes to other things that are required by the state law. And I think that's as much as I need to tell you now. The news effectively is that on July 30th, the MTC had that special meeting. They considered this document, and you'll see in the document there is a timeline for the approval of the MOU, of this MOU, and that will include a vote by us.
Yes.
Sir.
When you're done.
No, I'm done.
You're done?
Oh, yeah, to go for it, do it.
Oh, okay.
He is ready to go.
Yeah, push the button.
Lies. Look at that. So I think the first thing that needs to be said, and it's really to the general public, is that we're not taking anything for granted, right? That there's an election, well, the county has to make the appointment of the item on the agenda on Wednesday, and then there's a vote, and then there's an appointment of an authority, and that we aren't taking anything for granted by having this discussion about appointing members before the vote. The legislation itself doesn't do us any favors at all. We should have said we will start this thing in June of 26 versus January 1, because there's a lot of details that has to be done in a short period of time if and when this thing is passed in November, and that's a big question mark, right? So the legislation doesn't do us any favors at all. When you look at November and December, you throw in Thanksgiving, Christmas, there's a lot going on in reference to, otherwise, versus standing up a new authority, which is probably the most significant thing this community has done in about 50 years, right? That we're going to do it in 60 days, which is ridiculous. I don't know how we missed that, right?
Well, and I'll draw your attention in the legislation, Councilman Graham, to what is only required. There are only about 5 things that are required by the end of the year, and those things have been extensively studied actually by CATS, and I want to give, I know that your interim CEO is here in the room.
Is our city attorney here? It's from the attorney's office? The city? No?
No.
That's a problem, but go ahead.
This was meant to be informational. If we have questions, we'll get them answered.
Yeah, but no, so to a certain extent, CATS has done a lot of work on the items, the 5 items that are only having to be done by January. So, those 5 items are a study of the a study of the feasibility of the structure, the ability of the authority to be recognized by the federal government, the ability of the employees to be able to continue to retain their governmental benefits and retirements, and then, of course, just the general terms of the feasibility of the transfer and whether the transfer can be effectuated. None of the actual stand-up of the authority, if you will, is actually going to be done by that time. There is a secondary section, section 6.4, which deals with those specific stand-ups, like bylaws and committee recommendations and all of the really important stuff that all has to be done, has a timeline of July 1st of 2026. So you actually have a good bit of time to study those things, but there are only, those 5 items are the only items that need to be done under section 6.2 of the bill by January 1.
So who has the governing authority on January 2nd?
The governing authority of CATS remains with the MTC until such time as there is a third additional tranche of items which has to be done, which is the actual effectuated transfer, and that's not done until much later, until 2026.
So,
and the MTC won't dissolve until then.
And Mr. Graham, if you don't mind, I appreciate that you make that point, because in essence, what happened here, as you state, was we got given a list of things that had to happen in a tight time frame, and that required that we start work before the vote, right? But you notice that the appointments don't take place at all if the vote isn't successful.
Yeah, we're in a political environment, so yeah, I get it. But that's a key point that I think we really need to say very loud and clear, that there's a vote to be taken, and that this is pre-work based on the timeline that has been laid out within the legislation itself, that the city or the county or no one has anything to do with, because it's now signed by the governor and is law.
That's exactly right, sir. And I'll call your attention actually to 2 of the whereas clauses on the first page of the MOU. You're going to see that the issuance of the certificate of incorporation would be contingent on the approval of the voter referendum. And then the immediate following whereas would be, there would be no need to appoint members if the voter referendum is not approved. So, yeah.
So I have 2 other questioners.
I'm not done yet.
You ready? Okay.
So no elected officials on the board.
Yes, sir.
Staffers, city or county staffers from the city, the county, or some of the smaller towns, can they be on the board?
As long as they meet the experience requirement, yes, sir.
That's problematic. Obviously, a rider will fall into the category, and we've already made provisions for that.
Yes, sir.
Can the city and the county, once the authority is established, January, serve as the conscience of the authority and make recommendations for them to take action on items like a anti-discrimination policy?
Much like the
I'm sorry, anti-displacement, I'm sorry.
As the appointing authority, in the bill, you have the ability not only to appoint, but to remove. So if
How does the removal work?
the removal is simply a resolution of removal, and then you would reappoint.
Okay.
So so to your question on conscience, if your appointees aren't doing what you would like, you can remove them.
So can the council, through this memorandum or other documents, request that the authority within the first 90 days of its existence take up anti-displacement measures for a conversation with its members and a vote?
I would really need to consult with the law, because I'm not 100% sure that the authority itself or the actual legal guidance and the capacities given to the authority would allow them to combat the displacement. What I think would be in the best interest of you and your policymaking would be for the city and the authority to work collaboratively to make sure that those items are addressed together, and make sure that those who you appoint keep an eye on those issues for displacement, and that they are working collaboratively with you as council members to come up with policies that are going to be able to help combat the acts of displacement that we think may or may not take place when you implement this
The
transit
authority
system.
is a policy-making board,
It is
correct?
a policymaking board in only so much as it is able to impact the transit system. It does not take over any of the abilities to change your local property tax rate. It doesn't have any zoning capabilities. It doesn't have the ability to deal with any type of housing regulations. It has no authority other than the running and implementation of the transit
Let's
system.
have eminent domain.
It does have eminent domain, yes.
So it cannot take up issues directly related to displacement, i.e. if the goal line is going, the streetcar is going down Central Avenue, and the businesses along that corridor are closed for 6 months because of construction, can it not put policies in place to?
It can work on those policies, yes, sir.
That's
Yeah, it can get, because that's part of that would also happen during the condemnation process.
But that's displacement, right? It's in that zip code, right?
I'm not, you'll forgive me, I'm not 100% sure of the definition on displacement, but that's a business interruption, and that would be something that the authority would have to deal with, yes, sir.
Okay, I count all that under the same thing. Okay, and I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman.
All right, go ahead. Doing great.
I'm just making sure that these are the texts that I get,
Yeah,
and I agree with them. And I support.
yeah.
I'll yield and come back.
All right, so we have two other questioners. Just want to mention, the authority assumes control as of the date that the revenue starts to flow and the operation can begin, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, which at this point is projected to be October and could be as late as
January of 27. Yes, sir.
January, right? So that's another event out in the future. During the interim, the MTC is responsible for transit.
I think that needs to be articulated very clear,
Yeah.
what that timeline is.
Yes, sir.
Because there's an assumption that come January 2nd, the world's going to change. The world changed somewhat on January 2nd, but the evolution of the change occurs
Much later.
And I'm asking questions I already know the answer to.
No, you're good. Yes, sir.
In June,
Yes, sir.
as well as later in the
course.
year.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's a message that we really, really need to get out there. And I think there's, as it relates to policy, their policy abilities in reference to issues non-related to actually the operation of the buses and the trains and building of roads needs to be emphasized, because I think they can have a voice in reference to anti-displacement if the policies are in place to mitigate impact.
So, just
I have
a point.
two people waiting.
Okay, a point of clarification.
Brief,
Just
very
very
brief.
brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if they made that type of policy recommendation, is there a way that we could place language where that then comes to the council of some, no? They have it direct?
They have it direct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the authority will have latitude to create policies and so on within the scope of state and federal law.
Okay.
All right? Okay, so Ms.
Something's well
Watlington,
within it.
thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield my time to Mr. Graham.
Yield her time to you.
Okay, yes, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shaheen, just for clarification, when you were going over the beginning, the breakdown of that 9, I think you mentioned that minimum of one individual who's actually a transit rider, but we, as council, since we're appointing those 9, we have the ability to identify more than one, correct? Because it makes no sense to have a transit conversation and we not have a good number of actual transit riders, especially when the conversation that I've been
Can I take
hearing
that,
over the
Larry?
last few weeks is the fact that this tax is falling on the backs by a
So-
large percentage of Charlotte taxpayers, because we're the larger, when we look at the towns and this thing going out to the county as well, we have the ability to put more than one, but we have to have a minimum of one, correct?
Ms. Mayfield, what it says is that you have to have certain professional and other qualifications that recommend you for that appointment. at least one person will have those qualifications and be a rider. There's nothing to say that more than one person couldn't be appointed.
That is correct.
That is what I want to verify, that there's nothing to say that more
There's
than one
nothing that
rider
says that.
can't
It says
be.
a minute, it ensures. The other thing I want to mention to you is CTAC will remain in existence, which means right now we have an advisory board of riders that communicates currently with the MTC, and they will provide input to the new authority the same way they do now, so there will be a voice of an entire body that participates and communicates with the rider representative or representatives.
So with thinking about currently how MTC is, how that board is made up, they don't necessarily report to full council for us to get updates. It's only the members who are associated with it. With this new commission, as Councilmember Graham just mentioned, we don't have any elected officials that'll be a part of that board. So at what point does council, since we're the ones that's leading this charge and we're the ones that's held responsible by the community, do we have communication prior to any decisions being made?
So,
Yes, go ahead.
So, ma'am, what I will tell you is just like any other body within the jurisdiction, you have appointment authority over your members. So, what I would say, what I would counsel to you if I was counseling you as if I was your local attorney would be that the robust conversations and interactions with the authority members on a regular and repeating basis must be maintained. Because if you get to a point where you are not happy with your authority members, the bill does give you the authority to remove them. So what that means then is that unless you want to go through the messy process of removing someone, having continued and repetitive conversations with those authority members to make sure that they are implementing policy as you would wish it to be done would not only be prudent, I think it would be required to make sure that you are holding them accountable, just like any other appointment that you make to any other board is held accountable. So you have full and complete control, as it were, over the appointment of that individual, but making sure that that individual follows through on your wishes is going to be something that will that will require monitoring, I think is the best word to use
I
there.
think this committee or the council can invite any member of the board.
That's
but
correct.
Certainly our appointees to come and talk to us. So
Correct.
if we have issues, we can request that they come and that we'll engage with them, and we will be wielding the power to remove the ones that we appoint. So part of the idea behind this was to change the current MTC structure, which has this rather unusual one person, one vote thing. Pineville has the same voting authority on the MTC that Charlotte does. And now you've got a greater distribution of voting authority that is more reflective of the size of the communities who are partners in this. And you have the benefit of a board that must be constituted of people with professional experience in running an organization like this. And that, in my mind, brings a layer of expertise. Yes, we need to watch over and make sure that their actions align with our priorities, but I think there is value in having people like that confer and reach conclusions about how the system works. And I have Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
I'm here. Thank you
great.
so much. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I don't have the handout. So I wanted to know, is that MOU public information?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so is that posted somewhere on our website, or where can individuals see a copy of the MOU?
Ms. Babson?
Yes, ma'am. It is on the MTC website, and we emailed it to all of council on Friday prior to this meeting.
Okay. Okay, so can you share that link maybe in the comments or tell us what the MTC website is?
Actually, if you Google MTC or Metropolitan Transit Commission, it comes right up.
Okay, it would be a great idea when we talk about outreach if that link is in the comments for this meeting.
Okay, we can do
Liz,
that.
or make sure we're publicizing that link. You mentioned that the applications process started on 8/17. When is the deadline?
So, ma'am, the proposed deadline for applications under this MOU would be November 7th. But again, I want to draw attention to some of the language under Section 3, the very last sentence at the introductory paragraph, and I'll read it to you since you don't have it. This schedule is for reference only and may be altered as necessary by any or all of the local governments. So if your council chose to want to keep those applications open for later, you could do so. But the goal is to give you and your council members more than adequate time to take in and review the applications and then be able to come to a decision as to your appointments in a timely fashion after the approval of the referendum on November 4th, if the referendum does indeed pass.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And I know we have 12 appointments and 3 of them are allotted to the business industry. Does the county have the same requirements for 3 of their appointments to be allotted to a certain industry?
It's 6 points.
No, ma'am. There are only 6 to the county, and of those 6,
Okay.
there are 2 requirements. The first is that the requirement for one of those 6 to be a owner of a small business that has less than 100 employees. And the second requirement is that one of those 6 be someone who resides in the unincorporated area.
And the requirement applies to everybody, that they have the
Yeah, and the
professional
requirement does require,
qualifications and so
the
on.
expertise
But
requirement.
the county does not have an equivalent requirement to the one the city has.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so one of the challenges, we know we have opposition from the community. And so one of the challenges is they're concerned about lack of transparency. And I think we as a council really need to double down and work overtime, trying to reestablish trust in our community. So I would like to see if we could interview and vet qualified candidates in each category, being a writer and in different categories. But if we vetted qualified, highly qualified individuals and then had some type of public drawing or random, not random drawing, but public and random drawing of qualified candidates. I think that would prove transparency, because individuals are worried about certain folks that keep getting appointed to city council committees or friends of council. So I think that, and this would avoid, individuals calling us and say, hey, I want to be on this committee. And we certainly, they could be considered, but not guaranteed. I think it would be a good faith effort from us to really show that we want a fair and equitable process for this authority. Again, they would be interviewed, they would be vetted, they would be qualified, and just a small pool of individuals. But I think that would show very goodwill and really demonstrate fairness and equity in this process.
Well, I want to congratulate you, ma'am, on that, because that's an excellent idea. I think that your council should take within itself its own process to however you would choose to want to vet your own candidates. But again, I do have to congratulate you and specifically this committee and this council on its transparency on these issues over the course of the last several years, primarily because it was Charlotte that led with Charlotte Moves. That was the initial public discussion about this, and then ultimately it was the manager and the city that came up with the after review of the bill and review of the bill by all of its members, passed a resolution of support to take it up to Raleigh. It was then public in Raleigh for 6 months, and then it was brought back here to put this MOU in front of you all in a very transparent way, ma'am. I have to give you and the rest of your colleagues an immense amount of credit because of the transparency that you have seen just in the last 2 years. Every single bit of this process has been vetted and made available to the public. The bill sat on the General Assembly's website for almost 6 months before it was passed. Y'all considered it for several weeks and months before you passed your resolution. So you and your commitment to transparency, ma'am, should be applauded. And I think that you should do nothing but continue in that process.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've also spoken to Robert Dawkins, who's a very vocal opponent to this, and he loves the idea. So I think this is a way for us to negotiate with the public and with the community in helping to get their buy-in on this process.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
So,
you.
And I think it's important because I've talked to Mr. Dawkins too, and in fact, a couple of others. I've heard about the concerns, and I have emphasized in my conversations with them that we shouldn't lose sight of the larger goal. So I see opportunities to engage, to be responsive. The only thing I will mention about the board appointments is I have already talked with county commissioners about the fact that we want to have a process kind of like nonprofits have, where they are very intentional about the composition of their board, so that we have a good variety of backgrounds, finance, transportation, somebody in planning, and therefore the important perspectives are represented. So what we need to do in the end is try to reconcile, and I know from having been on board selection committees and so on, you know, you want a mix, ethnic, gender, backgrounds, and so on. You try to achieve a composition that checks a lot of boxes, and I think we will be doing that in this case as well, certainly with absolute deference to concerns that might have been raised about whether certain interests will be adequately represented.
And I agree. So for example, you talk about planning. So instead of that one person that we appoint with that planning background, there might be 3. And we put individuals in certain categories, you know, in a drawing, and we draw those names. That's all I'm saying.
The way this is written, there's ample opportunity for us to have conversations about that. Mr. Graham.
No, and again, the decision that we make on the appointment of members to serve on the authority will be the most important decision that this council or any council has made in decades. It's a quasi-government agency. It may be a lot more palatable to serve on the authority than be a member of council, right? And so I think we have to be very thoughtful about who serves on the board. Certainly, everyday people, users, is a qualifier to be on the board. If you ride the system, you're I think it says shall, right? Be those things. But if you ride the system, you're qualified to be on the board. Notwithstanding the fact that we need a wide variety of backgrounds and knowledge-based individuals to serve, because we're talking about a billion-dollar industry in terms of construction and land planning and making sure people are not displaced, right? And so we need people who understand all those type of issues. I'm not going to get into the details of how we should do that, but certainly I think we ought to be very intentional about our appointments. And I do have one, I go back to this appointment and number of folks, and our number have quickly reduced from 12 to 9, as I see it, and by practice, we give the mayor appointment. That's not a policy, it's a practice. So now the council number's down to 6?
Well, it's not binding. It doesn't say that anywhere.
Well, I'm just...
Yeah, it would be if we followed that practice.
It would be a practice, right? And so our appointment number's down to 6, and I just want to make sure that in the spirit of all those conversations that people kind of know that our money is going away, right? Notwithstanding the fact that she would do an excellent job at making sure that whoever he or she appoints would be more than capable of serving the interests of the people of the region, right? It's just the appointment powers of the council. So I think that we ought to be very, think long and hard, keep it simple, but very intentional about outlining and identifying individuals that can really represent our city and our interests.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of mine is really around clarification, and I think, so first of all, I want to ask, I have a few questions. First, this is the language that has been handed to us, am I correct?
So the MTC reviewed it.
Okay.
They did not edit it or take action. So they reviewed it, and it has now gone before you all, and there's a very interesting legal reason for that. The reason that the MTC didn't take any action is because the MTC is not an appointing authority. They will not be a member to this agreement. So this language is before you, and it's also simultaneously before all the other councils and committee and the county.
Okay.
So it is not, any changes would need to be very quickly made and circulated among all of the authorities, because I did hear from one manager, they intend to take this up, I think, either this or next Thursday and go ahead and pass it. So there are some who are acting very quickly and others who are being more deliberative. So it's before you. It is not mandated.
Okay.
But any recommended changes would need to be incorporated extremely quickly and then immediately dispersed to all of the other authorities. But it is, again, to make sure that you have an actual answer to your question, no, ma'am, it is not before you as a mandate.
Okay.
So the schedule here provides the intention that that there will be a vote by September 16th.
Yes.
So in the period from the 7th of August to September 16th, municipalities review and vote on the MOU for approval. So that is the intention of this document, that we have that month and a bit, 6 weeks.
But it says the document, so does that then work concurrently with that of the other elected bodies? Will there be just one adopted, or is there one per, governance?
Each of them, so the way contract, and you know this, ma'am, in your line of work, but the way that most contracts work is that they need to be identical.
Absolutely.
So we would need to make sure to get any changes to any of the jurisdictions before they vote on the document.
Okay. So with that being said, I know that there's a lot of, and this is just based off of some of what I'm hearing, because again, this is a lot of our first time seeing this. I think making sure that we're specific, I don't know if putting specific language, because this is your line of work, will help us or hurt us, right? Like allowing some malleability in interpretation. I don't know if that will help us or hurt us, but I think what we then need to do as a body, this is my recommendation to my colleagues, is to really get some scope around what we would like to have happen and have some legal advice as to whether putting additional language for constraints is necessary or leaving some things malleable for the council would be more of an instruction.
I think my recommendation to you, ma'am, would be not to place any discussions about how people appoint through their individual processes in this document, primarily for this one very important reason. Some councils may know exactly who they want, and they may just throw that person up and be done. We've already heard from Councilmember Mayfield that she would like to have a robust process. I think flexibility in this is key, so that each individual appointing authority can go through the process in the way in which it best suits their own council.
Okay. So, and that's a great point, because again, that's why that legal counsel is absolutely necessary, right? To make sure that we don't constrain ourselves too much. I'd like to have some clear understanding around whether the council is getting 6 or 9.
It's 9, ma'am. And if you choose to follow your policy on mayoral appointments, that would be 1, so it would be 8. Now, technically under the law, if you read, I'm going to turn you to the second page. If you look to section 8, you'll look at section 8 just very quickly on, it says section 8 under section A, 12 members appointed by the governing body of the largest municipality in the county that created the authority. So that's Charlotte. That means us. But if you look at section A, that says at least 3 of these appointments must be made upon the recommendation of an entity that represents business interests in the county, and at least 1 of the remaining 9 must be an individual that has experience owning or operating a small business. So you have 9 of those which are free to be appointed, with the only requirement being a small business individual.
Okay. And that's actually good. So my concern, and I need to say this out loud, we are 11 members and the mayor, and sometimes even gaining a consensus with us is a challenge. 27 human beings with all different, understandings of what they would like to have happen from an implementation perspective. I'm assuming, and I read the language, making sure that I understand, and for the public's consumption, they will then amongst themselves elect some sort of officers.
Yes, ma'am.
That is concurrent with this particular body.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have some type of, chairmanship.
Yes, ma'am.
And et cetera, that would conduct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll
I'm
direct you.
just saying it out loud.
No, of course. No. I think it's fantastic that you're talking about these things because it's good that,
We just gotta
it's
make
good that
sure
we,
that I
it's good that we
believe
talk about them. So one of the requirements is going to be that the authority, once created, must elect chair, vice chair, treasurer, secretary. So those 4 must be elected. Then, in section 6.4, there are additional, in the bill, there are additional requirements that they have to stand up their bylaws, they have to stand up their policies, they have to stand up their structure, and then my understanding, and there are lots of different ways in which that can be done, but I envision it something similar to what the university systems do, how those university systems work. There's an executive committee of committee chairs who would ultimately meet on a more regular basis. The full committees would meet publicly. And again, I want to remind you and all those listening, this is a governmental entity. It must follow all public notice requirements. All meetings must take place with notice. They must take place in public. They must be able to make provisions for the importance of individuals to come and speak to them. Simply because they are appointed authorities do not mean that they are excused from operating in sunlight and being as transparent as possible. And if that body were to ever not do that, I think that it would behoove every appointing authority within this community to immediately withdraw all of those appointments and appoint individuals who are committed to that concept. Because I think that for the community to trust this new entity, it must do its business in the daylight.
Okay, well, that's good, that's good. And I'll yield there. Thank you so much for those answers.
I think we'll need to use the action review and other periods for further discussion, and we're going to need to shape this some more. The important thing right now is your awareness of this, an appreciation that it isn't really limiting in that sense. So the goal would be to allow this to get adopted by us and everybody else, and then for us to work on the things that matter to us and to shape this process going forward. I would hope that we can stay on the timeline in here because there are other events, but let's see how it goes, right? And I will make a point, and Ms. Babson, please note that we will have on agendas in upcoming meetings opportunities for further discussion like this one. I think this has been a great opening conversation. Issues now have been identified, and we will think about those and work on them some more.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be helpful if we had our the attorney representing transit with us.
We'll get that. We'll make sure that happens. This has conversations actually gone further than intended, which is fine because I think it was productive. But we will make sure to have an attorney. I mean, he's an attorney.
Well, no, just for Mr. Graham's edification, our attorney.
He's not my attorney. He's not my attorney.
Your attorney did review and approve all this before it went to MTC.
I'm pretty sure
Yes,
he
sir.
did, but
I'm sorry, that was just a dig at Larry.
That's fine. No, it's fine.
not his direct presence, but his staff presence, I think. I mean, because again, I don't want to undersell what we're doing here. Right? I mean, this is a significant transfer of authority that we're doing, right?
Yes,
there's certain legal implications that we will, assets, real estate, contracts, over the next 6 months, the appointment of the authority itself, the policy making of the authority of the self, where the city council can lean in and be the conscience of this authority. I think all those things require that we are intentional about what we're doing and that we have individuals around the table looking out for the interests of the city.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So I'll just note that the good news here is that any authority the MTC has now, where we have 1 vote out of 8, goes to a new body, the board of which has 9 of our representatives out of 27.
And
So to that extent, it's a somewhat better representation. And also, I think it achieves more clarity. The relationship between the MTC and the council in terms of running transit was always a little unclear to me at times.
Yeah,
So,
and then lastly, and I'm saying a lot, I'll be quiet. the end is in the beginning, and so it's not, we should not wait to ask the tough questions to authority members after they're appointed. We ask those questions before.
But we have a month for applications, and we have a
just
month
saying.
to look at them. We may need to schedule meetings or do whatever. I mean, we will kind of make sure that we are not in a position where we felt that process sold us short.
Mr. Chair. Okay, and just really quickly, I think you bring up a good point right now, because I'm constantly asked about cats, and people don't realize that the MTC is who makes the decisions for cats in our current form, and there is absolutely no oversight from this council at all. And so this really kind of brings, at least at minimum, the appointment power, where we get a say from, representation that would govern, our transit, not transportation, our transit services to the public.
Right. So in that sense, I think the city ends up better off, and the main thing is we need to be satisfied with the outcome of the appointment process. If I don't have anything else, I will entertain a motion to
So
adjourn.
moved.
Second.
Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Monday, August 4th, 2025, and I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to the Jobs and Economic Development Council meeting. Welcome back from our summer recess, and we're back in action with a full agenda. So without further ado, let's identify who's in the room with us, and then we'll get to the business of the committee. My name is Malcolm Graham, and I serve as the chairman of the Jobs and Economic Development Committee, and we'll start to my far left, in the back of the room.
Hi, Angela Basso with the NASCAR Hall of Fame and Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority.
Kevin Sleesher with the NASCAR Hall of Fame and Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Beth Friedrich, Warren Van Allen. Sheena Sheridan, CRBA.
Casey Ashburn, Regional Services.
To my far right, introduce yourself, sir.
Yes, Scott Whitaker, the All Wyoming Director. Doug Hassel, also All Wyoming Director. Kevin Carlson, Ice Springs, and two of them William McNeely, Blue Greater Charlotte.
Kelsey Van Dyke, Greater Charlotte. Kimberly Owens, candidate for City Council. Anna Schlenis, City Attorney's Office. Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development. Alexis Gordon, Economic Development.
Devin Desai, Economic Development.
Kevin Bryant, Marsh.
And we'll start to the dais to my far left.
Matt Hassett, City Finance, Treasurer and Deputy Director in Finance.
Kathleen Seshek, General Services.
Winston Kelly, NASCAR Hall of Fame and CRVA.
Steve Bagwell, CRVA.
Shahid Rana, Director of Economic Development.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager, and I think we forgot one person in the back here.
Anthony Mendez, City Manager's Office.
Evan Peacock, City Council District 6.
Marjorie Molina, District 5 Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
And do we have anyone visiting with us, staff or council members virtually? If so, now's the time to.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me 1 minute. Councilmember Wanamaker signing in.
Welcome.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Welcome. Okay, so let's get started. We have a lot going on today, but first we have a special guest who will join us for the very first time. Allison, you want to introduce that special guest for us?
I'd be happy to. So today we have our new Economic Development Director joining. This is his first meeting. He's been with us for about 6 weeks, and I'm so grateful to have him on board. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in ED to the city of Charlotte, plus a lot of connections with the county and in the community and across the nation. And so really thrilled to have him. I want to give you an opportunity to say a few words, and I'm grateful to have you on board.
Well, thank you, Allison. This is an opportunity to reintroduce myself as Shahid Rana. I go by Shah. I'm excited to be here. I have really a passion for economic and community development. As Allison mentioned before, I worked about 5 years with the county doing economic development as well, and looking to just bridge the gap, continue to build relationships, and make great things happen for the city of Charlotte. So thank you.
Well, welcome to the city of Charlotte. We love that you're here. I'm not sure my good friend Commissioner Jarrell loves that. But we love that you're here, and we look forward to working with you and leading our efforts on the economic development front.
Thank you.
Allison, you want to introduce the agenda for us, and let's get started.
Sure, absolutely. And I think I'm just going to start into the deck because I think the deck will help me introduce the topics. If you can go to the next slide. So we've got 4 topics today. I'm going to give just an overview of where things are with economic development projects, and then talk about some specific funding requests, and then provide an update on a project that's in implementation. If we go to the next slide. So at the last committee meeting, one of the things that we talked about was having greater transparency and earlier notice about projects that are in the queue. And staff is committed to do that. On this slide that we're showing right here now, these are a number of projects that have come to staff in some capacity. They're all in different stages of evaluation. Some are our own assets that require both regular maintenance as well as visioning. Some are important community assets. Some are just very complex and challenging projects. And I'm going to hit on a couple of these this morning, or I guess it's this afternoon now. So Gateway is one that has been around for a number of years. This is an incredibly challenging project, but it's also an incredible opportunity for Charlotte to have its own Grand Central Station. Have the opportunity to have Amtrak, the Gold Line, the Silver Line, the Red Line, and buses all in one district. And this is so important as we're talking about all these mobility enhancements that we have looking in Charlotte, looking regionally, to really bring mobility and pair that with really important community priorities such as workforce development, workforce housing, uptown revitalization, and jobs. And so this is a really important project, but because of all of those partners, all of those different elements, staff is continuing to work on this and hope to bring something forward to you all soon. I'll hit on a couple of other things. Office conversions continues to be a topic in terms of uptown and sort of continuing to bring people back to the uptown area. How do we reimagine some of these assets? What part should the city play? There's also a few projects on here that I know you all are quite familiar with. They've been in the news. The Five Points Co-op. There's a grocery store we're talking about with the county. And Excelsior Club. These are also projects that staff is actively working on, and we hope to bring something before you all soon. And I want to mention too that, these are all, every single one of these projects, they're all important, but we do have to recognize that we don't have unlimited resources, and we need to be strategic and thoughtful about what we bring forward, how we fund it, and there's different ways that we can fund each and every one of these projects that are on this list. So today, there's a couple asterisks here. What we're going to talk about is a couple projects where we have some defined requests for partnerships with the city, and so that's the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Do Greater, and the Institute, and so we're going to talk about those in more specific. And then at the end of the agenda, the other area that we also want to be on a regular cadence with committee about is bringing forward updates on projects that are in implementation. And so Eastland is an example of that. So we're going to give you an update on Eastland. It's our fourth item. And that one's important to come forward today too, because there are going to be some things, some council action as it relates to Eastland in the coming months. And so we want to bring that forward to you sooner than later. So with that,
Can I pause right here for a quick second? And I just want to underscore a couple of comments that Allison made in reference to the projects that you see in front of us. I had the opportunity during our recess to meet with staff and got a greater understanding of each and every one of them. It was a great presentation that they gave me. Obviously, we got more projects than money. We got more projects than money. We got more projects than money. And so I just want to make sure that the council members, when they see this list, that there definitely has to be some prioritization of the list. We may have to tell some of our friends no on the list. But certainly, I hope that the committee will work with the vice chairman and I, he's not here yet, as we begin to look at this list and really do a lot more scrutiny of the request. I mean, all these items will go through what I call the washing machine, right, to make sure that they provide impact. They bring their own resources to the table as well, versus just looking for a city type of support without them meeting us more than half of the way there. And so I just want to underscore that and want to thank staff for meeting with me to really get a better understanding of where we stand. This list was similar to what you saw in January at our retreat. Hadn't really changed much, other than some of them has advanced somewhat, and at the appropriate time they will be coming before us for greater consideration. Thanks, Allison.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Drakes.
Are all of these hospitality fund projects, because the other thing we need to note is that there are different buckets of funds, and they have their individual limits, and therefore we're going to have to do an analysis on a case-by-case basis of where the money's supposed to come from and what the availability is.
Very good point, and they all represent different buckets
Right.
of
Thank you.
funding, and which is problematic in itself.
Yeah.
All right. Allison, welcome, Mr. Vice Chairman.
How you doing, Mr. Chair? Hello, everybody.
Councilmember Mitchell has arrived. Ms.
right.
Craig, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And if you go to the next slide, as I mentioned, we're going to go to NASCAR Hall of Fame next. And so I will turn it over to Kathleen and to Steve. Are we able to advance the slides? There we go.
Good afternoon. Committee Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, Kathleen Seshek, General Services. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to return and provide a general update on the NASCAR Hall of Fame improvements project. So as a reminder, the council priority alignment is with workforce and business development. Our overall purpose here is to recap the proposed improvements, receive your feedback, and potentially request the committee's consideration to advance this project to full council, potentially for approval this fall. Some of the key takeaways, the Hall of Fame has seen sustained success, sorry about that, over the past decade as demand continues to grow, particularly around educational programming and events. We've developed a conceptual level design that we will present again today for your review. And then the most notably, the hospitality funds are available for this project. So since we met with you on June 2nd, I wanted to provide an overall project update. We are currently advancing our conceptual into a schematic design level package in coordination with our designer and the NASCAR Hall of Fame staff. We have since issued a request for qualifications to initiate a construction manager at risk that was issued on June 10th. We're currently in the process of reviewing and vetting those proposals, and we hope to have our CMAR on board by this fall. So the fall deadline or timeline is intentional, given we intend to receive our schematic design package along the same timeline. This would help us to get the CMAR on board and allow them to participate in some early constructability reviews and influence any necessary phasing, and then again, assist with cost refinement through the process. Next, I will turn things over to Steve Bagwell.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. First of all, we're really excited to be back with you today. Thank you, Chairman Graham, for having us. Thank you, members of the Jobs and Economic Development Committee, for another chance to look at our space utilization proposal for the Hall of Fame. We deeply appreciate all the support that this committee and City Council provides to the hospitality community in support of the work that we do for Charlotte. So thank you for that. As Kathleen said, it's great to be back with you for an opportunity to go through a brief overview of the project again and answer any questions that you have after we originally were here back in June. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Winston to get into the details.
Well, again, I would add my thanks, and I'll just give a real quick background that you might recall from our June 2nd meeting. And as Kathleen mentioned, we have had sustained growth over the last 10 years. But in the 2015-16 timeframe, when we started seeing our events and education program move forward like they had, we started looking, doing an analysis of our space in 2017. That in turn led to some operational changes as phase one. Phase two led to a number of analysis that gave us a number like 6 or 7 different options of what we could do with the space that we reviewed in January of 2020. When business started returning to near pre-pandemic levels in 2022, and we were seeing the same levels of need from events, education groups, as well as consumers, that's when we re-engaged ourselves in this process. And around that same time frame, NASCAR shared with us that they would be vacating the studio space at the front of the NASCAR Hall of Fame that opened up an opportunity for a couple of the areas that we had looked at. So when we started going back through it in 2023, our key objectives were integrating that NASCAR studio space into our operations, expanding the education space and making dedicated space, modernizing that learning experience and environments that are not optimum right now, being able to increase the scholarships that we provide through our NASCAR Hall of Fame Foundation, add and expand our event rental space, improve the acoustics that impacts all levels of customers, and enhancing the entry and guest flow area. So this is what our space currently looks like. If you look in the upper right-hand corner, right below the restaurant space, you can see the media space in gray, the gear shop space where it currently is in blue, our meeting room we call the Legends Room, which is in burgundy right below it. The light green area to the right of it is our current cafe area. And then on the left side of the screen, the light blue area at the bottom, our workshop, which is in front of the theater, are the spaces that we're predominantly talking about. So looking at the proposals after a significant analysis in partnership with the city and our architect, we would look to move the gift shop, our gear shop, out to where the studio space is and expand that out some into the plaza area, but not taking away from the grandeur of the Great Hall and Glory Road that you see. Where the gear shop currently is, we would add dedicated education classrooms with flexible walls so we could accommodate different sizes. Going down to the light green area, we would move the cafe from around the corner, which is sometimes difficult for folks to see, right at our elevators and stairs where it's more recognizable and is more functional and a bit larger. Going around the corner to where the current cafe is, we would put an infill and make that event space, which also would improve the acoustics for the education space that can also be flexed in the lower area. So that gives you a quick overview. So I'll walk you through some renderings and with the acknowledgement that these will likely be tweaked as we go through this process with the construction manager at risk. You can see how the entrance could be modified and also add security scanning equipment that has much greater technology than what was available when we opened 15 years ago that you can see at the entrance part. So the education classroom space, here is a rendering of what it could look like that would have some air walls. Our event space where the current cafe is, once the infill is put in, you can see a bit of a glass wall that can also have curtains put in front of it so it can be a private space while we're open to the public, but also be opened up and connect with our great hall where we do a number of our receptions and events after hours. That's a rendering of what the cafe could look like, where our current meeting room is, and then you can see where we would pull the space out a little bit, but you'd still have an entrance and the grandeur of the glass and Glory Road for our gear shop. So just summarizing it very quickly, gear shop would be relocated to the former NASCAR studio space, new dedicated education space, that could also be flexed for multi-purpose space with events, cafe relocation, additional event space with a flooring there, and then potentially some enhanced security features. We're looking at can we relocate the security desk if that's necessary, but definitely some new security screening equipment and enhancing the entrance to the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Yep. So as a reminder, when we last presented, the overall project budget is currently estimated at $25 million. That is based on the current conceptual level design, which is approximately 10% design. The estimate does include a 30% contingency due to the early stage, which would account for any unknowns or additional phasing, which could extend the schedule. Right now, the construction costs are estimated between 12 to 15 million. Those figures will continue to be refined as the design advances. And then the remaining funds that make up the 25 million would account for design, permitting, inspections, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and other items.
I think we'll go one more slide. Thank you, Winston. Thank you, Kathleen. So just talking a little bit about the affordability, as it has been mentioned that this is eligible for the NASCAR Hall of Fame Fund, which is a dedicated 2% hotel motel tax that can only be used for the Hall of Fame itself, the Crown Ballroom, that's just kind of the shared facility between the Hall of Fame and Convention Center, and the parking for the Hall of Fame itself. So this is a very restricted fund as far as what it can be used for. So the plan for this would be to do certificates of participation, which is an asset-backed debt that we use very commonly. This is how we're doing the Spectrum Center currently. This is how we do a lot of our police and fire stations. So the Hall of Fame itself, in this case, would serve as the security interest or collateral, just like if you think of like a house mortgage, sort of the actual sort of security interest for investors and rating agencies to ensure that would follow through on the debt payments. But this would be City of Charlotte debt. Supported by the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Revenue is not pledged. Again, the Hall of Fame itself serves as the collateral, but we have identified the revenue from the 2% hotel motel tax to be sufficient to make all the necessary debt service payments. So when we look at the council adopted hospitality revenue capital investment policy that was adopted several years ago, it requires several things, such as ensuring that the fund maintains a minimum of 100% of the next year's debt service, plus a 5-year average recession reserve equating to 25% of the last 5 years of revenue. So when we model that out, even with this new debt that's being proposed here, we'd be able to maintain all of the council policies and procedures for that. And this also does align with the current sunset of this tax, which is FY 2039. So that is taken into consideration with both the original facility and this proposed renovation that would tie it to that, to ensure that we don't run into any type of financing system where we have debt past that potential. And that's something that I think we've talked historically about potentially partnering again with the hospitality industry to revisit at some time, but going to go with what's on the table today when we evaluate it. And then one thing just to note, we talked about sort of the fall approval. That would be for the project, as historically is the case. We would come back to council at a later time to actually do the financing approval. That would probably be in the spring. So the project would start, be able to sort of get all of the contracts and those types of things in place, and then go to the local government commission and council for the actual approval to issue the debt.
So I will round things out for the rest of our presentation. So pending your support today, our next step will to bring the project forward to formal council consideration this fall. We'll work closely with the design team to continue to progress the design in the interim, and work closely with our finance staff to develop the full funding strategy. So at this point, I will open it up to any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And to the committee, again, this is the second presentation that we received relating to this agenda item. This will be the only agenda item that requires a vote today. The others are for information only. And so I open up the floor for questions from committee members as well as those who may be visiting with us virtually. Councilmember Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at our last meeting, I had some concerns about the financials, and I appreciate your presentation. I just want to repeat for the committee some conclusions I reached from talking to Mr. Bagwell, Mr. Kelly, and Mr. Hastet. As you heard, this is going to be COPS, right? So these are asset-based notes that are issued. They are an obligation of the City of Charlotte. So we need to be concerned about whether the intended source of repayment, which is the 2% tax, is going to be sufficient. And after discussion, I'm satisfied that it will. I think a lot of analysis has been done around that. Operationally, I learned that the Hall of Fame is generating an operating surplus in terms of the way they calculate their revenues and expenses. And that number has been, I guess, slowly declining, but we're in the black there. That's critical, and I expect that you'll manage that. The number of visitors is somewhat in excess of 200,000, if I remember right, and that trend has been favorable, right? So long story short, having had those conversations, I'm comfortable about the capacity and I wouldn't want to second-guess the judgment of the people running the hall in terms of the suitability of these improvements. So, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion to approve and second. We're still in the discussion phase. The man with the purple wristband on his arm, Vice Chairman Mitchell.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm loud enough, but I can record this. First of all, let me say to the voice of NASCAR Hall of Fame, Winston, it's always a pleasure for you to be here, and Stephen, thank you. I second the motion because I have taken advantage of tourism coming. I always try to book them, take them to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. I just have two questions, well, really three questions. The first one, did not see any mention of CBI goals. So did we make that part of the RFQ, or when are we going to have a conversation about the CBI goals?
Specific to the construction manager at risk. So typically, we will onboard the CMAR, and then that is a negotiated percentage with the CBI office.
Okay.
So we're not quite there yet, but
Okay.
once we onboard them this fall, that will be a goal that is set.
Kevin, will we see that language come back to this committee, or that's strictly between CBI and the CM at risk?
So we will establish a participation goal for the overall project, since it is a construction manager at risk project.
Okay.
The initial pre-construction will likely to fall below council's authority for approval, but you will see the construction contract come to full council for approval.
Okay. Thank you. And another thing, I think we just passed in the budget a new workforce development office. And I think we can have some conversation about this being the first project. How can we incorporate something we just approved? I think it'd be a great story. Even we had one student to participate on this project. And last but not least, I'm just curious because construction is kind of my sandbox. Who was the architect that was selected?
Gensler.
Gensler, great architect. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Construction or us?
Construction or us?
Yeah.
You got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Any questions from the committee members? Any question from those visiting with us virtually? Any questions from our newest member? And I didn't introduce Mr. Peacock, his first meeting.
Yeah,
Welcome. Any questions from the newest member, Mr. Peacock?
I think the only question I would have would be to the finance office. You say hospitality funds are available for the project. Do the hospitality funds cover the entire estimated amount?
For this project, yes.
They do.
Yes.
Only question, Mr. Chair.
All right, so
Chairman Graham, my hand is up.
welcome. The floor is
Thank you,
yours.
Chairman. I wanted to just share that as a member of the board of NASCAR, I want to thank them for the presentation and also share my support and for Councilmember Mitchell's question. Yes, that's a conversation that we also having, and as one of the council members that sit on the board, we will be having those conversations within our board discussions as well, if the committee is in support of us moving forward. But I do think this is an opportunity where we already have a commitment. We have an opportunity to invest and continue to grow with NASCAR, because as was mentioned, NASCAR is actually doing very well when it comes to funds and support and growing NASCAR in its presence. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayfield, for your support. Well, Mr. Kelly, I think it's time for us to vote. You want us to do that?
Start your engine.
We need to bring a green flag.
There you go. Let's go.
So there's a motion on the floor made by Mr. Drake, seconded by Mr. Mitchell to refer to the City Council to investment in NASCAR Hall of Fame improvements to the full council. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Y'all can stay.
I'm about to say, why are you leaving?
I think we got to move on to the seat.
Yeah. So
I don't want to be a lap down.
Our next item on the agenda is just for information only, presentations reference to Duke Rader and the Institute. Both of their representatives have already introduced themselves to the council. And so I turn it over back to Allison for maybe Todd.
I'll turn it over to Holly.
Holly, see how that works? Welcome, Holly.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me today. Yes, so we are here to talk about two proposals. The first is Do Greater Charlotte, and as you said, William McNeely is here with us, the CEO of Do Greater Charlotte. So Do Greater's mission is to design, deliver, and activate entrepreneurial, creative, and innovation-based solutions to power economic mobility. And they do this through using tools and tech, creative spaces, and a nurturing community. So for the proposal that is before us today, they're requesting city support for the construction of the Creative Lab Uptown. So this Creative Lab Uptown expands on the success of Creative Lab West that I know a lot of you are familiar with. That's near Wilkinson and Moorhead. And the new space is an adaptive reuse of an existing building in what's emerging as an area called the North Tryon Tech Hub. So in this uptown location, the programming that will be offered includes entrepreneurship and innovation, creative workforce skills, creative tech. The construction is currently 60% complete. Partners or donors such as Lowe's, Bank of America, Truist, Bissell Ballantine Foundation, and the Gambrell Foundation, there are others as well, have committed $400 million towards these construction costs. They also have expressed a desire for public investment to be provided to the construction as well. And there are foundation partners committed to the programming of this space once the construction is complete, so it can activate pretty much immediately upon completion. So they're requesting from the city $750,000. So far, we've assessed two funding options. The first would be the city's ARPA balance, and the second is working with Danielle and her team through the workforce development funding. So I will stop there. If there are any questions?
Well, thank you for the initial presentation. This is one-time funding,
One-time funding, yes, sir.
and you've identified the two sources of funding again?
Yes, they are the city's ARPA balance, and then working with Danielle's team from the workforce development dollars that have been given.
Okay. I recognize Mr. Mitchell and then Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I like the fact, because I was going to look at my my workforce development guru over there and try to get her input, but you did mention that part of one of the funding source options will be from Danielle's group. What's the balance in the ARPA funds?
That fund is about $2 million.
Okay.
Not much.
Yeah. 2 million. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have any financials, operating data, stuff like that, just to get a feel for the ongoing viability? Can you share any of that with us?
I don't have that, but can I ask for a point of clarification? Are you asking specifically for this Creative Lab Uptown, or are you also wanting to look at
I just want to know,
West?
what is the financial entity? How long has it been in existence? What do its financials look like? You know, we don't want to make this investment without being comfortable that this is a very viable, continuing project.
Sure.
So if I can get that, that's fine for now.
Sure. Yeah, we're happy to.
Mr. Peacock.
What are the two other, I can think of two other private entities that are in this space, the entrepreneurial ecosystem, trying to create a hub. Do you know the names of the I can think of two, just can't remember their names. Do you know who we're referencing for competitors, if you will, to this?
I mean, so, Councilmember Peacock, I would say, I don't think you can ever probably have a bias here, right? Working in this entrepreneurship space for a while with all of our partners, I don't know that you can ever have enough of these kind of resources because it's such a critical thing that's needed in Charlotte. So I don't know, maybe, I mean, I guess they are competitors, but I do appreciate having all of them in the ecosystem.
Thinking of Dan Rosselli and his efforts.
So that's actually, I think, a little bit different. That's more, I mean, yes, you would, I mean, William, I'm speaking for you, I'm sorry about this, but the way I assess it is Dan Rosselli is absolutely doing things in specific areas. So he has, for example, an accelerator, RevTech Labs. RevTech Labs does do private, it has a fund. These companies come in, they recruit them. They're not just from Charlotte. They're not just local. They come from all over the country. And then they go through an accelerated focus to really go and build and develop their business. Williams companies are local in nature. It's more of an actual grassroots effort is what I would say is a difference there.
What do we do differently? What does Do Greater Charlotte do different than, say, a private sector incubator that's focusing on fintech or other insurance tech? I know there's other different entities that we're being known for here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes. So I'm going to allow William to come forward and give us maybe a 2-minute commercial. I'm timing you, William. Welcome.
Green. Thanks for the question and thanks for the opportunity to kind of clarify what Do Greater does. I think when you look at Do Greater, we have been in existence since 2017. And so over the last 7 years, we have created economic mobility opportunities all around Charlotte, specifically on the west side in Wilkinson and Moorhead. So there we have a 8,000 square foot space that we renovated in the first floor of a church that serves over 800 kids a year at this point, training them to be the next entrepreneurial and innovators in Charlotte. We also support over 3,000 to 4,000 entrepreneurial adults in that same space on the west side in a church. So what we've had from a niche perspective is creating an environment for young entrepreneurs, but also lifestyle and steady growth entrepreneurs. So the difference from a perspective of a CoLab or a Dan Roselli's team is that we focus more specifically on lifestyle and steady growth companies that connect with the youth in Charlotte. So when you look at Uptown, this innovative space, you're looking at 3 floors of what we call the entrepreneur ecosystem. Top floor, we focus on entrepreneurs. We provide support, space, and mentoring for them. On that first floor, we focus on 16 to 24-year-old opportunity youth. So we're training them in creative trades, particularly as they walk in the door. They have mentorship built in on the top floor, and on the first floor, we have a full digital studio. So we're building this ecosystem of support for communities all over Charlotte to activate in the economic hub of Charlotte, which is Uptown, and connecting that with North Tryon Tech Hub, connecting it with UNC Charlotte, connecting it with a new library, as well as all of our corporate sponsors Uptown. So we differ specifically from anybody else because we focus on economic mobility and what we call creative connections with our youth all over Charlotte and bringing them into that Uptown ecosystem.
Okay, so you brought up a good point about trades. Many people don't associate a trade with entrepreneurism.
Absolutely.
Draw that bridge for me or help me to understand what you mean.
Well, I think one of the focuses that we have is, and we work with our kids, we work on this focus around creativity, problem solving, and critical skill sets. So we train our kids for the future. And so we do this thing we call creative confidence. We're training kids to solve very complex problems in our community. So our environments are created to connect. So with economic mobility and the Harvard studies all focus on these, what we call these economic connections. So if we can intentionally make those connections in our community, in all parts of our community, and then connect that Uptown as well, we start to grow that economic mobility. So we're connecting professionals in our community with youth and young adults in our community and establishing this economic connection, training them from a creative skill standpoint that the World Economic Forum says are important going forward. So communication, critical thinking, problem solving, all these skills that are important in the AI world, we're training those kids in our environment today.
But you're not training like CPCC would for a specific trade or specific to an industry. Is there alignment between the employers who are actually hiring in this space and then actually what you're doing?
Absolutely.
Can you differentiate as well too? Because entrepreneurialism is typically associated with self-employment, enormous risk-taking, access to capital, the ability to understand private equity and the various different investment levels. You're not starting out there, are you? You're starting out with, again, you mentioned a robust youth program. We're not talking about what we normally would associate with a fintech hub, which are typically college-educated and graduates who are looking to really stack lots of different finance decks together to pull off a company.
If you look at Do Greater, we are the connection between the ecosystem of youth and young adults and opportunity youth to the ecosystem of venture-led with the Dan Roselli's and CoLabs and that. So we sit in between that. We start our economic entrepreneurial training in the 6th grade. So we're building the entrepreneurial mindset all the way from 6th grade to high school. And then we start to focus on what CMS calls those 3 E's, the employ, the equip, and the enlist we focus on employ. So as those kids are graduating and going into jobs and going into college, we focus on that area where they are moving into employment, and we're training them from a creative trade standpoint. So there are hard trades and there are creative trades. We're matching those creative trades to our corporate partners like Lowe's and Truist, who are activating these kids within their environments today. So we have kids who have graduated from our digital studio that become content developers that are now being hired by Lowe's, Truist, Barings, Avid Exchange already in that process and working and making money many years. And we're connecting the North Tryon Tech Hub to the communities out in the corridors of
So
opportunity.
we got one more quick question from Councilmember Peacock, then I'm going to pivot to the district rep from District 5.
You were started in 2017, just years after the Leading on Opportunity report came out. How many of the recommendations from that actual report are you a part of actually implementing as a part of the community plan that we intended to develop in the case of workforce development and career, college and career readiness?
We based our organization on those reports. We based our organization on the EY reports that talked about the economic issues that are faced on the west side of Charlotte. 28208 is where we started because it was the highest unemployment rate in Charlotte. We're now talking about activating Uptown and connecting that, but we're also having conversations with Johnson C. Smith about activating on their campus. We've had conversations on the east side. We've had conversations to activate in all of Charlotte's quarters of opportunity, and we're highlighted in the first report of the quarters of opportunity as a successful activation on the west side in that report. So over the years, we've had history of being successful in that area.
Thank you for that, for your response, Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first, my question to him was going to be to have you to come over, right? I think that's pretty important to hear directly from you. So I kind of got two things. I think one is I want to make sure that we're clear as a council. So I've met you, I know your work, right? But my colleagues don't, right? And so defining the scope right now is going to be very, very important, right? You're telling kind of your vision of what you intend, full scope, right? Like what you intend. But right now there's an ask on the table for $750,000. So we have to be able to speak to specifically what the intention is, where you intend to implement it, and how do you intend to deliver on council-related deliverables. In other words, the things that we've been assigned to take care of from the council's perspective. Our fiduciary responsibility is to make sure that when we make a purposeful financial decision, that it's in alignment with those deliverables. And again, I understand your vision. I've seen your vision. I'm familiar with your work. But we have to make sure that that translates across this committee so that they can understand what that means. So I got two things, if you'll allow me to.
You got two questions. I gave him a courtesy because he's new.
Okay. So one, I think it's important to make sure you've explained that you have multiple locations, but this ask is specific to this particular Uptown location. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
And so you're asking for that financial investment to do what? I know that you're explaining that what the full scope of what you intend to do, but again, this Uptown location, what's your mission? What's your goal? How does that align with council deliverables?
Well, I think you look at a couple of things. One, you're focused on entrepreneurial support. So first of all, we're supporting entrepreneurs from all over the city in a space specifically developed to support them. So first of all, in our space, we're aggregating entrepreneur support organizations. So we've already talked to 4 or 5 entrepreneurial support organizations in the community that are activating, that support entrepreneurs, that are developing entrepreneurs, that are growing entrepreneurs in our community. They will activate in this space. AMPA, Next CLT, BoostPad, all these organizations that are focused on building entrepreneurs will activate in this space. So as an entrepreneur walks in the front door, they are presented with an environment that supports them in their steady growth business. The other focus around workforce development is 16 to 24 opportunity youth. We're training them in creative skills to monetize those skills. We're focused on that as well. And then the last thing is really youth violence and prevention. We're creating an environment uptown that activates a space that's now is right in the hub of a lot of violent activities. So we're providing a focus in that area as well and creating programs and opportunities for those youth to be trained.
Last question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I would ask you then, thank you for that answer. I think what becomes so in a training environment, one of the biggest areas of opportunity is the connection to the training and the actual opportunity, right? So a lot of the times, and this is across the spectrum from educational to different private vendors, you can train people, but giving them access to an opportunity, it tends to be a challenge. Do you have existing partners that are prepared to meet some of those expected needs?
Yeah, very quickly, two things. One, we have 10 to 15 corporate sponsors who are now hiring those kids today. Secondly, we have activated, particularly as how we fund this in our earned revenue model. Inside this space will be two activations. One, we have a full creative digital studio. So we have over $300,000 worth of video and photography and production equipment that we will train those kids that's happening now to activate directly into those corporate sponsors that we're working with. The last thing is that we have also received a Knight Foundation grant to create a screen printing academy inside the space as well. So from a creative trade standpoint, we would train youth in that capacity from a screen printing standpoint to learn that trade and to offer that for profit in the community for organizations to activate. So we will hire those kids who are trained and then serve the community uptown and around Charlotte with that trade that they just learned.
Okay, thank you. I think that's, again, this is for information. You got a question?
I did. I'll be very brief. These slides are not sufficient for us to make this decision. That's the long and short of it, right? So I would like to see a more detailed thing with some financials, success metrics, the kind of things you would want to look at if you were looking at a financial partner application. And I would also like to know what other uses might be in the pipeline for the ARPA money so that we know which opportunities we might be missing. And those are follow-ups. They're not for now.
Yeah, you're about to hear another one in about 30 seconds. I think that's very appropriate, and staff will take care of that. This is for information only. I would even encourage you to go visit with William. I'm very familiar with the work that he does, very familiar with the other locations, and the impact that he's making. So I think it's even worth not only getting the financials and other information that you requested, but actually going and visiting and what he's doing. I think you'll be really impressed. Okay? So information only. You got your due diligence in terms of what we need to get the committee comfortable. This will be coming back to us at some point in time. Again, more projects than money, but this is a good one. I just want to reiterate what we said from the very start, and certainly this, again, I think if you visit what they're currently doing throughout the city, that you will understand the impact that it can make. Okay, next topic.
Great.
Thanks.
Right, so now we're going to talk about the Institute, or National Institute of Community Economic Development, but also known as the Institute. And Kevin Price is the Executive Director of the Institute. He's with us here today. So, okay, Phil's in on us, great. So, the Institute, their mission is to strengthen the asset base of diverse populations through policy, education, and economic opportunities. In the right-hand corner, you can see the structure, but it's a little small, so I'll talk about it out loud too. So it's in three parts. The first is the Center for Community Economic Development, and that supports community development corporations, so also known as CDCs, public-private corporation or collaborations, and affordable housing. The next is the Center for Entrepreneurship that provides technical assistance, education, and capacity building to small businesses and nonprofits. The city has historically supported the Women's Business Center that falls within that
third of the structure, and this year he gave $50,000 of support towards that through the financial partners. And then the Center for Community Investment, which provides access to capital resources for businesses and affordable housing. There's also information on the screen about the size of the institute and the operational history. So this is a Corridors of Opportunity collaboration proposal. So requesting city support for the institute to go into the corridors, all 6 of them, and focus on supporting small businesses, nonprofits, and CDCs or community development corporations. Programming includes technical assistance, training, and certifications. The Institute will also offer scholarships. They have some larger conferences that can be costly to attend, and so ensuring that the businesses they're working with have and nonprofits have the ability to access those conferences. They will provide scholarships. They also have access to capital through microloans, so small businesses can receive up to $50,000 for projects like affordable housing. The loans are greater. And then they will also have access to office and meeting space, and this would be in their new 5th Street location. And there's an extensive mentorship network. One of the things that the Institute has is a MOU in existence with the Urban League of the Carolinas. So the Urban League trains individuals in trades and gets them the correct certifications that they need. And then the Urban League will then introduce that individual to the Institute, and the Institute can help them actually start a business in that trade and get them in a place where they are stabilized and operational. So the Institute is requesting $1.28 million over 2 years. That's $640,000 annually. And the options for supporting that are the ARPA balance, the city's ARPA balance, and then we're also exploring connections into the corridors of opportunity programming and then the small business strategic plan that we're working on.
Thank you, Holly, for the presentation. Welcome, President Price. You can give us a 2-minute commercial on the Institute from your perspective, and then we'll open up the floor for questions and answer. 2 minutes, sir. It's a gram 2 minutes.
So for total transparency,
Well, first of all, thank you all for having me. The Institute is no stranger to Charlotte. We are 39 years old. Next year, we'll celebrate our 40th anniversary of being in business. So we have a long history of being in Charlotte. Many of you may know us more by the North Carolina Community Development Initiative, which we merged with in 2020. The reason why I did that was we needed a CDFI. I lived here in Charlotte for 22 years as a banker and working for Novant Health in supplier diversity. And so it was important to me that we're not just supporting diverse businesses from the perspective of providing capacity building, technical assistance, but also financial resources so they can grow, because generally it's the capital that becomes the barrier for them growing their business. And so in this case, we are focused on these corridors of opportunity because we have historically been in those corridors since we were the initiative, since we were the Institute 30 years ago. The Food Line Shopping Center on Beatty's Ford Road, we funded that. We funded the Food Line Shopping Center on West Boulevard, all along Reed Park community. There are low-income housing tax credit developments there. We funded those. So we've had a long history here. You all are very familiar with our Women's Business Center of Charlotte, which is our partnership with SBA. I think you all are happy with that, given that you're funding us now. This is separate from that. We, through the Women's Business Center of Charlotte and our Small Business Transportation Resource Center, which is our partnership with USDOT, we funded over 550 businesses in Charlotte. That is out of 6,000 that we fund throughout our footprint that you saw just a moment ago. So our focus with this is to expand on that. The third company that we just stood up goes back to what the initiative used to do, supporting community development corporations, which I think is also a need in this community. Throughout our footprint, there's no way you can go where people are not talking about affordable housing. And so this allows us to build capacity for CDCs and land trust as well, within those corridors of opportunity. And because we have a CDFI, we can fund them as well.
Thank you, President Price. Holly, could you provide the same information to the committee that Mr. Drake's asked for the do greater in terms of financial information, background, et cetera, et cetera? I think I took one of your questions, Mr. Drake. I felt it all the way over here, which I think is very appropriate. And again, the Institute just opened up a new location in Charlotte. I would encourage members to talk to Mr. Price outside of the committee, visit the location, and get a better understanding of the organization for sure. And so that's part of the due diligence I think the committee should do. And I'll open it up for questions. Mr. Driggs.
What you said. But also, I think what concerns me here is these two things essentially deplete our ARPA money. And they do so without the benefit of the sort of process we had for financial partners, where we were oversubscribed with interested and mostly deserving parties, and then we had to decide how to allocate. So we haven't done an RFP or anything like that to allow other deserving entities to compete for this money. And I don't doubt for a moment that these are very worthy causes. So I don't have any discomfort about investing in them. I think I'm just more concerned, for one, about using up this reserve that we have, and also doing so while other entities, of which I'm not aware or to which Mr. Peacock may have alluded, haven't been given the chance. I could picture somebody out there hearing about this and going, hey, you know, I might have wanted to do that too. So I don't know how we answer that, but I'll certainly be interested to see more information about the as requested, and maybe an indication then of who else is in this space, and therefore what might happen if we did make it more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. And again, just reiterating, for information only today, certainly more scrubbing needs to happen, and prioritization is one of those things that I've always talked with staff about, so I think your point is well taken. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to echo, Chairman, what you said. I think it was a great win for us to have the Institute, to have their new office here. Myself, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, and Councilman Mayfield attended the ceremony. And what was moving, what the Institute did, when you go in the lobby, they pan homage in the history to a lot of successful African-American entrepreneurs. And I think that's a great display of their passion, their commitment, of who paid it forward for us to be in the position we're in today. And I just think about the Institute. I came, gosh, when was the late Andrea Harris was president?
She was president 2/3 of his life.
So I think about when I got late 1999, it had to be like 1995 or so. I got involved with the Institute. They had a big president in Durham. I just think it's a big win for us. But Kevin, I do, and Mr. Chair, if you allow me a little flexibility, I do think your presence here, to me, can serve as a couple of areas for us. One is, you mentioned already funding projects in the corridor, the 2 food line. And I know we got the Excelsior Club that's in the corridor. The 3 Sister Market is in a corridor. And so I do think with your track record and where this council wanted to go, how can we, be able to close that deal? But talk about your future. Why was Charlotte important for you to relocate here? Because I would love somehow you can become a model of institutions coming to Charlotte and then nationally talk about the success.
Councilman Mitchell, you're going to make me go on record saying this.
2 minutes.
Reverend Deacon Graham has spoken.
So, y'all, I'm back to 22 years of my career was spent here. My kids grew up here. They went to North Met. My kids went to Barringer, which has now changed names. We have history here. I love Charlotte. I live in Chapel Hill now. I work in Durham now. I love Durham, but I really love Charlotte. This is an important city in the state, and it's important that we set best practices here. And part of what I expect to happen with this facility, we're already investing in the city of Charlotte, owning this building, which has historically been an African-American owned building. Its history goes back to incubating businesses when it was owned by a lawyer. And so I'm just returning it back to what it was doing. But I think it's important that there's an organization here that can show best practice of how you can combine collaborative partnerships and produce additional opportunities for entrepreneurs and those in affordable housing. When people think about building affordable housing, you're engaging with entrepreneurs. You asked earlier about participation in NASCAR Hall of Fame. I think it's important that we have that top of mind. How are all the citizens of the community benefiting and participating in projects that include taxpayer dollars? And so we've put money out to invest in this community by owning the building. We've renovated the facility. It's open to the community to use, entrepreneurs as well as nonprofits. We'll train CDCs across our footprint right here in Charlotte. That's the importance of that facility. And I should point out, last thing, not just African Americans are showcased there. I would encourage all of you to come by and see that. We support Latin businesses, we support Asian businesses, men and women, even though it's a women's business center. SBA makes me call it that, but we support men businesses as well.
Marjorie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So President Price, thank you for coming today. I appreciate you having, entered your perspective into the room. As somebody who has been a small business owner in Charlotte for a very long time, and I'm careful not to use the words interchangeably, right? Small business is one thing, entrepreneur is another, right? I mean, they can be used interchangeably because you can be a small business owner that is an entrepreneur, but when someone actually owns a business that creates a revenue and employs others, I'd like to make sure that we're often specific about that, right? So saying that we promote, let's say, for an example, the beginning, which for many of us, we start as entrepreneurs. We offer a service, right? That may not necessarily mean that we employ others or et cetera, which I think is a great start. But specifically with alignment to the corridors of opportunity, we already have opportunity hubs. We have 3 that are in existence right now. And I think the current mission of those is to do exactly what you're proposing. So I'm wondering how that would be in alignment, or would there be, I guess, an intention to intersect those can you tell me what that means for you?
I don't intend, Councilwoman, to operate in a silo, in a vacuum. I think there's opportunity for us to collaborate and partner, but we're bringing resources. We're leveraging the resources of the Institute Capital, which is our CDFI, to leverage and make this an even bigger fund. That's the goal for me. But also, we know that 90% of entrepreneurs or those business owners are sole proprietors.
They are sole proprietors.
And the point of having a CDFI there to walk alongside those businesses with our Women's Business Center is to get them to the point where they're employing people. They do that by having access to capital.
Okay. And look, this is of particular interest to me. I represent a majority-minority district, right? So District 5 in East Charlotte, majority-minority. We have a large amount of diverse business owners, and particularly it's extremely disproportionate, right, when it comes to who's there, who's operating, who has access to, those. So I'm very interested. I'm in alignment with my colleagues. I think we need more information about the specifics around what you intend, what the ROI is, and how that relates to the remaining balance of capital that we have, because we only have $2 billion. That's one-time implementation. This is not a review. So you do realize that ARPA is one time, we're done, and that's not an ongoing relationship. And once we finish those ARPA dollars, there are no more dollars to spend, and I think we have just $2 billion left, and that's it.
$2 million.
$2 million.
$2 billion. What about you check?
Million.
I'm well aware of that
Not
point.
me, M.
I'm well aware of that point.
Yeah.
Washington.
M.
The one thing I would like for y'all to just keep in mind, we're talking about micro lending, which my expectation, all of my team on our CDFI side are ex-bankers. We want the money back so we can continue to loan those dollars out and leverage them with existing funds of our CDFI. And so it becomes a perpetual thing. So I don't want y'all to think it's just we're going to give this money out, this grant money is gone forever. It continues to perpetuate itself as micro-lending.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thanks, everybody, and I don't want to be disrespectful to Kevin and William, but we got a tight agenda, and I really appreciate you guys articulating your goals, your objectives, answering the committee's questions. We work hard here, but we have a little fun as well. I know both of these gentlemen. I know both of the organizations. I actually worked with Andre Harris way back in the day and funded the Institute as a state senator for 10 years. So I know the work that you guys do. And so this is for information only. Staff is going to go back and do a quasi-SWOT analysis, right? Strengths, weakness, opportunity, threats, business analysis, all the type of financial information that we need to make an informed decision. And then we'll rely on staff in terms of Allison, when, how, and to what, how it gets back to us. And I would really, really encourage the committee members to go on the field trip and touch the product that we're contemplating investing in. I think you would be impressed. And then we have some real discussions to make about priorities and availability of capital and fund. I think there is only $2 million left in the ARPA bucket. And as I said, right from, not billion, because we write that check. We write 2 checks today and we move on, because they're both worthy projects that provide, from my perspective, community impact, right? But we're going to have to do some work. Okay? Everybody's good? Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Last agenda item, and I think the district rep probably wants to lead this discussion, but it's an update on Eastland. And Todd, thank you for, I guess you will be making a presentation. I just assumed that.
Yes, sir. And with all due respect to all the other agenda items that led up to this, I think we've saved the best for last.
I think you did. And I'm not going to, listen, I think sometimes the council gets a lot of criticism, but we do get a lot of applause for work that we do. I just want to, I had a conversation with some stakeholders about you over the weekend. And I just really want to thank you for your leadership and all the work that you poured into this. I think you had more here when this thing started, right? I did too, right? But I just really want to kind of say thank you for leaning in and kind of doing the work and investing staff support into this particular project, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's been a fantastic project, and it's really great to see the progress that's getting made, which is really the purpose while we're here today is really just an informational update on the progress that's been made on the site, and also tee up a few items that will be coming back to council later this fall that's not unexpected, things that we've talked about in the past, approvals that would require some additional approvals from council as we further along in the agreements. So just some of the key takeaways for this afternoon is the site continues to evolve every day. If you go out there, you see progress happening every single day, which is fantastic. Project deliveries are happening more frequently. More people are living on the property, which is really cool to see. And then again, just wrapping up with just some milestones and some other items what will be coming to council over the next 60 to 90 days. Before I kind of walk you through the site and the progress that's taken place, just wanted to kind of take a minute to acknowledge the role of partnerships and public-private partnershics that have had in this project. A lot of times Charlotte is the envy of other cities with our experience and our history of doing successful public-private partnerships throughout the city and throughout the county. So this project is no different. It required a serious amount of well-crafted, highly collaborative public-private partnerships to lead to a successful outcome where we are today. Had a robust engagement effort throughout 2019. We're implementing that effort now. And without the partnership with Carlson Southeast, Mecklenburg County, the Eastland Yards sports complex or sports campus, without those teams involved and leaning in heavily, we would not be where we are today and making the progress that we're making today. So we're really, really blessed to have those types of partnerships as we carry this forward. So I want to start moving with the the westernmost portion of the site and kind of work our way east. And this also so happens to be where the first project was delivered, which is the Evoke Living at Eastland Yards. This project is 70 units, age restricted, and it's also restricted to households earning up to 80% of the area median income. We opened the project in November 2024, and they are 100% leased right now. So all the units are fully occupied, which is really, really fantastic to see. And Crossland has done a fantastic job with the building, leasing it up, and the work they've done there. This is really great to see. Moving a little bit to the east, we have two projects that complement each other and really help establish the there and creating a sense of place back to where the mall formerly stood as a destination for Charlotte. This is going to be a major activity hub for East Charlotte and the surrounding community. So the two projects here, the Solstice at Eastland Yards and Eastland Park. So the Solstice at Eastland Yards comprises two mixed-use buildings totaling about 274 units. Building 1 contains 131 units. Building 2 contains 143 units. There's also a parking deck, which includes 150 parking spaces that'll be available for the retail and the general public to use. You've previously heard conversations and you recently voted on the city taking on a master lease for the ground floor commercial space. This is something that's unique to the city and our way of helping support small businesses remain on the east side and grow and prosper on the east side. This is something we've heard for years about the challenge with getting affordable brick and mortar space and to participate in that environment from small businesses through the area. So we're leveraging small businesses programs that we currently have in the city to help identify the tenants that fit best with the vision of the site, as well as this site fits best with their vision and where they're going as a business. And this is one of those areas that we'll be coming back to council probably in 60 to 90 days to solidify and get your approval on probably about half the space for leases for that space. Just on the other side of those buildings is the Eastland Park. It's about a 4.5 acre park. It's directly across from the multi-use buildings. The city conveyed land to the county in spring of 2025. The county has completed their design and they're preparing to start construction in November of this year. It'll take about a year to complete. So by the end of next year, we're looking to see a new park that'll be opening for the folks who live there to enjoy, as well as the surrounding east side neighborhoods. Now moving behind that, we have the Central Village at Eastland Yards. This is the one that is probably more recent in terms of the activity that's taking place there. This is where the single-family detached and attached housing units will be taking place. So we're really fortunate to have Saucy Burbank to kind of leading the way as a builder for this property. This comprises 158 units of single-family and townhomes, so about 94 detached single-family units with 64 townhomes. We're expecting the first residents to move in by the end of the year, which is really, really fun to watch. And if you go out there now, you see there are 4 or 5 models that are already built. I think they already have 1 or 2 contracts already done on the site. So it's really, there's a lot of demand and really exciting to see the type of, the neighborhood really taking shape out there. Moving farther to the east, this is a project I think we talked a little bit about over the last year or two, and that is the Eastland Yards Sport Campus. So we're continuing to work well with the development teams on the various agreements. We're expecting site work to begin this winter, and we expect that to take about 12 to 14 months to complete. As a reminder, what that program looks like, Charlotte Soccer Academy and Southern Entertainment are partnering to build and operate 6 soccer fields that can be used for other outdoor sports tournaments and events. Edge Sports Global and Bolton Ivory Canty are partnering to develop an indoor sports facility comprising about 100,000 square feet. We contain at least 10 basketball courts that could be moved into a number of different types of sports courts, volleyball, cheerleading, and other things. The restaurant pad, that will be the last phase. So once the sports facilities are up and running and really creating a little more demand there for the F&B, that restaurant pad will start to take shape once that's up and running.
Can you repeat who the partner was for the sports?
Yes, so the partners are Charlotte Soccer Academy and Southern Entertainment. They're partnering on the soccer fields. And then Edge Sports Global and Bolton Ivory Canty are partnering on the indoor facility. From a scheduling perspective, again, the site work takes about 12 to 14 months to complete. We're going to work with the team to identify any efficiencies. So if there's opportunities for them to start building their facility while other site work is remaining, try to figure out how we can actually deliver the facilities faster or as fast as possible. There's a lot of pent-up demand for these types of uses in Charlotte. So It's fun to hear about some of the calls that the folks are getting about needing to use the space and trying to figure out how to book the space. It's, amateur sports is a thriving industry, and we're really looking forward to kind of hosting that in East Charlotte and in these facilities. So just to wrap up, again, a lot of the work has been done by a number of parties out there, and we're really thankful for all the various partnerships that we have. The fun thing is right now is that we're just getting started, and it's really cool to see the evolution of the site to take shape. Again, upcoming council actions that are coming to you over the next 60 to 90 days include the commercial lease approvals. Those, again, that's for about half the space that we're looking at. Ground leases for the sports campus, so we'll have 2 separate ground leases, one for each facility, which requires additional council approval. And then we'll have some cleanup items on one of our original sale agreements, and that's with CMS. That was back in 2015. It was done when there was a different vision for the site and how the site was being laid out. So there's just some minor administrative issues that we'll have to clean up in that agreement that also requires council approval to amend that agreement. So with that, I am done and can answer any questions.
So exciting of a presentation. You're right. We definitely did save the best for last, and I knew this was going to be a topic on our agenda. I had the opportunity to speak last week to Tim Sinema as well as Commissioner Jarrell in reference to their segments of the project on Eastland, and they are extremely excited about the progress that they see out there. This visual process that you can kind of see progress that you can see that's occurring out there. I was very intentional when the mayor asked me to assume the chairmanship of this committee that I wanted Marjorie to be on it as well, because she represents the area and has done really a great job advocating for and making sure that we're to this point that we are today, so thank you. And I think things are moving very quickly. If there's any concerns, and they're not really concerns, it's just process issues, right, is one, that we can execute on some of the contracts sooner. I think that's what a lot of people are really kind of a little concerned about from a legal perspective. And I know we got some legal challenges internally in terms of, I think the lawyer that was doing it is no longer with us.
We had some turnover in the attorney's office, but we've rectified that, and we're moving forward, and I think we're looking forward to get him up to speed and running with our other partners in the attorney's office to really advance these as quickly as
And they
possible.
got premium gas, not regular, right? That they're moving quickly.
There is a significant amount of backlog throughout the city for the work for this individual, so yes, we're going to try to
Premium.
We're going to try to push this to the
High
top.
octane, quickly, correctly, but we gotta, folks have waited long enough, and I don't want internal bureaucracy to delay progress, right? So I hope that's heard, right, that we gotta turn these things around quickly. They're costing people money every day. The county is doing a fantastic job. Quick question, I know Edge Sports is in Boston, and that the Alliance is planning a trip to Boston for community leaders. That's still on schedule? And if so, are we going to Edge Sports while we're there?
That's a great question. I know there has been some conversation about trying to set aside a time to kind of carve out to visit one of their facilities. I think we just need to commit and confirm if that's available to us.
If y'all can confirm that, I think that would be a great tie-in, Marjorie. I mean, while we're there in Boston to visit that facility and let them know that we're excited about the partnership and we want them to move quickly too. Right.
Chop, chop.
Mr. James, yes.
Just a follow-up, I just want to interject. So they were my golf buddies this morning, Air Sport Day in town for the Cantiara, and they did extend an invitation, to your point. They would love to host us when we do the visit. I told them it was around October. Did I get the time frame right?
Is that right? October?
The CRBA trip.
The Alliance
Mr. Chair,
trip.
isn't it around?
I think it is October. It's in
October,
October.
It's in September. It's in September.
Oh, it's in September.
September.
No, it's October.
Well, but we'll
find
fact
out,
check the
yeah.
date, time,
Okay.
location. It may be an agenda item to go there, but
Absolutely.
certainly, part of what I'm really stressing to everyone is premium. We gotta move quicker on some of the contracting and the execution. But other than that, Marjorie, I'll turn it over to you for any opening comments, any any points that you want to make?
Oh, man, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you, staff, for the presentation. Colleagues, thank you for just listening to me, to being in alignment, to just, I've told so many people that this is a team effort. This is a Herculean task to take what was a staple of not only East Charlotte, but our region and our state, and reestablish it with new, vibrant energy. And I think that's exactly what Eastland Yards is and what it does. Actually, just yesterday, I was sharing that picture that's up there. It's one thing, but the actual groundbreaking that all of you were at for Eastland Yards was August 3rd, 2022. And I remember being there, and I remember feeling the energy of, all the humans that were there, all the people who'd been a part of the process up until now, and just seeing how far we've come. I was just out there, so I saw the 5 for-sale, homes that are single detached, that are out there, the building that's already erected, a lot of the land being moved. I mean, it's already taking such great shape, not to mention it's complementary to, the Katie Blessing Center that's right across the street. So, I mean, there's just so much. The county is agreeing to do a library along Albemarle Road. I mean, they have been great partners throughout this entire process. So I'm very excited for where we are. I do have 2 questions that I don't know if you'll be able to answer specifically, but the lease approvals, the ground leases, can you tell me about what, I guess, are we going to establish a process for what that looks like? Like, is this going to be, we're going to tell people we have applications, or is this something that is already being vetted?
So it's already being vetted, and we have worked with some of our partners in the small business team to help identify those who have graduated from programs like Amp Up, to identify who has been looking for some brick and mortar space. Do they have a business model that fits really well with what we're doing at the east side and on this site? And does this site fit well with what they're doing? I think those are some of the things we're targeting first. It's taking advantage of those who are taking advantage of the programs that we're offering and trying to make sure that we're leveraging the work that we're doing in other places and what's happening on this site. So is there a formal process, application process? No, there hasn't been established. It's really trying to target who've kind of taken advantage of that first and looking at some other key partners that either Cross and Southeast is helping to identify with us. We're not doing it ourselves, which is helpful because they're in this work. We're not in the business of renting commercial space or leasing commercial space. We're leaning on other partners to do this with us as much as possible.
Okay, and then a subsequent question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a way in which we intend to be diverse about that process? In other words, where it is in alignment with the population and the current people in the area, as far as those businesses, are there minority businesses?
Yeah,
Minority district.
from the leases that we're looking to bring to you in September, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Mr. Drakes?
So, having been involved for 12 years with this and having witnessed a period of years in which we experienced complete futility. We bought the site, then we cleared the site, and nobody was interested. So I just want to give a special shout out to Crosland Southeast and Tim Sidema. They stepped up when nobody else did, and they gave us something we could work with, and here we are. Also, Ms. Molina, we went through the wars, right? And look at the place we are right now. We're in a great place now, and I think you deserve a lot of credit for that. I had one question quickly. The original master agreement called for the sale of land to parties at certain predetermined prices. So, for example, has the Solstice land been sold?
Yes, it has been.
And to whom?
To Cross and Southeast.
Okay, so then they are the landlords, and we have a master lease that says we pay them a market rate, and then we have the latitude to offer space on preferred terms to businesses that meet our goals.
Under the generous enabling legislation offered to us by the state of North Carolina, correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair,
Let's speak up.
Page 31, I wanted just to go back to the solstice map, if you don't mind. Where on here will be hotels, restaurants, entertainment? kind of, what's the vision here? Page 31 is kind of in the dead middle. I thought you could start to help me.
So the ground floor commercial space, which will be in these buildings right here, there's 16,000 feet that we will lease. And so on the end caps of each of those two buildings, there's space for restaurants. And about 5,000 to 6,000 square foot restaurants. Depending on the size, we may break that up depending on who these users are and what that actually fits, whether it's a coffee shop or full-blown restaurant, full-service restaurant, or something to that effect. And then what's not seen here is in this pad right here, that's basically the standalone restaurant space that will be carved out, and that's going to be sold at this current time, being sold to the complex or the sports campus team in an effort to kind of align with some of the work that they're doing on the sporting events. What's not shown is these areas right here where there's anticipated for a grocery store, and then you have that pad right there, which we're still unsure of where that is, where that could be. And then obviously there's a pad right here on the side of the park that could also be a food and beverage a restaurant pad as well. So those things that are still kind of taking shape and evolving as we over time. The master development agreement outlines what the allowable uses are on that space. At this point in time, there are no carve-outs for hotels, but that doesn't mean that as the demand changes because of the activity that's happening over there may be an opportunity to modify the master development agreement, and if there's a hotel partner that we think will be successful here, then we can kind of incorporate that into this space.
And so, next question is on the community area plans that we hope to adopt on September 22nd. How much of Eastland Yards influenced the community area plan, or was it vice versa? Did the community area plan help influence how Eastland Yards was developed? I'm just looking for some historical context.
I would say, just given based on the timing, is the Eastland Yards was occurring before the community area plan process started. Now, going back to 2003 and early 2000s, there was already a small area plans that was created for the east side in the East Charlotte. So that started to help kind of form what that process or what the site plan could look like and what the development program could look like. There's been a large amount of community engagement that has taken place on this site over the last 15 years. And to the point where some stakeholders who continually show up would say, we're getting tired of talking about it, we want to see some action. And so the entire 2019 incorporated a very robust community engagement process that was led in most part by our development partner to really get a sense of what the needs are, what the desires are, what kind of tenants, how would the people use the space. So really get a sense of what that is to really formulate what that master plan looks like for the site. And again, we try to create something that allows for some flexibility because we know this is a long absorption schedule and market dynamics change. So we wanted to have a master plan that could be somewhat flexible to the needs of the changing market environment. That way, again, while we don't have a hotel there now, maybe a hotel, there is a demand for it, and we can maybe move some pieces around or expand some of the food and beverage options.
How much of our community area plans, Ms. Craig, have been changed because of Eastland Yards? I mean, how much of the feedback have we gotten is coming from the east side right now?
I haven't been in the day-to-day to that, but I'm happy to follow up with the planning team and get you something back.
And just final point, Mr. Chair.
Before you taking advantage, you're new to this.
No, these are such easy questions. Well, just for point of reference, Councilmember Mitchell and I were in this very room when we negotiated to purchase Eastland Mall. Mr. Mitchell, if you remember that long evening that we had, so 14 years ago.
You done?
I'm done.
Okay, so.
Would you like me to keep going?
No. So again, Todd, thank you very much for the work you've done. Yeah. You did a lot of good work on this project. Steve is still here. Thanks, Steve. But part of the proponent is trying to make this a tourism destination for amateur sports, and I know you guys are aligned in doing that. So I'm glad that you stayed here for the presentation. And just thank really the committee. We've had some pretty interesting meetings over. Where's all the people, right? I know, right? That were here a year and a half ago, right? They're not here today. Because the work is getting done, right? And so I just want to thank everyone, the staff, the team. Hopefully the Business Journal will lead the Mars article about Eastland Yards that they were here in the room, right? To really talk about. There he is. To really kind of they write and show up when there's a lot of noise. And there's no noise today because the work is getting done, right? And so hopefully you will amplify what's happening at Eastland Yards and tell people that there's some big things coming our way for East Charlotte. And thank everyone. So it's now 1:29. I got 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
Could staff kind of echo Chair and Councilman Driggs? On the first slide, we had all the projects I think are coming to us. I think it'd be helpful for us if you put what's in the bucket for the ARP $2 million funding, and then what's in the bucket for tourism, because we just had NASCAR. NASCAR is truly tourism. Then we had Do Greater and Institute on the AARP. So if you can show us two different buckets, I think it allows us to have better conversation on which ones we would like to fund. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. 1:30, we met our deadline. Meeting adjourned.
Okay. Well, good afternoon and welcome to August 4th Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I'm Dimple Ajmera, Committee Chair, and I'll pause here for introduction, starting with committee members, and then I'll start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. LaWanda Mayfield, Council Member at Large, Committee Member.
Thank you, Committee Chair. James Mitchell, Vice Chair at Large.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tijuana Brown, District 3 Committee Member.
Marie Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Sherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Jennifer Goodman, Strategy and Budget.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Monica Allen, City Manager's Office.
All right, and for those of you who are our guests, let's start with Mr. Dawkins here. All right, and then we'll go in that corner.
Kevin Bryant, Marsh.
Hi, Nan Peterson, Planning Department. Kimberly Owens, candidate for City Council.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. For today's meeting of the committee, we will review the fiscal year 2026 financial partners process to determine if there are additional steps that are necessary. I know that we had put a policy in place, and then fiscal year 2026 was our first to get feedback on our policy, and I have gotten feedback throughout the budget process, and I look forward to sharing that. So certainly it was a successful budget process, but certainly there is more improvement that we can do. So let's go ahead and get started. So I would turn it over to Murray Harris and Ms. Smith to discuss our process and potential improvement areas based on the feedback we have received so far.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem just joined us as well. So, and Cherry Smith is really the star of this, but I'll just kick it off. She's done a lot, and y'all have done a lot, and the policy you approved last October that gave us more of a formalized standards framework, and then Cherry's really taken it to the next level with outreach. I don't want to get ahead of her, but we've had a lot more participation. We've had a lot more engagement with partners. And then that being said, throughout the budget process last time around this spring, there was some different suggestions that came from council that we'd like to further delve into with you to see if those should be included in the framework, because Cherry's planning to open the process again for 2027 this October.
Oh.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Cherry.
Good afternoon, Council, and I want to say thank you for allowing me to come. I know you came back from a wonderful summer session break, and we can hit the ground running with our financial partners policy. So for today, all right, so of course we know that this the financial partners policy aligns with the well-managed government of priority for council. So today we're really looking to do a review of our FY26 process, a small review of the policy, and then I really want to take the time to get some feedback from you guys on how we can move forward and further elevate the program for the city. So we'll talk about the FY26 financial partner process, some proposed program additions, a couple of potential updates to the application process pending your approval. Well, saying that you agree with how we're moving things forward. And again, for our applicant selection, some potential updates that we can incorporate based on some of your feedback. So a couple of highlights from FY26. We did have the financial partner policy adopted in the fall. We saw a 72% increase in applications for FY26 over FY25. And we were able to fund 6 new agencies within the policy and as a part of the FY26 process. So I think that was a huge win for the program, a huge win for the city. We saw organizations funded across every council priority outside of the well-managed government one, which is a little hard for outside entities to say that they're advancing on our behalf. We also saw a large number of applications within each category as well. So just a reminder on the policy, its funding is not to exceed 30% of the agency budget. We'll talk a little bit more about that today. We were able to score applications based upon the applicant's alignment with strategic priorities of council, and that is looking at their performance measures that they propose to advance within the community. And then we also had a pre-application meeting as a part of the FY26 process that will continue into FY27. So FY27 applications will be available as of October the 1st. We're going to maintain that information session for folks that will give agencies that are current partners as well as partners that are interested an opportunity to learn more about the program and to ask questions of staff. We have some new training opportunities that are available. So our data and analytics team within the city has agreed to do a training around performance measures. So if you have seen the strategic priority tracker and how we're measuring data in the city, we want our outside organizations to be in alignment with that and understand the type of data that we as the city are collecting to demonstrate advancement of council strategic priorities so that they can also identify crucial data points to demonstrate advancement of those priorities as well. We also have worked with our finance department to do training around financial reporting. We had a lot of conversations in FY26 around organizations' 501c3 status, whether they're in pursuit of 501c3 status. We introduced some audit requirements, which we'll revisit today, as well as the ability to provide 2-year comparative statements. I come from the world of nonprofit. I understand the importance of having a cash flow statement, a balance sheet, and how that is an implication or how that can be used to demonstrate the viability of your organization. So we have our finance team that's available to provide a training around the importance of financial reporting and what are those critical reporting documents that you want to make sure that you have in place and are updating on a regular basis. Finally, the city has grant research software. So we've been able to partner with them, and in partnership with the software provider, we do have additional licenses that are available. So we would like to make that software available to some of our community-based organizations. It will serve solely as a searching tool to identify outside federal funding, local funding, state funding, or foundation support that could be available to our organizations. They're able to log in, type in their information, what population they work with, and the software will help to identify funding opportunities. While we're in a different climate right now, there may not be a lot of funding opportunities available. It is our intent that as long as an organization is a partner of the city, they will have access to the software. If we have capacity to allow for a little bit of a soft like runway out, will allow for them to continue to have access even if they are not funded through the city. So this is a direct reflection of having a term limit for financial partners, and it is our intention to make sure that organizations have all of the tools and resources available to them so that if they don't get funding from the city, they're well positioned to get funding elsewhere. So that was a quick recap. The fun part of the meeting today will be a couple of discussion topics that I'd like to open the floor for with council. One around application scoring. We received some feedback around application scoring, and as staff, we would like to understand the best direction to go to provide the information to council in order for you to make the best decision possible with the funding that is available. So whether that's scoring applications, whether it's a different approach, I'd like to open the floor for that. Funding request limits. We do have in the policy that we will not fund more than 30% of an agency's budget, whether that's operating or programmatic. How do we want to implement that? If an organization submits for more than, are we adjusting down? Are we not considering? So just a discussion around that so that we have some good guidance going forward. Required meetings. I know for us. So we do have an opportunity with offering an information session to make that required so that we know that organizations that are applying to the program understand all of the rules of engagement and how the program functions. We don't have to make it required. There are implications if it's not required. But again, opening the floor to that conversation. And then finally, I would really like to talk about audit requirements. That is a new piece that we added as a part of the policy. However, I have gotten feedback from a few organizations on the financial threshold. Like, what is that number that should trigger an audit? I also have received some documentation from CPA in Charlotte, as well as the United Way, that maybe our threshold for requiring an audit is very low, and we should bump that up due to the cost of an audit. So I'll share what I've learned when we get to that bullet point, but those were the pieces that I was hoping to discuss with you guys today.
Thank you, Chairman. Great information. I really like getting access for research software. I think that's great to help organizations scale up and potentially find other resources than just the city. So that's great. Before we open the floor for discussion, I wanted to hear your feedback and audit requirements, what you have heard. If you can just give us a deeper dive into that.
Yep. All right, so we've had a couple of organizations that are receiving around $100,000 from us. Their operating budgets are around the $200,000 to $300,000 mark, and they have reached out to CPAs, and the CPAs are saying it's going to cost you $8,000 to $9,000 in order to have an audit done. That triggered me to reach out to the United Way, who is also a large funder of smaller grassroots organizations. And when they reached out to a sampling of CPAs in Charlotte, they were advised that if their operating budget isn't $1 million or more, then basically the CPAs are saying the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Right.
So I would really like to consider maybe a different mix. Maybe a CPA certified audit for budgets that are over $1 million. That's not a lot of our organizations, I'll be honest with you. And the ones that are over $1 million currently are already doing this. So
Right,
it wouldn't be an
yes.
undue burden to them. An independent review for budgets that are between $500,000 and $1 million. Independent reviews can be done by an accounting professional. So it doesn't have to be a CPA, it can be an accountant, it can be a bookkeeper, but it still provides the same level of scrutiny to the financial statements and the financial standing of the organization. So it would give us what we needed to know that their operations are viable. And then finally, for organizations that have a budget less than half a million dollars, to stick with our financial statements. So like your statement of cash flows, your balance sheets, your profit and loss statements, those give a good picture into an organization and what they spend their dollars on. And it also gives us a good opportunity to look at what you proposed as far as the budget for us when you submitted your application versus what you are actually spending your dollars on. And we would do that for the prior 2 years. So we'd be looking at a 2-year comparative statement. So those are just, I wanted to come to the table with something for you
Right.
guys to have a gut reaction to. So open to whatever your thoughts are.
Thank you. Yeah. So let's start with scoring first, because that is one of those topics that I heard the most about during our budget process, where many organizations feel that when we are scoring, we are choosing winners and losers. And I know that was not our intent when we worked on this policy, but it does come across as such. So I would be interested, or I would like us to consider not scoring, but rather just provide a value of what this organization does. For an example, here are the council's priorities, strategic priorities. Here are the priorities that they meet, and here are the priorities that is outside of council's purview. I heard from organizations that work specifically with our youth where they felt like our scoring picked some of the established organizations as winners and some of the grassroots organizations as losers, just because they didn't have the name recognition or they weren't as well known. And so I would like us to consider that. In terms of the funding request, well, before I go there, I would like to hear from my committee members on the scoring, and then we can go bullet by bullet point here on all 4 of these items. So starting with Councilmember Mayfield, I'll go with committee members first, and then I'll come to you, Councilmember Anderson. So Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not agree that we should be removing scoring. We only had 2 basic requirements. That scoring helps us because the part of the conversation that I don't believe council is a part of is that the reality is some of our organizations and some of our potential partners are not in a position to do some of the work that they thought they would be able to do. And we have dollars that we allocate and we set aside. And those monies are released as they hit certain metrics. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Sherry and Marie. Some of them are not hitting those metrics. Yet, at the same time, staff is there to assist and help. So prior to the applications being submitted, that final submission, staff is helping our partners and even potential new partners to fill out the application and understand the process. If we don't have scoring, of which it was disappointing for me that we agreed upon a process and then in this most recent budget chose to go outside of the scoring process, I think maybe we could look at realigning how the scoring is done. Maria and I sat together. I submitted a proposal to council where we actually broke down each category and did the scoring, and that brought the scoring number down a little bit. But I think it's unfair for those organizations, not because they're bigger, but because they utilize staff to understand how to submit a strong application, as well as were meeting and in some cases exceeding the work that they were doing in community. The scoring is a mechanism that we need. We are looking at major budget shortfalls. The federal government has reduced almost all funding to organizations. We are going to, unfortunately, we cannot fund everything. ARPA dollars, that's done. Those were one and done. We have to look at which organizations are truly having an impact, not just because we like them, but to remove any bias from the conversation by having these 2 basic steps of here's the minimum qualifications. Now, if there's a conversation regarding how do we realign the scoring to be more effective, that I would support, but still that 30% should still be there for the simple fact that you don't want to depend on government to be your main source, because what you're learning on the federal level is that you cannot count on those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the application, I have to agree with my colleague, Councilor Mayfield, from the standpoint, I do think we need some numeric type of system in order to be fair to everyone. I think the feedback I heard, a lot of the nonprofit did not understand the criteria. And so when you have the meeting on October 1st, I think we can go more in detail, the criteria in each category, and give examples. I think it'll get people comfortable. You know, it was tough for us, and I think strictly from Councilor Mayfield's point, because the federal government took a lot of funding out of our local nonprofits. You know, that's why I gave in a lot to some of the requests. I was feeling their pain. Let me add something on the application scoring, though. If I can remember, you all scored them, and I think the tough part that you all had was each organization effectiveness, right? And so somehow, if we can use the numeric system, I think then all of us will kind of be on the same page, because that's tough for you all. I take, for example, the one I was very passionate about was For the Struggle. Base for a road corridor, I know the heavy lifting they was doing. And then, there is discussion you all had were they really effective, right? And I think that's hard for staff if you're not part of their day-to-day or you keep up what they're really doing in the community. And so if we can kind of get that more of a numeric or more deliverable, maybe the effectiveness is outlined about deliverables. If you hit this deliverable for us, then we feel you are an effective nonprofit for us. I'll wait and say my other comments, particularly for the third one, because that's the one I'm more passionate about. But I totally agree the application scoring is important. Madam Chair, can I ask you just a takeaway too?
Sure.
Because it seemed like light years ago, but this was only June. Can y'all give a recap who we did find? I think just serve as information for us, because, not now, but, just, no, please, not now. Just put in our package for Thursday. I'm not, Sherry, I ain't going to do you like that. Maria, I'm not doing you like that. So just a recap, I think it'll help us level set. I can't remember what we did, maybe the amount, and I think what priority they fall into. I think it will help us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you add what was
Thank
the
you.
scoring?
And I know the council member. Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, Councilman, and the scoring they received. To your point, I think that'll help. Thank you, Madam
And
Chair.
I know that we have Councilmember Brown who also wants to speak on this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks for bringing me up and let me speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
It seems like I'm echoing. I hate that, probably
it
because
did that with me earlier.
it's the worst sound ever to hear you echoing. But anyway, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And definitely, with all due respect to Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Mayfield, I'm in disagreeing with the scoring system. I've already stated that. The facts that they put out there is 100% correct, but I think a system, it alienates and it also marginalizes, but that's just coming from a place of being out there with the nonprofit organizations. One, I like to say to staff, you guys are simply amazing with everything that you do. You're the subject matter experts and you do a phenomenal job. I have a job to do as well, and that's just to continue to make sure that the voices of like For the Struggle Inc., amazing. Alicia, the founder, is an attorney. And then Rodney of Save Our Children's Movement, and so many others. I'm not going to go and name all of them. I know there has to be some type of merit, some type of scoring system. We don't want to seem like everybody is just getting over on the system. And I'm glad we got creative with our democracy and everything that's going on. I'm super, super glad that it passed through and we got creative. And some of the people that would not, in other words, I'm glad we went outside of the box, even though we had created policy. A lot of times rules are often made to be broken and bent. It happens every day in corporate America. It's no different in public service, public policy. So I'm going to stand firm on supporting the smaller organizations. There's no way that Save Our Children movement need to be compared with United Way. That's just insane. Someone like that that's been around for decades and decades and decades. It goes back to what are we going to do to include them, make sure that they're inclusive of the things that we do. And in doing so, what does that look like? I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I just have to be that authentic voice for the people that are listening that really, really want to know if we're pushing for something else. It seems like it was complicated, and I know you put it out there in layman's terms. Maybe that was okay for someone who has the CPA accountants, people that have all their ducks in a row, been through nonprofit strategy sessions, learning, fiduciary funding, and all these things that go with nonprofit, because I run a small nonprofit myself and have fallen and got back up and really understand how it works now. It takes decades and decades and decades to get your blueprint and your book to look like it needs to look to even be considered for a dollar amount exceeding $50,000. Everybody always want to hit you with 50,000 and below. So I really appreciate Charlotte City Council, the city council members, and the staff going over and above exceedingly and abundantly to show the people that we know. And I say we collectively know that's doing the work on the ground. There needs to be some type of system. I just don't know what it is yet. And let's just get together on that. But that's just my input.
Councilmember Brown, thank you for sharing your insight as one of the nonprofit executives in our city. So I'm just want to make sure, would you like the scoring to continue, or would you not like us to do the scoring?
Are we voting on the scoring system today?
I guess this is up for discussion. We're not taking any action today. We are providing feedback on our financial partner policy to Jerry and Marie. So we are going one by one on 4 items. Number 1 is scoring.
Yes, I'm not totally against scoring, as I stated.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so.
I'm not totally against scoring. So what I wanted to say was I'm not totally against scoring. I would need to do a fine tooth line by line to see where we're going with scoring and why did so many of our organizations that we thought would score higher fell below the matrix of what they need to be at in order to get funding and become one of our financial partners. And I also agree that there should be a limit, so that we're not giving money to the same organizations over and over and over and again. Sustainability. So what we do, the foundation is you have to teach them how to sustain their organization. The city of Charlotte would not be something that would just be feeding them every year after year after year. They would have to learn sustainability, how to grow their dollars, how to grow their budget, how to expand their nonprofit organization. And all that comes with training, comes with going through trials and tribulations and understanding the entire scope of nonprofit work, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience, but I really appreciate, like I said, going outside of the box, staff extending their network, or go back and dig. We said we wasn't satisfied, whatever we need to do. But I just wanted to be fair and make sure that our marginalized, small nonprofit organizations are still in the realm with whatever we decide.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I think, Cherry, you heard from the committee members on the scoring. I think you have everything you need. Next, I will turn it over to Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Ashmera. I agree with my colleagues, Ms. Mayfield and Mr. Mitchell, that we absolutely need some level of scoring. I think the challenge that you ran into this year is that, as we discussed a bit, there wasn't a lot of distance between some of the outcomes on these final scores. And so one of the practices that I've used throughout my career, whether you're going to score entities on a 5-point Likert system or a 10-point Likert system, create some distance. So, for example, if we say it's a 5-point Likert system, then you're eligible to get a 1, a 3, or a 5. And you eliminate the 2 and 4. If you do that over a course of several categories, what you have is a final score that has a little bit more differentiation and not 1 or 2 basis points different. And I think that will visually allow us to see where organizations are falling. The other piece that I think is important as it relates to the scoring is, and I hear Ms. Brown's concerns around especially younger organizations that aren't as mature. I think you could potentially, when you think about impact, you could have 2 categories where you have established organizations or mature organizations, and then you might have a category that is emerging organizations. Those organizations are much smaller on a smaller scale. They're still going to go through a scoring system. We might provide more resources and hold their hands a little bit further up the process so they're not surprised by our process. So creating those touch points and providing resources. But they're not being assessed in the same bucket as these mature existing organizations. That will allow opportunity for new organizations to come in. And lastly, and I'm not sure if we do this now, I can't quite remember, but I do believe that we should have a sunset point. It's 5 years, correct? Absolutely, because I was going to say it needs to be 5 years, so wonderful. I think we should keep that, because I do, to Ms. Brown's point, we need to be teaching organizations how to be sustainable and leaning into them for a period of time, and then using those resources for other organizations to have an opportunity. And then, Ms. Ajmira, you went through the categories of the audit requirements, but then we didn't speak about that. Will there be, there'll be a different conversation? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
So I do thank you for all of the feedback. And I want to, I've said it before and I want to say it again about application scoring, because a lot of the organizations I do work with very, very closely. It was not, the score was not an indication of
Right.
the organization itself and the wonderful work that they do. I will say what skewed scores down for a good portion of organizations were the performance measures. And were they measurable? Were they attainable? Were they realistic to be completed within a year, right? Because our funding is based on year cycles. So even if we have a 5-year term limit, you still have to, like, council has to approve them for funding each year. So that's what honestly, like, brought a couple of, more than a couple, quite a few of the organizations down. And that's why we'll have a training around performance measures and performance reporting, so that we do give some of our newer organizations an opportunity to kind of like start to understand what data says about you and what data you should probably collect in order to really demonstrate advancement of council's priorities. As staff, during the application process, we do not tell organizations what their measure should or should not be.
Right.
We only compile the information to provide for review. So that's one thing that we don't do. That is the responsibility of the organization in understanding their body of work. So we will work to kind of help organizations along, especially our smaller ones. The other category, when I went through and I did a little evaluation on scores, that brought folks down was having a detailed budget. So to have $100,000 for miscellaneous, you know, you don't get a high score for that. So that's why we have a training around financial reporting and the importance of maintaining those financial documents. So I will say that we as staff took the time to see what were the biggest challenges for our smaller organizations and even some of our mid-sized organizations, and providing those supports so that by the time we get to FY27, you should see some differences in how people are showing up from a data perspective and from a financial perspective.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And also, it's important in terms of financial reporting training. I think that is, especially for a new organization, that is certainly very important. So I like what Councilmember Anderson talked about, having sort of category of large organizations, small, and maybe somewhere in the middle, mid organization, and somewhere that are in the mid-level, so that we are not comparing apples to oranges. So in interest of time, what I'd like to see, what I would like us to do, if we can go over those last 3 bullet points, I will start with Councilmember Mayfield, Mitchell, and Brown, and then Anderson. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we look at the next one, being the funding request limits, you're saying for that limit not to be over the 30%, because that was also some of the challenges that we had where some of our partners were over the 30. But if I'm hearing you correctly, the training that is going to be available to all applicants for financial partners, they're going to have a better understanding of that dollar amount as well.
So the financial reporting training will help them to understand the importance of maintaining like cash flow statements, profit and loss statements, balance sheets. What do those financial reports say about your organization? For the 30%, what we wanted to get to the bottom of, if a person if they request more than 30% and they get awarded by council, do we then adjust their award down to that 30% of their budget? Do we say applications won't be considered at all if it is above 30%. So that's the kind of direction that we were hoping to get.
Okay, so from my understanding with the most recent process, if they were at or above the 30%, then I interpreted our decision last year to be that one would be set aside and we would go to the next. So like the spreadsheet that I had sent to everyone had the red lines, the red were the ones over 30. So if you're asking us now if there should be a consideration, I think whatever that percentage is, we just need to be very transparent on the front end to let the partners know when they're going through and they're learning how to work through their balance sheets. If we're gonna say 30, then they need to understand that it should not be over 30, but I definitely feel like there's an opportunity for a committee to decide if that is a realistic amount. And I believe you all pulled that number from best practices from other communities, so that's how we got to the 30%, because no more than 30% of your total budget should come from our sources.
Yes, ma'am, and I think we're great with y'all coming up with the 30% and recommending that in the policy. The decision point is more so, and anything else you can think of, but from right now, we tell them you can only do 30%. We'll put it on the page where you go to get your application, but say we get one and it comes through and it's more than 30%. How would you prefer that we handle those? So we say, sorry, you're not going to be considered, or should we just adjust them ourselves down? So, so shorten the amount.
So in my dream world,
because we had different, ideas during the process last time.
So in my dream world, with that conversation, I shouldn't even see that one. So when we're going through and looking at partners, especially because we have it written, we're repeating it when we're having the conversation, that if it is a project that's over 30%, even though I know we have some organizations that we really are connected to, for me, it is still trying to get to a process and remove any and all bias. Because every 2 years, at any given time, any of us can be gone. And if that organization who has had a specific champion for them is no longer there, they're not prepared for the reality of that no. So of which collectively we have to make a decision on it, but I would say we shouldn't even see those if they're 30% or above for it to be a part of consideration, just like we made the decision that if you didn't even apply, we should not be having a conversation regarding you, because the way that you all have done it, which was masterful, is breaking the applications up between our priorities and giving our partners the opportunity to self-select where they're going to apply and explaining that. Because even though we have some that ran into additional questions, we also had quite a few who didn't. So I support us putting the extra support for those that need it, but understand ultimately we do have a good process, because we had quite a few partners that did apply, scored in the 50s, some partners. But I definitely agree with Councilmember Anderson's recommendation of us being more sensitive for long-standing partners, of which they're coming up on their 5-year window anyway, and newer partners.
Sorry, so the 5-year window, just to clarify.
Started last year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We just started that.
Yes.
Okay, well, either way, the part says, because I know I asked for that 5 years ago, but whatever. So having a separation and a differential to help create better support. And with the audit requirements, I thought we had a discussion where we said we were helping and providing support for the smaller organizations with connecting them with assistance with their audit, because we knew last year that the audit process was a very expensive process for the smaller organizations.
So as a part of the process, we said if your organization is below $100,000, then you don't have to do an audit. And that was our way of offering support
Okay.
so that they're not spending the majority of their city funding on an audit. But we did not have like a bank of CPAs or bookkeepers that we could send them to or anything.
So I think we have an opportunity there through our CBI, as CBI is making their adjustments, where we very well may have auditors within our system who are already partners with the city that we may be able to reach out to have them in our wheelhouse. But I definitely like the recommendation, Cherry, that you made regarding looking at those dollar limits and seeing if there's a way that we can better support the organizations that's under 500 versus the organizations that are under 100,000. That way, we can be combining our multiple departments, utilize those who have already been certified through the city, through the state, through our current programs, and get some of those auditors connected and see if we could potentially negotiate a rate that's a little bit more reasonable, because hell, if you're the three identified, then what would a contract look like? To have you basically on call, for lack of a better word, to know that this is our audit period where we're going to be expecting. So what would it look like if we were to have you, if you were available to our financial partners during this time period? You're the tax expert, so you know what that time period is where people are needing to get their audits in. But that might be an opportunity if council will agree to that, where we might have a recommendation where we can do twofold: support our small businesses that are already in the system, as well as support our financial partners, because I don't like the idea of no audit. Yet, I don't want that audit to be cumbersome or be such a financial hit that they need to be over 30%, because that extra 15, 20% is covering that audit they know they're going to have to present to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. In terms of 30%, I just want to make sure I understood. So we, in this year's process, because it was first time we introduced all of these nuances, I believe there was some confusion around 30% and how it was applied. Hopefully, many organizations, when they apply next time after attending all the trainings, they will not ask for 30%. They will not ask for more than 30%. But I know this time many organizations did. So I just want to make sure, Councilmember Mayfield, you want to completely eliminate those who want more than 30%, or adjust it to 30%?
Oh, no, I'm very clear that I don't want to see that application if it's 30% or higher, because at the end of the day, it's always going to be a first time once we make a decision. So the decision was made in '24. We implemented it, but we put a lot of information out to community. Unfortunately, this first time around, we learned some lessons. Yes, but I think it's an opportunity as we move forward with the upcoming applications that will go out to put even more education, but at some point, we need to actually stick to
30%.
the rules that we created. I think it became a little confusing because committee and staff did present to us all of the recommendations, and because we saw some partners that have been there for a while, even though they were over 30, we still wanted to fund them. That causes a challenge with removing the bias out of the process. Now, also, at the end of the day, I'm going to go along with the consensus of the council and then just talk about you later and be mad about it. But I ain't going to bring it back up. I just think that 30%, if we know that that is best practices and we've implemented, it's time for us to actually commit to it, but be very, very transparent and have as much communication as possible. Like every time you reach out, that tagline, no funding request if requests over 30%. However we need to do it so that when that time comes, I think it will help future conversations if those aren't even a part of the equation.
Got it. I think you made it crystal clear. And the only item in terms of the audit, Councilmember Mayfield, So you want us to work with the CBI to identify partners who would do audit. I think we have to be extra careful with that, because there comes a liability piece that I get a little bit uncomfortable with. But I would like us to consider maybe some sort of fund set aside where nonprofits can tap into if they have financial challenges in terms of the audit. Because I know I did hear that. But I look forward to hearing other council members' feedback on that. But I just don't want us to be in the business of us finding an auditor, and that auditor does the audit of other organizations.
So, Councilmember Mira, just for clarification, I think even if we do it as an RFP,
Right.
I think we have an opportunity to identify, not saying that that's who they're going to choose, but to identify some. We're talking about the fact that we are looking at potential funding shortfalls. I don't know where we would find money to have a fund to help. That's adding another budget line item when we're looking at financial shortfalls. The recommendation that I gave is one of, how do we help you get connected? Because as was mentioned by Sherry, is they didn't even know who to go to. And when they did reach out, those who they reached out to had very high costs. I'm just saying, if there's a possibility through the current mechanism that we have through CBI, where we've already vetted organizations, if we have some that are in there, that we at least create a portal for them to be able to reach out to them, because at the end of the day, we have to get the audit. How can we do it in the most economical way? But trying to create a fund, that's another budget line item where we got to figure out where that money is coming from. And then that was just, and Monica could probably help more to think, to let me know if that's even something we should be considering, because that's just a recommendation.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think what I would say is let us look into that a little further and check maybe with legal, because I think your question of liability is a good one, and I would hate for us to make a recommendation on a certified business that may not be well positioned to do the work, and if they do it, right. So if we could just take some time just to take a look at that and work with legal, maybe come back with some recommendations for how that could look, if anything.
Sure.
Okay.
I think that would be good. And also, to Councilmember Mayfield's point about the audit, remind me, Jerry, when we implemented this audit requirement, did we go by some sort of federal standards? Remind me, I'm trying to remember, because this was a while ago when we discussed. As a lot has happened since then. How did we come up with the numbers? I remember there were some standards that we went by. It wasn't something that we made up.
There were definitely some things that happened up here when we got there. The $100,000 mark came from the filing requirement for a 990. So for the federal 990, with being nonprofit organizations that we would be working with, that's when you're triggered to not do the 990 postcard, but rather do a 990, a full one, or a short form 990. So we were looking for something that would give us that pivot point. I will say that an audit is a very, very specific process, right? With a certified public accountant, and that's where the price tag comes in, is like having that CPA to do the work. An independent review, on the other hand, you're still looking at the same financial documents. It's the same accounting professional. So I can go to school and I can get a degree in accounting, and I can do an independent review. I didn't sit for the CPA exam, so I'm not a CPA. But we're doing the same level of work, and it is a little more affordable for nonprofit organizations. And I can only say that because I come from a bookkeeping background. So you will get the same level of scrutiny with an independent review as you would with an audit. It would just be more affordable for our nonprofit organizations. And it's just not, it's not a certified like document. So that is something that others like the United Way have considered. They have also considered, that combination of financial statements for smaller organizations that would also demonstrate their financial position and how they manage their funds. So with the 3 in the levels, I think you can still get to like the viability of an organization if we
And I
look at it
support
right
the
away.
recommendation on staff on that.
Yeah, and I think that that's important that you highlighted that, because 990 does not necessarily require certified audit. It just does require financial statement that is more detailed versus the summary version. So I think Councilmember Mayfield and I are on the same page, because there is already a shortage of certified public accountants, and I know that they are also broadening the requirements to be a CPA because of just because of the shortage. So I think I hear Councilmember, I see her nodding her head, so I think that gets her comfortable. All right, Councilmember Mitchell, what makes you comfortable?
Okay, now we're going through all three of them, right? So I'm going to be
Yes.
very brief. Requesting funding limits, I'm okay with 30%. I agree if it's over 30%, we should not see it. I do think the only discussion I like to have, I'm torn between, is that 30% operational or the 30% program? I think we like program because they make a difference. However, I'm sensitive to an organization and say, I got a great program I want to put on. I don't have the right staff to run the program. So I could be flexible. At the end of the day, what gets the results for the nonprofit, right? On a required meeting, this is my pet peeve. In my line of work, I have to attend mandatory meetings. They don't ask no excuses, so we all change our schedule to make sure someone from my company is at that required meeting. And I think if you're going to run out, the schedule comes out October 1st, the meeting is going to take place when?
Right now, we're looking at mid-October, so that we can then also schedule the training opportunities thereafter and make sure. So I want to open the application at the beginning of the month, allow people to be able to see the application, what are the type of questions that we're asking, and that will give them more time to develop their questions for us. So I don't want to have it at the same time. I want to hit that mid-October point, mid to late October, but I'll make sure that we provide council with that information as well so that you can share it with your network.
Required meeting does two things to me. One, it makes sure that that company has tremendous buy-in. And you don't have the buy-in, then I think it's hard to make a case to us, why are you now trying to apply and you couldn't go to a meeting in October? I think it should be when you all present to us, they did attend the required meeting, that's a prerequisite. And so we get applications and say, James Mitchell nonprofit, he didn't change the required meeting. I think y'all put in the bucket disqualified or not considered. Our funding is going to get tougher for us. So we need our nonprofits to understand you have to show up. We cannot be your only advocate, as to Councilman Mayfield's point, that the nonprofit has to be able to stand on their own merit. Let me talk about the required meeting in two phases. I think one, the schedule of the meeting is important. Most nonprofits, 1 or 2 staff members, and so either I think you got to do it during lunchtime. Everybody takes a lunch. Let's feed them. I might even show up now, but let's feed them. Or you do it at the end of the day, 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Let's be sensitive. Let's not do this 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock. To me, then we're sending the wrong message. We don't want you to attend. We're checking the box. I think we got to be very intentional. We want your presence there because we're going to walk you through this application. We're going to sit down with you, and then we're going to say, here it is, right? So my special required meetings, let me know I want to show up. I like to shake hands, people coming in. If they got any questions, we give them a true Q&A period at the end of the meeting. Get all the questions out. Maybe it's a survey after that meeting to make sure what could we have done differently during the required meeting, right? And then let's make sure we have as many applications as possible. I do think it'd be helpful, staff, when they ask what could be the budget limit. So it's kind of what's her chicken and the egg, right? Because that's going to be October. You really don't know the ramification how the budget is going to look come July. But I do think if you can kind of show what the federal landscape is and what we feel, what funding might be available. And so just people can get in their minds, because if I'm hearing you're only going to have $3.1 million, for example, then maybe I've been requesting $90,000 for every year. I'm not going to make a $90,000 request. because I know that's competitive. Maybe I just make a request now for 25,000. And so we can kind of share what we think that number is. I think and have everybody sharpen their pencil and really ask what they can show they can deliver on. Audit requirements, y'all done handle that. My pet peeve is required meeting. I'm done.
Okay, we heard loud and clear. They got to attend required meeting.
Tell them,
Jerry.
Dr. Dawkins, they got to come.
Chair.
I do want to answer, go back to the question around the 30% and looking at operating budget versus program. We did get a little fancy. We asked organizations to identify whether they were requesting funding for a program or for their overall agency. They were not able to select both. So then that 30% was applied to either 30% of your program or 30% of your operating.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, Councilmember Brown and then Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I'm tuned in and listening attentively to my colleagues for sure. I want to go back to Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you so much for the proposition that you introduced inside of the meeting to for the nonprofits that are on the higher scale versus the ones that are on the lower scale. So I really, really like what you said with that. I want to go back. I want to know what percentage of money are we giving out to our financial partners? Is it less than 1% of our budget? I just want to know. Do anybody know?
Chair.
Yeah, we'll get that to you, Ms. Brown, exactly, but yes, definitely less than 1%.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure that I say that on record. You know, we spend a lot of time on something that's, I know all of our money is important, but we're talking about less than 1% or 1% or whatever. We're moving forward with Mr. Mitchell, required meetings, yes. Because anything that you want to make better, anything that you want to grow, anything that you want to continue to sow seeds in so that it becomes something that the community will support and private sectors as well, you definitely need to attend meetings. However, you need to make sure that the meetings are very accessible to everyone, that not just a select few, that maybe that the meetings are posted everywhere, we can get the word out. I love the fact that you're going to have them come to the required meeting and then the training that will follow thereafter. I don't have a whole lot more to say there because any money that I get, there's a required meeting. And if I'm not there, then a representation of the organization has to be there. So there's nothing wrong with that, Councilmember Mitchell. All the other rhetoric that I'm hearing, I have to just let that resonate and I have to think about it and I can come back with some concerns that I may have from the community members that are listening in as well. And I can share that back at a later date, but I don't want to, that's all I have for now. But required meetings is the bare minimum that any one individual or organization can do when they're trying to invest in themselves or their organization or their product or whatever it is that they're presenting so that it can become better.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Brown. All right, anything on audit?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, we will move on to Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira. So a couple things, totally agree about a required meeting. That's kind of a no-brainer if you're asking for funds, right? You mentioned an interesting point when you talked about the 30%. I thought the 30% threshold was on an operation expense. I don't want to further complicate things, but if there is an organization that's asking for funding for a specific program, I would consider elevating that threshold up a little bit higher to maybe 50% to execute a program, not to operate their business, right? Because that would reduce their churn of having to go seek funding for a particular program. They can go and get maybe two sources for funding, or maybe more than that. But that's just a consideration. I'll let you lead with the best practices, but that's when you said programming, it kind of triggered me there. For this piece, the audit requirements for the financial statements underneath 500K, I absolutely agree with that, but I think the window, the annual window should be at a minimum 2 years, but as they continue to go through this program, that the annual window gets larger, right? So they start off with a base of 2 years, but if they're in the program for the first year, next year is a 3-year window, look back, 4-year look back, until they graduate out of the program. So you're really, then we'll be able to see from a long-term perspective how their financial performance is going, and then that would basically curtail some cyclical things that might happen from a year-to-year perspective. So minimum of 2, but then as they grow in the program, that annual window continues to open. Does that make sense? I don't think I did a great job of explaining that, but okay. Okay, those were my feedback. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Chair Ian Murray, I know you're taking notes, and so is Ms. Allen and Sean. So I think we had very good discussion on the meeting requirements. I agree with Councilmember Mitchell. I think it should be a requirement, no-brainer there. In terms of the funding request limit, I would like us to continue with the best practice of 30%. And in terms of the audit requirements, so I just want us to go through that 990 benchmark that we used before. So it was 100K and 100K or anything less is a summary, not the full financial statements, correct? So if we can, this financial statements budget, is that you're requiring summary version, or you're requiring a detailed version?
So for the under 500K financial statements, we would look at 2-year comparatives and growing of cash flow statement, profit and loss, and balance sheet. And I think those 3 would give the best financial view of an organization, especially when they're smaller.
Right. So I don't, in terms of organizations that are have operating budget of, that have the budget of 100K or less, I think financial statements, not less than $500,000, but less than 100K. I think because that aligns with 990. And I want to make sure that we are being good stewards of public dollars, that we are getting the details, because we get asked about the details. And in terms of the independent review, just because it's more involved, and you got to hire a professional versus financial statements, you could actually do it on your own. Like, you could attend a training and do it. And I'm glad that you will be catering training to those organizations that might need help there. But I think independent review, if we could look at anywhere between 100 to 250, or, when does, in 990, is there ever a requirement for audit? Or it's just the summary versus the detailed version? And maybe you can also talk about if United Way requires any audit done, and if they do, what is the number that they go by? Is it 1 million or is it $500,000? It's 1 million. So this is derived from United Way.
So I had a cursory meeting with the United Way, and they sent over how they've tried to adjust their policies to meet the community-based organizations that we have. And then I will have a more formal meeting with them in September. But they are the reason how I kind of got to that $1 million mark, while also having some of our new financial partners to reach out and say, whoa,
yeah,
audit, like we weren't required to have an audit. And we got funded from this organization. So it was trying to, at least, if the city of Charlotte is saying that we are trying to support community-based organizations and provide them with the resources that they need to support our community, I think there should be some level of consistency in how we operate between funders, right? Like, so when we think about the city, foundation, United Way, that we shouldn't have an organization like we're saying you need an audit, but another organization is saying like, oh, you just need these, like an independent review or financial statements. There should be some level of consistency. So that I see. I think that's just my thought. But I will bring back to you guys what I find from the United Way. But this is what they are requiring, like that $1 million mark is what
Currently.
CPAs in Charlotte are saying that they will do an audit for an organization once they hit $1 million. And it does cost you a good $8,000 to $10,000 for an audit, like legitimately.
I think if we can provide that information in our follow-up report, Jerry, after you speak with United Way, I think this is a good sort of benchmark for us to have so that we are being consistent. Now, let me talk about the elephant in the room here, which is often comes up during the budget process, where many organizations that got a champion on the council, and they do not meet some of this criteria, especially 30%, or they will not meet the requirement of required meetings or the scoring. How do we address those? And I want to hear my colleagues' feedback on that, because this usually does get referred to our committee after the budget workshop. So I just want to hear your thoughts about how do we address that so we have some consistency and moving forward with our next budget cycle. So starting with Councilmember Mayfield, Mitchell, and Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, it will fall in the same category of the 30. I shouldn't even see it. We only have 2 basic requirements. With the additional outreach and trainings that we have available, if you didn't meet those 2 basic requirements, I don't feel like that should be even a consideration for us. Now, what I would say, to be respectful of the entire process, which I didn't mention earlier, is we can have a separate sheet that lets us know who all did apply, so that when our partners reach out to us, so that we will be able to have a conversation with them. But in the recommendation, I think the recommendation should be the ones that fell into the criteria. That's what we're choosing from, but I do think we should have a separate sheet that's sent to us, or a separate spreadsheet that gives us that opportunity to understand, and then hopefully help you to submit a stronger application next time. That's what I was hoping would happen this time, is that those who didn't meet the criteria, then we were going to work with you as well as others, so that when October came, you will be in a better position for the next round of applications. Because again, the biggest challenge is we are looking at some serious financial shortfalls. We don't have a designated line item for financial partners. A lot of our members in the community don't even realize that there's no financial partners designated line item. We have around 800,000 in that total bucket. We still, because we did have ARPA dollars, we went over $1 million. I think we ended up with $1.2 million. Those dollars are no longer available, but even that 800 is still cobbled together from different budget line items. So being as transparent as possible, I think it just helps us, or whoever the council is going to be, have a better understanding of what you're looking at. This is where we need to be making decisions, and here are the other ones, and here why they weren't on this sheet, so that we can reach out to community and let them know, okay, here is how we came to this decision, and here was some recommendations from staff, not necessarily recommendations on how to present a better application. Y'all will have that conversation with them, but to let us know which of the 2 base requirements you didn't meet.
All right, Councilmember Mayfield made it very clear. Councilmember Mitchell?
I see 2 documents. One have all those nonprofit that applied, and one has one to say, here's the ones we would like for y'all to consider. And on that consideration, they check less than 30% of the budget, and they admit the required meeting and leave it up to council.
So in other words, you agree with me?
In 30-second version. Yeah.
No, I think what he said is leave it up to the council, so.
On that first sheet of the recommendations.
No, he's saying no.
Oh, no. there's one sheet that said all applied. I'm trying to capture the ones that you said maybe over 30% or they didn't come to a meeting. So we need to see all of them, because, we get the phone
Right,
calls
right.
that we apply, we go like, did you apply? So I agree with Council may forgive us the entire world, but the 27 or 29 that you all think we should consider.
Because they met the requirements.
They met the requirements, came to a meeting, they less than a 30%. Those the one that all 12 of us need to focus on.
So my question is, Councilmember Mitchell, during the budget workshop, we all go through one by one, and then people add organizations, nonprofits, right? And that didn't meet some of this criteria. For an example, didn't attend a required meeting, or they're asking for more than 30%. How would you like our committee to assess whether they get funding or not, and whether you would like us to consider it or no, just stick with the policy?
So here's be my take, and I want to make sure I'm conveying the right message to the nonprofit. We try to make this very equitable and less political.
Right.
So I just want y'all to make sure y'all hearing our message. And so to me, it's an and. If you didn't make the required meeting, and if you're not less than
Right.
30%, I don't want to see you in the consideration.
Right. And I think that's what we ought to convey during our next budget cycle, because there are multiple organizations that got added after our that didn't meet one of these criteria. So I just want us to be mindful moving forward. So with that, Councilmember Brown, and then
That was it?
Councilmember Anderson, do you have anything? Councilmember Brown, do you have anything to add?
Oh, of course not. You know I have something to add. 100%. So I want to go back to Councilmember Mayfield. I heard her say that we don't even have a line item for the financial partners, then we need to create one. It's not all about giving it to the county and having the county. I know some of the things fall under the county, some of those services, but the city needs to step up. There's a lot of things that we could be doing better of, more of. Affordable housing surely is not one thing that we can go ahead and push and make it happen overnight. But the financial partners is something that we can do, push forward and happen overnight. And to your point, we may not be sitting in the seat. I may not be able to champion some of the things I'm championing now, but somebody needs to champion it. Somebody needs to champion it, no matter what. Who, when, what, where, how. It needs to be done. Somebody needs to still walk in the same footprints of champion for these organizations that need us to champion for them. And to Mr. Mitchell's point, I agree. If they don't make it to the sheet, I agree. I'm going to continue to champion what I champion because it's who I am. It's in my heart. It's in my blood. It's what drove me to even consider politics, which I hate to a core. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I want people to understand my legacy for the people while I sat in the seat at the dais. And so if they don't make it to the spreadsheet, fine. But let's not even put them on there. I totally agree with that. But if not being a line item, that bothers me. It needs to be one. There's more that we can do and more that we need to do. We've been able to get creative. So this is something we need to do more of. And I yield to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. So I just want to clarify something, because I went through the budget book. Okay, I'll let the expert speak and then I'll follow up.
No, sorry, I was just clarifying, not to Ms. Brown's point, just another point that we didn't cover. I was going to say, we're talking about knockout factors. We're a little lenient with special circumstances this time, but we were going to plan on saying if you don't get it in, then you're not considered. So have a hard deadline, which we did have, but then there was a couple of special circumstances, but we're going to more stick to if you don't get it in by the deadline. And we're planning to have more than 2 months for application processes to be submitted.
And thank you so much, Ms. Marie. And Madam Chair, one more thing. I know that it seems like that this scrutiny process for these nonprofit organizations and the people that are doing the real work, but, I voted against $650 million to the Panther Stadium, and to each his own. But did we scrutinize them the same way? I just want to know what's really going on here.
Yes. Yes.
On that.
The chair stepped out, so I take over vice chair. Yes, we did. Yeah, no, Councilmember Brown, yes, we did, and we still ongoing because,
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mitchell, because I voted no.
So-
yes, we did.
Thank you. Marie, if you could just shed some light on PAYGO fund and how we have historically funded all of this financial partners from our PAYGO to address Councilmember Brown's point.
Yes, ma'am. And then, but just to be clear, for this year, we actually did put some in non-departmental, correct? Do we have any still in PAYGO? I'm trying to think.
Well,
So, but
so
go ahead. No. Yeah. So, sorry, we'll clarify on that. But to your point, historically, what happens is at the close of the fiscal year, then we see if the revenues outpace the expenditures, and then we look and see, and we have to wait till it's all the way close, which usually doesn't happen until November. And then any excess beyond what we need, our commitments, and our commitments include the 16% reserve for the upcoming year. Then we roll those funds typically by practice into PAYGO. And we were using some of those money, so they fluctuate year to year, to your point, for for financial partners. But this year, we were trying to create more, to Ms. Brown's point, of a line item. So we do have some non-departmental funds allocated for this fiscal year.
Thank you.
And a tune of, Ms. Mayfield mentioned, around $800,000.
Sure. I think if you could also include that information in a follow-up report, that would be great. All right, I think we had a solid discussion on financial partner policy. So I appreciate everyone's feedback, and oh, I'm sorry. Jerry, do you want to introduce a new staff member?
That's what, yeah.
Well, here we have Jennifer Goodman. She introduced herself earlier today, but she is a part of our budget staff.
Welcome, Jennifer.
And just to be clear, she's been here for a while, but not
yeah.
She's been with budget for how many years,
Just
too?
an extra pair of hands today. Yeah, it'll be 2 years this week.
Well, welcome
All
to the
right,
committee.
welcome. All right,
You got to sneak and provide some snacks, just FYI.
Well, with that, I would like, the budget committee never seems to have budget for healthy snacks. Well, with that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I do have one question.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, because I know I missed April and May meeting. So, and staff, you can provide where we are on some of the policy referral items that we have made. Just to bring me up to speed, did we do any in April, May? Because I missed those two meetings. So, Sean, if you and Monica can provide an update on where we are, what items we still have referred to the committee.
Yeah, there are currently no open referrals in BGIR.
Yeah, this was.
So what about the one then when we asked about council members serving on the interview committee? Y'all discussed that in April and May?
Which interview committee?
You remember we had?
The procurement policy.
Yeah.
I thought procurement policy was moved out of our committee and was supposed to be presented to full council.
Yeah, we can kind of resurrect where we left off on that for you,
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Right, because if you don't mind, Madam Chair, for clarification, because what we discussed is the fact that the county did have representation,
Right.
so we were asking why we didn't have representation as
Exactly.
well. So we didn't move it
Right,
to
that's what I
full
thought.
council to have a discussion, so we want to make sure, if I'm hearing you correct, we want to make sure that that doesn't just die.
Well, I want to make sure, did it ever come back to the committee? I know we had some pushback. I think Attorney Fox, who at the time, he said he was going to report out some of, I think he challenged us, what is our end goal? What are we trying to accomplish? So I didn't know, I was absent April and May. Did y'all have the discussion here in the committee? Because I think we need to discuss before we go to full council. I think if we go to full council, it won't be a productive conversation.
Was that something that we were supposed to take to full council? I didn't think it was a referral. I thought it was just a question that came up in this committee.
But there was no closure to it, Monica.
No closure, yeah.
You all had a position, we had a position.
Right.
And we was asking Attorney Fox, he was going to bring something back so this committee could weigh in on it.
Okay, well, like Sean said, we'll go back and revisit it.
Okay,
Come back.
okay.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else on our
Motion
open?
to close,
Okay,
to adjourn.
all right. All right, all in favor, please leave.
Aye.
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 Good afternoon. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting for August, our first after our summer break. I am Victoria Watlington, and I serve you as chair. I am joined by several committee members and council members. We will begin with introductions, starting to my left with the vice chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Lawana Mayfield, Council Member at Large, Vice Chair of Committee.
Is that it? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Renee Johnson, committee member.
Thank you so much. Do we have any committee members online? Okay.
Councilmember Ashmira is here. Good afternoon, Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
And welcome committee member, Councilmember Dimple Ashmira is walking in the room, and I believe that Councilmember Brown is here as well. We are also joined by our illustrious staff. We will start over here to the right with introductions.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
And then we've got two guests that will support us in today's discussion. Today's discussion is about our Citizen Review Board. For those of you who are not aware, Citizens Review Board is one of our advisory committees. They work closely with us. Their role is to act as an independent board to hear citizens' appeals, challenging certain CMPD disciplinary actions. I do believe we are joined by our staff support as well as members of the committees. So with that, I'll turn it over to ACMP.
Thank you, Chair Watlington. Is the city clerk in the room? Yes, she is. Hey, come on up here. Come on up here. So thanks, Chair Watlington. We have the chair and vice chair of the CRB, which I'll ask to introduce themselves in a moment. And I won't steal any of their thunder. They've got a good but short presentation. I will mention on the front end, there are a few recommendations at the end of the presentation. These are not new recommendations. They were included in their most recent annual report, which was part of the annual package, which you received previously. Based on your reaction to the recommendations you hear today, if there's anything that's of interest to you, then Clerk Kelly and I can work together with CMPD and others to bring something back. So just wanted you to be aware that that's at the end of the presentation. With that, if I could ask, yes.
I'm sorry, one more
Please, yeah.
item for context. Why are we reviewing this now? What is the community conversation?
Yeah, great question. So it's our desire when we can, on somewhat of a rotational basis, to bring in the advisory boards. And so every one of council's committees has at least a handful of boards or commissions appointed by council that are nested underneath, kind of under your purview with this particular committee. So we generally don't have time to do this every committee meeting, but this looked like an opportune time, and we knew the CRB was anxious for this opportunity. So they're kind of first up this year. Yep.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming, and we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Started then. Yeah, thank you. That's why she's here.
Introduce yourself.
I'm John Watkins. I'm chair of the Citizens Review Board.
And I'm Brittany Kaziasko-Lee, vice chair.
Yeah. And Madam Chair, we also have some support behind us, other members of the board, in case there's a question that we can't fully answer. We've got backup. Okay. So with that, oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, you may not know a lot about the Citizens Review Board because most of what our work does is in closed session and strictly confidential. So this is really a special occasion for us because we actually get to come out in the public and share some of the things we do and how we do it and the processes we use. So with that, I'll get started. What is the Citizens Review Board? Well, we are an independent board to hear citizens' appeals challenging certain CMPD disciplinary actions. Basically, if a citizen has a complaint against an officer, they will complain to the CMPD. Then Internal Affairs investigates the complaint and then advises the citizen. The citizen then has the option, if they're not satisfied with what they hear, to then come to the Citizens Review Board. So that's our basic premise here. We don't take all complaints. The CRB category of appeals is as follows: use of force, unbecoming conduct, arrest, search, and seizure, arbitrary profiling, neglect of duty, and then, of course, whenever an officer discharges his weapon and it results in death or injury, that can also be appealed to the CRB. Since our inception, we've heard 113 appeals. We had a high of 1 year in 2001 of 13 appeals in that year. I'm not sure what was going on then, but it was a lot. And we've had a low of 0 in the pandemic years of 2019 and through 2020. But we normally average about 4 appeals a year. Next slide. So who are the board members, the people sitting behind me and me? We are an 11-member volunteer board created in 1997. We are appointed by the mayor, which has 3 appointments, by the city manager, which has 3, and the city council, which has 5 appointments. We are appointed for a 3-year term, and our max number of terms is 2. We are supported by the city clerk's office, Stephanie down there, and by the legal counsel selected by the city attorney's office, which is Terry Wallace behind me. We are a representative cross-section of the Charlotte community. We strive to maintain our members as a demographic profile of the city. We don't always achieve that, but that's our goal. And it is difficult to become a member of the CRB. We are required to complete CMPD Citizens Training Academy, which is a 12-week program, 2 hours per session per week. And the training is in the field and in the classroom. So in the field, an example of what we do is we do ride-alongs with police officers in the evening. And in the classroom, we have done simulations, as well as we try to get as much training as we can around the laws that govern policing. We also are required to complete 8 additional hours of training each year. And we'll talk more about that later. Next slide. Okay. What is our purpose? We really have a dual role. As I mentioned, we are here to hear the citizens' appeals primarily. However, we also have an advisory role to the police chief. But first, let me talk about the processes that we use for the citizens' appeals. As I mentioned, if a citizen has a complaint about their interaction with a police officer, they can submit a complaint to the CMPD, and the Internal Affairs investigates. However, if the citizen isn't satisfied with what the Internal Affairs comes up with, they have 30 days to file a complaint with the CRB. With that, we have 3 separate levels of what we do in order to address an appeal. The first one is we review the complete internal affairs case file we have to do that within 45 days. That can take each board member up to 4 to 10 hours because we review the body-worn camera footage, we review the recorded interviews, and all of the transcripts and documents, depending upon the complexity of the case, we're required to go over. After we've done that, within the 45 days, we conduct the next phase, which is an in-person initial hearing, which can take from 2 to 3 hours. And what that initial hearing is that the citizen and CMPD Internal Affairs is invited to appear before us, and each side gives their point of view of what actually happened. The board then takes what we learned from the case files and what we heard from the citizens. Now, the citizen and CMPD appear before us separately, so they're in a different room. But after they finish, We then consider what we've heard and what we've read and seen and determine does a citizen have sufficient evidence that there may be an error in what the internal affairs came up with? Or is there insufficient evidence and as to was there an error? What we then do is if there's insufficient evidence, we bring them back together, tell them that we're not going to change what the internal affairs has come up with, and that basically ends the appeal. However, if we determine that there may be an error in what the internal affairs came up with, we then move to the third part of our appeal process. So if necessary, we conduct an evidentiary hearing within 45 days with witnesses and cross-examinations to determine if CMPD erred in their findings. Excuse me. That can be an all-day process, take about 5 to 8 hours, and it's in a kind of a courtroom setup. We have a courtroom stenographer there that's capturing all that occurs during that process. And again, the citizen and their attorney presents any new evidence or witnesses that corroborate what they're saying. CMPD again presents any further evidence, and the two of them are in the same room, so they can cross-examine each other. And of course, the board can ask additional questions. At the end of that, we again we are in closed session, we separate from them, and we deliberate as to what we heard and any new evidence, and determine did the citizen prove their case that CMPD erred in their decision process, or again, there wasn't an error based upon what we've heard. We then bring them back together, tell them what we've decided, and that then ends that appeal process. We then, in writing, report that to the chief and the city manager, and then they have 7 days in order to decide what are the next steps. That is the appeal process, but another portion of our role is the advisory role. And what we do there is we make recommendations when our case reviews reveal trends or frequent recurring issues that may be addressed through potential policy modifications. These recommendations are made to the chief immediately, and we advise the city manager and city council in our annual report. Now, an example of some of the advice that we have done in our role, there's much more than this, but these are three that that are probably most important to us, is research and advice on the use of force continuum. And what happened there is we started to notice in our case reviews an inconsistent deployment of force dependent upon the officer. And so we advised Chief Putney at the time what we were seeing. Chief Putney challenged us to say, well, what would we recommend that would improve this process? And so we were actually pleased that he wanted our input, so we researched other cities and what they were doing in the use of force, and particularly those cities that were under consent decrees by the Department of Justice. Once we gathered all of the information, we submitted that to Chief Putney. He, along with his staff, incorporated that into new guides as to when and how much force should be used, depending upon what the citizens' response was. Therefore, hoping that we're able to bring more consistency into the use of force. That's still in effect today. Another one that we worked with Chief Jennings on is de-escalation emphasis and training. One of the things that we notice is that some of the complaints that a citizen has might not have gotten to the point of needing the Citizens Review Board to review it if there had been more time, distance, and patience by the officer to allow the citizen to calm down, to let some of the steam go out of the situation, and be more willing to comply. And Chief Jennings seemed to agree with us. They did some research and some effort and some more training and tried to emphasize more of the service part of the police department and not as much on the warrior side. And that's still in effect today. Then the third one that we wanted to mention was communications. This is a recent one for us. One of the things we noticed is that if there's an incident and the officers involved are in different locations, the communications between those officers wasn't always as effective. What would happen is that the situation would be resolved in one location, but the officers in the other location wouldn't know. So they would continue to detain and to investigate and cause some irritation with the citizen, and the issue had already been resolved. So Chief Jennings took to heart what we said. He contacted a communications specialist, a consultant, and they came up with new training and new policies regarding communications. And that's in effect as of today. The other part of this communications is citizens. It was kind of a straightforward thing. When a citizen would complain, and once the decision had been made, what they would receive was pretty much a form letter advising them of what had been decided. And we recommended that maybe someone from the police department, the internal affairs, would contact them and at least give them some background as to how the decision was made, and therefore making it more acceptable to the citizen than just receiving the letter. I think they're still doing that. So those are the three we wanted to share. Recommendations. As I mentioned, as Sean mentioned, we usually include in our annual report several recommendations as to how we could improve the effectiveness of the CRB. These are three that are pretty straightforward, that if we can convince this portion of the city council to support it, then maybe we can see these change. The first one is to modify annual training from a requirement of 8 hours to 4 hours, given that available training is largely repetitive. And what happens there is, I'm in my 5th year on the CRB, soon to be out. But in the first year or two, I could find 8 hours of training. But now it's very difficult to find more training that isn't repetitive. And this is not just me. This isn't just mine. This is other members of the board. So this is one we'd like to see change from 8 to 4. The second one is to allocate 2 scholarships for members of the board to attend the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement annual conference. And that's really a conference that has CRBs from around the country coming together to share best practices. And we think we could learn by sending some representatives from the board to participate in it. Did I get that right?
You got it right.
Okay. And then the last one I have here is to amend the city ordinance to give chief and city manager more time to review and respond to CRB recommendations. Currently, they have 7 days after we come up with our findings to determine what next steps they should take. We'd like to see them have more time to come, because some of the recommendations that we give are complex. And so we think that 7 days is not enough time for them. So, you know, we've talked, I don't have a number yet, but at least 14 days would be something better than 7. And that is a quick shot of the Citizens Review Board. Now we're open for questions or comments.
Thank you so much. I see you. First of all, we appreciate your, I'm sorry, I'm just taking a note. No, I've got a cue here. Thank you for your work and for your attentiveness. It is a commitment, especially as you describe, having to go and do your own research and really stay up to date. So thank you for choosing to serve in this way. It's extremely important, and we appreciate having you as a part of the work. I have a couple of questions, and then I know that there's a few from our committee. So I just have a couple of clarifying questions. When you talk about here the CRB appeals, where do you get your docket? Like, does it only come before you if someone specifically says, I had a complaint and I've gotten a response from IA and I don't like it, or can anybody initiate an appeal?
I'm seeing if I'm answering that right, and if not, Brittany will jump in. The way we normally get them is that, again, once a complaint is received by the police department, and once the investigation is completed and a letter goes out to the citizen, they have 30 days to appeal. That can come at any time. Sometimes they come back to back for us. We think we are cruising, and then suddenly we're uptown often. But there's no particular schedule for it. It's when it happens, we're prepared. And we have, as I said, the citizen has 30 days to write the appeal. We have to respond within 45 days.
Okay, so it's not just anyone, it has to be the original submitter, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that. And then, Madam Clerk, is there a document that codifies the work that CRB does? And if so, can we please have a copy of it?
Yes, ma'am. The creation of the CRB was by ordinance, and also, so it appears in your code of ordinances, so it's in the city charter, firstly. And then also, there was special legislation granted by the General Assembly that allows for this body to review confidential personnel records, because they are reviewing the records of individual police employees, which under ordinary circumstances would be protected information, confidential information. So special legislation was granted that allows this body to review their personnel information in as much detail as Chair Watkins has described.
Thank you for that. I asked that question because I know that there are some recommendations here. I want to give the benefit to the committee to be able to review the pertinent ordinances that would be changed, and to actually see that language before entertaining a particular motion on today. And then the other question that I had, and maybe it's answered in those documents, but as you all are reviewing, what is the standard that you are reviewing against? IA has a standard, does it match our current policy, but you all have an advisory role to potentially change policies. So I'm wondering, what is it that you are looking for as you're reviewing these, or what are you gauging it against?
All right. I'll take a stab at it. Brittany or Terry can go, but the standard we try to use is what is the current policies and laws that govern policing currently. And so we're not there to try to make new laws, but we are there to see if the officer, if the incident that occurred falls within the policies that govern policing. Now, if we see that even those policies seem to be out of sync, that's when our advisory role comes in. So we again then would say, even though the policy says do this, it seems to create more, it needs to be improved in order to reduce the amount of conflict that's happening.
Awesome. And then the last thing that I was wanting to make sure we had an understanding of is I noticed here that you've got that the recommendations are made to the chief immediately, and you advise city manager and city council in the annual report. And this gets back to really understanding what's in the ordinance, because I would love to see more visibility to the decisions coming out of the Citizens Review Board, and also to your policy recommendations. And if there was a way to get some level of statistics across the cases in terms of trends that you're seeing, I think that would be fantastic. So if there's means to continue to improve that process, we'd love to hear from you more. That's the extent of my comments. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Ajmira, and then I've got Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. To the board, I also would like to echo Chairwoman's comments. Your work is important. Thank you for your service. I just look at the amount of training that is needed to serve on the board. That just shows that you have to be passionate to serve on the board. This is a service, so thank you. In terms of the recommendations to council, I see this as a no-brainer. In terms of scholarships for members, certainly, I think we obviously want our members to get the best practices. In terms of giving this chief and the manager more time from 7 to 14 does sound reasonable. And annual training, and this is where I have a question. So this annual training, is that in addition to the initial training academy?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's an annual requirement.
Okay, so it's like a CPE for any license. Oh, got it. Okay. Because I remember I had to take my CPE credits every year to maintain my CPA license, and I'm like, wow, this is a lot. So where do you get their training? Like, is there this NACOLE annual conference? Is that where you get your training from, or is it some other sources? I'm just curious.
You want to?
Yeah, so my full-time job requires me to work with law enforcement and community across the country. So I do this work full-time. But so I've been to the NACOLE conference several times. It will be my 4th time. And so it really allows for those best practices. We can bring some of that information back. And so that's the goal, is to be able to do that. Also have membership where we can get some of that training as well, where we have access to those things, so that we can start to kind of build our toolkit, and as well as our resource library of things. And so that would be one of the recommendations, is to be able to bring back some of that stuff. We've been talking about other recommendations of like, how do we get subpoena power? How do we build teeth? How do we get ahead of the game of understanding that, a lot of citizens review boards, accountability boards are kind of being dismantled. And so how do we how do we tackle that ahead of time? So this would allow us to kind of brainstorm and create a think tank with other civilian oversight boards as well. So yes, that would be the goal, is to bring back some of that training so that we can train the rest of our board members.
That makes sense. So just 2 scholarships out of 11 members. So the 2 has to carry for all 11, make sure they have enough training materials that you'll bring in for the rest.
Well, that isn't the only training we have. We also have other resources that we draw training from. There are articles and online training programs for policing that we have tapped into. But again, after you've tapped into them, now you've got to search to find other places to find it. We also will go out on ride-alongs with policemen. But after you've done that a couple of times, that's enough. So, or at least it's enough for me. So that's where that comes from. There are other sources. Now, certainly the Nicole conference is one that none of us besides Beth, that Brittany has gone to. and some of the other members would like to go. But also, there just isn't enough material out there for us to do 8 hours.
Fair enough. And just one last question, Madam Chairwoman. In terms of the board makeup, is there a specific requirement, and that might be the question for City Clerk, to make sure there is a fair representation on the board to ensure all voices are being heard? Do we have any requirement around that as we are making appointments?
None specifically,
Okay.
other than that they have completed the
Training.
police training academy, citizens academy, excuse me,
Okay.
but no other specifics.
But
There
that's a-
has been,
that's-
go ahead,
oh,
sorry.
you
I was
go
just
right
going to
ahead.
say, we actually had our first board retreat this year, and there have been discussions about what that could potentially look like.
Right.
We do have someone that currently serves that is former law enforcement.
Right.
And we have talked about maybe there is an opportunity to have a dedicated position for
Right.
someone as former law enforcement to bring that perspective. So when we talk about pretextual stops and other things
Right.
too, we can get educated by someone who is former law enforcement. So that's the only, but that has not been obviously approved or anything like that, but that has been conversation about what that potentially could look like.
And you'll see in our annual report, one of our recommendations is to continue to focus on the representation
Right.
and diversity of the board.
Right.
Because our credibility in the community is not good if the board doesn't reflect Charlotte.
Right.
The challenge we have is that the people that go through the academy are the ones that then can qualify to be on
Right.
the board. But if enough people in certain communities don't go to the academy and do it, then we pretty much get a narrow list of people. And so we love, and since we don't appoint, what happens is the people that have gone through the academy, we get a list, and then we can recommend from that, but it's up to the city council, the mayor, and the city manager to appoint. And we certainly could use more Hispanic and Asian people on the board than we have today.
Thank you. I appreciate, I think as part of the recommendations, I would also like to see not just diversity in terms of the race, but also diversity in terms of experience. Like you mentioned, we gotta have perspective of law enforcement as well as citizens' perspective that Brittany brings to the table as she has been a voice for the community. I've seen her work, so I think having that perspective is critical to ensure that we have fair representation. That's all I have. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you,
One of the things, may I add to really quickly, we have also talked about being there during their during their graduation to show what's next, that there's opportunity to be on the board. And so I think some folks do need to see representation of not just that, but what is the next step that you can participate in, where it just doesn't sit with you, but you can be involved other than that. So, yes.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the questions you started out with, so you captured a couple of mine. So I'm going to start from where we are right now with NACO. So the upcoming NACO conference, for example, is going to be in Minneapolis. So when we look at that, you're the only one that's been able to go so far. We have different levels, member, non-member, student member. When we're looking at particular scholarships, trying to get an idea where, if there was a budget line item, that's a different question that we'll have to ask, because I do not believe that we have a budget line item for such. But what would that look like? Because do we have any members of NACO?
So I'm just grateful that I have a company that will pay for
Because
me to
your
go
company-
and become a member, which is why, and I just kind of bring that stuff back as much as I possibly can. But we do have a budget as to how much that would be that we can send you all.
Okay, that would be helpful, because when we look at a scholarship,
Absolutely.
it would be helpful to know if that scholarship is, like, we have memberships with organizations, and I respect that there's training. I can apply for a scholarship. The scholarship will cover the hotel and interest fee, but not the flight.
Yeah.
So it would be helpful to get an idea of what you're asking. So just for colleagues to know, if you haven't seen it, the non-member early registration fee is $730, and then it goes up from there.
That's just for the conference?
So, no, that's just for, well, that's for the full conference, yes. And the conference runs from Monday through Thursday as a general rule. So I just pulled it up online just to get a better idea about NACO. So just to give an idea, if we were doing this yesterday, early registration ends on August 15th. Non-member is $730. That's just for the conference, but that is for all 4 days of the conference. Presenting us the information of what exactly that scholarship would consist of would be helpful. You have in here also the amended city ordinance. You did say 14 days would just, as
That
2
would be
weeks would be a little bit more
an
helpful.
improvement. I think, and I didn't have time to do that, but I'd also like to get Chief Jennings' comment on, or whoever would be the right person. We've had 7 days for 25 years,
Okay.
So, you know.
So that will be helpful. Mr. Heath, if we can also get the update from CMPD. If we go back to slide 4, when we look at the advisory role and looking at the dual role, I'm just wondering, and we don't have to answer this now, this is part of that presentation, what recent recommendations that we have implemented prior to the request today. I personally, I agree with my colleague as far as I would like a little more interaction than just the yearly report. We haven't had a number of things that have happened in community that I would think would have been elevated to the Citizens Review Board, but based on the numbers that you shared, it seemed like some of those things haven't. But on the other side, we also have to be in a position at times in closed session where we need to make decisions regarding CMPD's interaction with residents. It will be helpful for me, and I think for all of us, if we knew that if there was a connection between the Citizens Review Board on any of these interactions prior to it coming to us in closed session and looking at a potential settlement or having to make some type of decision so that we can have a little bit more communication. But again, just thinking about if the advisory role is to make recommendations when our case reviews reveal trends or frequent reoccurring issues outside of that annual, just letting us know, were there any recommendations that should be on our radar since this committee has been around since 1997. Hell, I ain't come to office to 2011, so I missed some things, I feel like. So I think that would be helpful just to have everybody on the same page and moving forward. And really, those were the only notes, making sure that I had. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Johnson and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chair and our vice chair just for the structure of this meeting. So many committees we have, we would have received this presentation, a few minutes of questions, and then we'd be on to another subject. So thank you for allowing this deep dive and for us to be able to ask some questions. Welcome to the members of the Citizens Review Board. Thank you for the important work that you do. It's such important work. So it's an honor to meet all of you. You mentioned, and thank you, Mr. Watkins, for the presentation.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you all strive to achieve equity, I think, in the assignments of members. How do you strive to do that?
Well, it's not a real science to it. It's there have been times where the Citizens Review Board in some periods were predominantly all one group of people, all coming from the same area of the city. And then it transitioned to being another group. What we try to do is be sure that we have someone from all the districts here. What we do is that when there's an opening that comes up on the Citizens Review Board, there's a list of people that have completed the CMPD Academy training. We take a look at that, And then we try to look at the profile of who we have and who would be a good fit to help us diversify as well as improve our skill set. And then we can recommend to the appointment process, which we're not a part of, which is the mayor, the city manager, and the city council, who we think would be, have completed the course, and then look at the profile of who we have on the board and who could help us as this council member said, it isn't always race or gender. It is, do we have someone who can bring us insights that we don't have on the board?
Okay.
And so, so like I said, it's not particularly a science, but it's an effort to have the demographics reflected, because we want people that will feel comfortable coming to us. And if there's someone on the board that looks like them or knows them, they feel more comfortable coming to the board.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was excited to support the former police officer who's a District 4 resident on the Citizens Review Board, so I understand. Thank you. Would you need help from council in order to assign like different demographics or categories? Would you need council to help you?
I think that would be very helpful, because we see people after they complete the academy. We don't even see people. We see a list of people and their backgrounds after they complete the academy. I think Brittany made the comment, we had thought about maybe some of us going to the graduating class and sharing with them what the CRB is, and trying to encourage people that aren't represented on our board to join our board.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm looking at the Citizens Review Board page, and I know you said that the requirement was to have completed the training, but there are other requirements. One, I see that no one with a felony background can be a member of the. Okay, yeah, well, that's fine. Okay, but so we would want to see, I think, the legislation that where these requirements are coming from and what's from a city perspective. So I would love to see the legislation also that requires that training. What is the justification? I guess the justification for closed session is personnel, but are there any summaries or reports that are issued after the decisions are made? Yes.
And that's when we convey the decision that was made, that's an open session. So, once the closed session is when the citizen and CMPD are giving their views on what happened and so forth. And when we deliberate, it's closed. But when we convey the decision, that's an open session.
And when you say open, that's open to the public?
Open to the public, reporters show up, so forth.
Okay. I would love and this is for Madam Clerk, if these minutes or these decisions, are they published anywhere?
The findings of the board are provided to the police department, and if there's an evidentiary hearing, the findings are provided to the police department and to the attorneys. There are minutes of those meetings that provide a general summary, but do not provide details, and would only provide the information about whether or not the board determined that the police department erred or did not err.
Okay. I think I hope I can speak for at least this committee. We as a city need to be intentional and deliberate in seeking transparency in our policy. So I would hope that the decisions and the summaries could be on the webpage, right? Or, and available to the public. So I'd like to talk about that as a council, perhaps the summaries and the decisions so that we could pull, like, the statistics. What are the statistics? What percentage is heard? What percentage is in favor of the citizens and CMPD? So I think that that's information that the public is entitled to. Are all deaths in custody investigated by the Citizens Review Board?
Not by us. No, it's only if the citizen or the citizen's family appeals to us. So if after the Internal Affairs has investigated and decided, okay, this is the result, if the citizen's family or the citizen itself, if they survive the shooting, they can appeal to us to review it further.
So if there's a policy that is concerning to the public, is there another way through, and I don't know if legislation prohibits this, but is there another way that Citizens Review Board could review certain policies or departments within CMPD or different actions? Is that a possibility to serve as a more consultative role?
We operate by statute, so we try to stay within that statute. That's why we have an attorney that helps us, not get outside of our bounds. However, as we review cases, we can recommend that the cases we are reviewing reflect something else that's going on in a broader sense. And then that's how we get involved. But we don't review all policies.
I understand that, but when you're making recommendations, that's after the problem or after the fact.
Right.
And I'm sure with your expertise that you might know of a policy or a department or something else that we could be doing to improve relationships, community relationships, or improve the practices within CMPD.
Most COBs do somewhat practice, they have that kind of way about them where they become kind of free policy advisors, where they can kind of look at policies and enhance them. So if you look at COBs, civilian oversight boards, you do become in a position where you can make some more recommendations, because when you're looking at policy reviews, they can be very expensive when you have an outsource that's coming in and looking at that. When you have a free board that can look at that, not signing us up for anything, but I think that is, some of the COBs are actually structured in a way where they can look at other recommendations and make those recommendations.
Are you saying COB?
Sorry, civilian oversight boards, COBs.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So I would want to know that. I think that's good information. Like, what are some industry practices or something that we're not doing? You mentioned subpoena power. And I noticed the smile. You see those, right? So we can read body language here, right? I've heard, it's not the first time we've heard that. So I think we as a council, Mr. Heath, if we can get recommendations on what's not being said today, or what recommendations would they like to give us that aren't, within a certain scope? I think it's great that they have access to us and that we hear from this advisory board and from others. Thank you. The type of training, is it limited to a certain organization that can provide the training? Is that why there's limited resources available?
I don't think it's limited. It is finding all the sources. And that's one of the things I think we would benefit from by going to the Nicole.
Okay.
Is it NACOL conference, is that we would hear about more training opportunities.
So when you say training, do you all have to have CEUs, or are they just contact hours?
CEUs.
They're not CEUs.
They're not CEUs.
It's just contact hours, and there are opportunities sometimes provided in the community, like when community groups have things that part of the discussion may be around policing, community policing. When board members attend those kinds of events, they get credit, if you will, for attending those. After, they report those hours to us and we track those. There have been trainings provided by the board's legal counsel, like they'll do a refresher of the CRB, the areas, the categories that were mentioned, arrest, search, and seizure, use of force. The former legal counsel and our current legal counsel have provided training for the board members in order to help them obtain the required number of hours.
And we can talk offline on the types of training, because I don't see how training is limited in the criminal justice field. So maybe I don't understand what types of training you all are pursuing, if it's just for COBs but when I think about, I guess, search and seizure tactics, but also from a citizen perspective, how to interact with the police, brain injury and criminal justice. I mean, there's so much opportunity to learn, so I don't understand why there's limited opportunities. And then my last question, you mentioned consent decree states or jurisdictions. Can you explain that to us, please?
Well, in years past, such as the George Floyd issue, civil unrest, there was the Department of Justice was brought in to look at the police department in Minneapolis. Same thing happened in Philadelphia, same thing happened in San Francisco, to see if there were problems in the policing in general. And as a result of those investigations, there were consent decrees by the Department of Justice for them to clean up their act. And so we looked at those to see if they had any application to Charlotte. I can't say that what I can say is we took the research, provided it to Chief Putney. Chief Putney and his staff used that to determine if their policing could be improved. And that's where the use of force continuum was created, because evidently there were some opportunities for Charlotte to improve the way the use of force was being applied to make it more consistent in its application.
Yeah, I remember the whole 8 can't wait policy discussion. Yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Brown?
That's cool. It is good. Great
Teamwork
question.
makes the dream work.
Absolutely. Thank y'all so much for the work that you do. This absolutely near and dear to my heart. I remember in 1997, to all of the board, thank you so much. It's great intentional work that needs to be done. I'm always going to have a problem with people that are just as impacted not being able to serve on boards. You got a police officer that can serve on it, so why can't a person that's just as impacted serve on it? Because if you're evaluating the conduct of a police officer and the misconduct thereof, I think that a person that's just as impacted should be able to serve on the board. Class A1 misdemeanor, I don't know who wrote this, but this is ridiculous. Like, I'm just looking over the rules. I guess for the first time I missed this. Class 1A misdemeanor, then I pulled those up. And some of those misdemeanors are so simple. So that's something else I would say need to be looked into, but that's just me. Of course, somebody that advocate for human life and for second chances, that's gonna always be my language. So that's that. Just want to get that on for the record, because I know folks will watch and say, how you advocating for us? So another thing, Brittany Kasiasko, you the best. You know, in many areas, you and your mom was a hand up for me, and she's an amazing woman, and you are a product of your mother, so you're an amazing. I just want to say thank you for all the things that you do and have done, and your mom has been instrumental in my life. I want to go to, who wrote this when they said that, this right here blows me. I'm just going to speak on it. Where did he go? Got away from me. So the overall curriculum and agenda, and I guess the guidelines or the rights of this whole committee that's been in establishment since 1997, which is a very, very long time. I was so grateful when they came out with this board. Now that I'm on the inside, I'm looking at it. Members, 11 members, 3 by mayor, 5 by council, 3 by city manager. Who came up with that? 1997, it needs to be looked at. I'm just saying, like, for real, like 3 by the mayor, 5 by council, 3 by city manager, that don't even make sense. It's 11 council members, and they only get to choose 5. So I'm concerned about that, but that's all I have. Ms. Johnson again answered all the valuable questions, but if we're gonna be intentional about moving forward with the city that's progressive and we're gonna be inclusive for everybody, if we would allow law enforcement, which we need to take their expertise and bring it to the table, also a person that goes through all of the training, that goes through all of the requirements that they need, I don't know why they would be held back. Again, that was 1997, which we got a policy or something that's been going on since 1997 is ludicrous to me. I think that if we go to allocate 2 scholarships, if we could find the money, you guys are like heaven sent. It should be more than 2 scholarships. I know what training does when you go to training and you get the certifications because I'm in this field. I've been to this training before. It's amazing. You know, and Minnesota is a great place to have it. It's a great place to have this training. But I also know that if you guys are telling us that you want to go down 4 hours, then 4 hours is what we should be considering because you are the experts on this board. And let's see, what else? Yeah, I definitely want to help you guys amend the ordinance by the chief. And I guess we just got to look at the details of that. But I would say more scholarships than just 2. It'd be hard. And how would you decide just with the 2 scholarships? So how would you decide who get the scholarships? I'm just asking that question. That's a very tough process. Would you do like a...
Lucky draw. We probably would do maybe like 1 chair and then someone who maybe newly entered into, we haven't discussed it, but maybe newly entered into.
I don't know where we, I know we don't have the budget line item as Councilmember Mayfield said, but it would be helpful if we can get the total cost. I would say more than 2 people though.
Yeah.
It would be helpful for you all. The training is elevated, it's heightened, and it's a very good training. You get to hear different aspects from people, experts all over the life, from all walks of the life. And it's just an amazing training. And it goes all over the world, in all different cities. And so, yeah, I didn't know this policy hadn't been amended since 1997 though. I wouldn't want to tell nobody that being the 14th largest city in the United States of America. Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing, you know? All right, I yield back to you, Chair.
Madam Chair,
Thank you,
may I
ma'am.
do a follow-up on Councilmember Brown? I know we're looking at time.
Well, I
so
do
a
have
minute.
2 in front of you, but I'll
Okay.
come right back to you. Madam Clerk, did you have something?
I just wanted to make 2 clarifications. There was mention about there being a police officer on the board. That is not a CMPD police officer.
No.
It is a retired
Yes.
police officer. Your rules concerning appointment to Civil Service Board and Citizens Review Board prohibit any former CMPD police officer, firefighter from serving on this board. So I wanted to make that clarification. The person that serves, and I think we have also had another retired law enforcement person that moved here from out of state and that, went through the proper channels, went through the training and was appointed. So I wanted to make that
So
clarification.
nobody from CMPD?
Nobody from
Okay,
CMPD.
okay, that makes sense
That's
then.
prohibited
Okay.
by your appointment rules.
As it should be.
And the second clarification was, I wanted to just mention that the ordinance was revised in 2013. So the ordinance has not been reviewed and revised from 1997 until 2013. And so what we have today was last reviewed and revised or amended in 2013.
Thank you, that's good information. Yep. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. And so what ordinance are you referring to? Are you referring to a state or local ordinance?
The city council city ordinance.
Okay, so then we have the ability to revise it as far as if we want to look at the formerly or justice involved individual. That's before we were named a second chance city, right, and accepted an award. So I'd like to take a look at our policies and the requirements. So, Madam Chair, if that's something we can recommend to the to the mayor, maybe putting on the agenda or whatever those next steps are. I would love to take a look at at the requirements. Also, as far as the scholarships, we have boards in the city that are paid, right? Board members that are paid. Some of the, no, we don't have any? No. There's no boards that are paid?
I think they get a stipend.
They get a stipend?
They get a stipend.
Okay, well, that's paid. Is that not paid? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so anyway, a stipend. Well, I'd like to see the budget for those stipends. What that number is, what that number is compared to the scholarship amount. I think that's a fair request. I think that's a fair request. So from a budgetary perspective, do you all receive stipends?
No.
Okay, exactly. So we can take a look at
You pay for our
that.
parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are asking y'all to bring a lot of information back, but I do want to echo my colleagues and say thank you for everything that you all have done. Ms. Kelly, regarding the clerk's office, so when I was first elected in the prehistoric age, in my first term, we passed ban the box for employees. My understanding, which now I'm gonna ask for clarification, and it's along the lines of my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, the ability for us to look at the language, because if we passed ban the box back in 2012, and we did it through the budget process for employees to have a chance, I want to make sure that our language isn't discouraging or flat out denying individuals who are returning to our community for participating in the Citizen Advisory Academy, as well as sitting on this board, because this is the space where they are definitely bringing a very specific experience to be a part of the 11-member council. So if we can just get an update with the other updates to find out what in our language would prohibit it. And of course, even if we do come back and say it is prohibited, I'm going to challenge our legal team to figure that out, because at the end of the day, we are a welcoming city, but we have codified language to create opportunities for residents. This is another opportunity. It was the same as when we had individuals who might not have had their citizenship but were very active in community, and we had to update the language in order for those members to be able to participate on our boards and commissions. So that will be good information to bring back to us as well. And it will be helpful to just get an overall update to council, what all committees that we have that do receive a stipend, as Councilmember Johnson mentioned, so that we're all on the same page. What are the requirements, why they receive a stipend versus others receiving a stipend? So basically, what is the language that approved for certain committees to have a stipend? I think that would just be helpful for us to just know across the board, what are the requirements and or qualifications for whichever ones, and who are all of the committees that receive a stipend. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and wrap this one up. This one was informational only, so we don't have a motion. I did want to add one thing, though. I did have a question. When it comes to discipline, and let's say for whatever reason something coming out of the CRB results in an officer being demoted, does that go back through the Civil Service Board, or is the decision that you all, or recommendation you make, just acted upon internally?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
In the event that you all entertain an appeal and it results in a recommendation that leads to an officer being demoted, I'm just curious if that demotion then goes through the Civil Service Board and has to be upheld.
We are actually lucky enough to have someone who actually sits on that board, so I would like to allow for her to speak on that, if you don't mind.
I'm also a member.
Please come forward, and introduce yourself, please.
I'm Susie Taylor, and I'm on the Citizens Review Board and the Civil Service Board. So we handle, and Stephanie can help me here, we handle the fire department new rehires and also the CMPD rehires. And we're able to look at the applications and decide whether or not they can come on to CMPD. if there's a situation to where an officer gets terminated or suspended for a certain amount of time, they can come to the Civil Service Board and we look at the evidence and then make a determination as to whether or not CMPD was correct in the suspension or the termination, or if the officer should have stayed. There wasn't merit to, for termination or suspension. So that's kind of what we do. As far as demotions, I'm going to have to ask Stephanie about that.
I was just going to make a clarification that there really is no correlation between the actions of this board and what happens at the Civil Service Board. They operate independently. Civil Service Board, that process is handled completely different. The recommendations that this board makes are around the disciplinary actions that are taken by the police department. And those recommendations don't have any direct correlation to CRB.
Okay.
Two different things.
So if someone, let's say Internal Affairs said, there's no issue here, no problem, and then CRB then says, actually, we do think there's a problem, and that's upheld by the city manager and the chief, whatever comes of their decision flows somewhere else.
It does. Well, that's a hypothetical situation that heretofore hasn't happened, so I can't say exactly how it would work.
Well, that
but-
answers my question
Yes.
then, and just the sense of, I'm trying to get a sense of if what CRB rules, if you will, what happens to it? Like, is it enforceable, or is it just subject to whatever the chief or the manager decides is worth hearing?
If by some chance this board, CRB, were to decide that the police department erred in their decisions, if by that decision, the police chief and the city manager were to revisit that action or non-action and decided to change their original decision, like I said, this is all hypothetical and it has not happened in the history of CRB, but that would be up to them and it would be handled through the Civil Service Board. It would not come back through CRB or have any direct link to CRB at that point.
So just so I'm sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, it has never happened in the history of CRB that a recommendation was made by CRB that wasn't accepted by the city manager?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying that the decisions that have been made by this board since its inception have all, well, generally, they have mostly, in the majority, favored the police department, but the city manager and the city manager and the chief have not overturned or reversed a decision that was originally made,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Okay, so in the rare instances in which the CRB has not upheld internal affairs decision, that was accepted by the city manager and chief?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Brown, you have one last question, and then we're gonna wrap this discussion.
The scholarship, and I mean it sincerely from the bottom of my heart. I definitely hope there's some way you guys can get the stipend. That's just without saying, as we look into the policies of the other committees that we have, but this one, of course, is near and dear to my heart for the obvious reasons. But I also want to just share that when you go to a NACO conference, I went to the one in Fort Worth, Texas, the experts they bring us to the stage to share our experiences. And people that Barack Obama have released, just amazing folks from all over the world that, have spent decades in incarceration and now they're at home changing the world. And so it's very important that this council take very seriously the, hey ladies, that we're asking just as impacted people to be brought to the table. It doesn't even make sense to even be doing this without them. To me, it's just like really a slap in the face for a second chance city. Keep in mind that we're not talking about somebody that just got out yesterday, somebody that has anything that's going on. We're talking about somebody that's made the change. They have come back in and they're being used for legislation and policy writing all over the world. I'll give you a perfect example, Kimber Purdy Smith. She's an attorney, she's a doctor, she's a Delta, she's amazing. So I'm just saying, people are doing great things and they should not be left from the table when we're making decisions like this.
That's definitely one of our recommendations.
Thank you. You're back to you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty. Thank you so much for this. We know that we have given you all a bunch of follow-ups, but it's because we appreciate the work you do and it's impactful, and we want to make sure that we give it its just due. So we look forward to meeting with you all again here soon. ACM Heath, you look like, oh, wow.
I'll stand tall. No. You gave us a lot to do. We'll get after it.
You do an amazing job.
Madam Chair.
I have no doubt in my mind that you can get it done, especially with Brittany, because yes, girl. I can pronounce your name because your mom.
I do have one more thing before we close, just because I know that the vice chair.
Otherwise, I'd be like, what is that?
The vice chair specifically asked for a request for an update from a future meeting. If anybody else has a request for an update from a future thing, we're just going to run down this row real quick. But vice chair, and when I say future request for a meeting, something that is already within the framework of the referrals that we have received.
Understood.
So this one is in alignment, but it's also looking at what's happening right now. So, Mr. Heath, I think it will be helpful to bring back to our committee the potential impacts. So right now, including today's news, like within the last 45 minutes, what we're looking at is from this current administration cuts with Section 8 and looking at how many families may be evicted. So when we look at the fact that we, in our housing trust fund, we have a little more or less 58 million left, we need to have some real considerations where if we have individuals that have multiple sources of income, and if that income is overwhelmingly coming through nonprofit providers or supporters, example, you can afford 500, one of our partners or we are offsetting that other $1,800. If these fundings are being cut through executive order, not through actual legislative updates, what could that potential impact be with the current units that we have, where we have residents that are under 30% of the area median income, to look at what would it look like for those residents if they need additional financial assistance? What would it look like for the buildings that we have put taxpayer dollars into if 40% of their renters are no longer able to pay that full rent amount? As we know, these cuts are happening left and right. I think as a committee, it will be helpful for us to get an update so that we can have an idea of what the financial ask might be when we're potentially looking at more units. We might need to have a conversation of putting some funds aside in order to help with those residents versus approving another project and or looking a little differently regarding projects. I know a project may be coming before us soon, but that project, all of the current, it's a NOAA, everyone that currently lives there are able to pay and they're in a different income. But for those that are receiving subsidies, Section 8 cuts are imminent.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that this council is prepared to at least have the conversations of the what ifs, because I don't believe in unintended consequences.
Right.
So I think that's something, hopefully by September for our meeting, we can get an idea of where we are with the multifamily that we have funded, where they are right now as far as rental capacity, and the what ifs for how many unit residents that we have that receive subsidy assistance, and to check in with our nonprofit partners to see where they are. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, do you have anything?
Sure. I just want to see the laws and ordinance that govern this board, and also the complete list of recommendations. You mentioned recommendations. We only saw 3, so there are more that we're not seeing. Like I asked, what are we not saying? I'd like to see those recommendations. Also, we're going to take a look at the requirement, the second chance requirement for this board. I'd like to see if they're prohibited on other boards.
Right.
I'd like to know that.
We don't get to go in those.
If individuals with justice involvement, if that's one of the things that we are saying to our public, that they're not able to serve on volunteer boards.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jamira? Councilmember Brown.
Oh, good. Johnson speaking for me. She didn't like it.
Awesome. Well, with that, I
So,
will
Madam, you'll
entertain.
entertain motion to adjourn?
I'm doing that right now. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I just gave it.
So moved.
And you got a
All in
second?
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.